Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are going to be here. Welcome to the Happy Thursday. Welcome to the release. It's been out for longer than I thought it was going to be. Apparently the game dropped at 1 a.m. Some of you guys have been in the Discord doing things, making trouble, causing things. Unless reality is teleological, and there's no such thing as a cause, but instead we are being pulled by some force in the future through reality of where we are now to some unknown reality, and causation is but an illusion of that reality. Hey Scrooge. Hey Nike's fit. So, that's always a possibility. But, as it stands now, we are going to be here continuing our USA run, where we cry about the amount of radicalism we have. Apparently, as some people were discussing on the Discord, the relationship where very little radicalism or loyalism is supposed to be caused at the outset of the game, apparently they inverted that, which to some extent explains why we have so much radicalism now, and attempts to decrease radicalism are so unresponsive to our efforts, because apparently the first year of the game you just acquire enormous amounts of radicals, and then, yeah. Yankees fan. I'm sorry, it's spelled Nike's fan. It's Yankees fan, right? It's... okay. I apologize. Yankees fan. Is this game any good? I like it. I suppose that in some sense that's a bit of a non-answer, right? It depends what the scope of what you're looking at is. If you don't like grand strategy games, and you've never heard of a grand strategy game, and you're just a normie gamer, and you ask me if this game is good, I will probably tell you, maybe pick some other game. If you like grand strategy games, I'll probably ask you, do you like economics? And if you're like, no, I love warfare, then I'll probably tell you to play Hoei. But if you like grand strategy games, and you like economics, I think this game's pretty good. Yankees fans, hence the fuck Boston I dropped yesterday. Well, that makes a lot of sense, but also, to be fair, there's a lot of people independent of sports who, you know, it's only inverted with the game rule set otherwise, it's just not reduced for the first 2 years. Set otherwise. Oh, so if I didn't change the game rule, it's not inverted? Is that what you're saying? It's a little bit of a fascinating bug, but as it stands here, we have to find out a war to declare, and that's going to be productive for us. We're starting to build up our navy quite a bit. Why do we have so many capital ships? I remember we want to spam navy in Virginia and New York, because New York's where we're going to put the second Canal company. In the context of companies being useless, Canal companies are king. Just unambiguously. I'm not sure which one we're going to slot out as we get the Panama Canal up and running, because we kind of like the 5% construction and kind of like the 10% bureaucracy. Both of these bonuses are kind of nice. In a world full of darkness, the blind man is king, says the companies to another. They're apparently going to hotfix this, though, so if you're watching this sometime in the future, I think they're going to hotfix the usefulness of these. But we'll maybe we'll just go for another company slot right now, so we don't have to struggle. That's actually that can't be right. Going for the company slot so we don't have to struggle to try and figure out which of the bad companies is the least bad, and spending our research in that manner. We have 14 days left on combustion engine, though. We researched that ahead of time, mainly because we wanted to turn on the vroom vrooms now that cars are good. We still have to find a place to expand. I mean, kind of want to transfer Mexico. We were trying to become a monarchy so we could swap out of this. think we already went for Dynam, right? I guess we could go for UA. I guess we can't go for UA. Let's put down some interests, because we built more boats. There we go. Do we have a truce with UA? Is that what's going on? Yeah, that is what's going on. I forgot to turn off the game rule after testing the bug, so I guess I have just radicals in your Hindustan bug. Basically. Puppet Persia? You missed the explanation why our company's useless now? Persia's already... We done got there late to the party. So companies now are their own distinct entities. And they get a portion of the queue, but they get a very, very small portion of the queue. It's kind of the short description. And let's find our paper company so we can talk about it. Actually, let's find our steel company. We've had this steel company. This has been the first steel company that we slotted in. It has built a grand total of... We built the first 5 steel mines. Over the course of the last 40 years, it's built 4 steel mines. So... you basically get very little benefit from construction, and you get very little benefit from throughput. And so now the entire axis in which you're evaluating companies, until they hotfix this, is just on the basis of, can I get the prosperity bonus? And if yes, how good is the prosperity bonus? Because functionally, as a proportion of our economy, it accounts for 1/3 of our steel, but it has constructed like 5 to 10% of our steel. So, and that ratio doesn't really get better, because what will happen is if steel is really profitable, and we see that to some degree here, the auto queue will invest over this, the financial districts, and they will reap the benefits of the throughput bonus. And not only that, they will dilute the throughput bonus out. And so the financial districts will never allow these guys to catch up in market share because they just build over them and acquire all the same advantage that the company has. And so... yeah, cars are good now. Yeah, they buffed cars. They buffed the automobile PM. They made it cost 10 less oil. I can't remember the base price of oil. Actually, we could check. They made it cost 10 less oil, and they made it produce 5 more cars. Cars have a base price of 500, so that's plus 500. And oil has a base price of, what is this? This implies it's 40. So now it's plus 900. So instead of being like plus 100 value or something, it's like plus like 1,000 value or something like this. And so it's much better. Swoop Mexico, it's owned by Russia. I don't know if we want to have a big rumble. I guess maybe Swoop Mexico is kind of... well, it looks like we have a truce. Swoop Mexico is maybe the play. We already went for Benin. We're helping the UK with Etche. We could just conquer Jabal Shamar. And yeah, this seems pretty American. TBH. Let's go for more. I think Jabal Shamar has a little bit of oil, so... and if we're building cars... yeah. Watch the India video. Helped a lot. Thanks. You're very welcome. Thank you for watching. The India video was recorded before we did the stream yesterday. But I think oil's 40. Yeah. That's a lot better. Mexico would be puppet. Easy annex. Yeah, so we have to get through the truce. I think we probably want to build up our standing army a little bit. Let's maybe do that. Oh, I hate how... the regulars aren't upgraded in our... what is this in the UI, man? well. We just deleted all that army. That's fine. We probably should just clean up our armies a little bit. Swahili. Why is the UI like that, man? We're just trying to delete the levels that haven't been constructed up yet, or the levels that got, levels get destroyed by, if you are a national militia, which we are, when you take over and there's more than a certain level, or a certain amount. We are being weird with those to make sure we get the company bonus on the, because the company bonus seems pretty hard to get on the Canal, so we're being weird with using PMs to ensure that we get the company bonus. Suppose we could unpause here. Take the world as it comes. It's probably not a mistake to put these on auto expand, or it'll just make everything more smooth. And we can turn on automobile production and chainsaws. Now, the Chainsaws PM's still not very good. They made it cost like 1/3 the price, and made it labor save 2.5 times the number of workers, and it's still not especially good, so we're not going to turn it on immediately, but that's just a testament to how freaking bad it was. Like, that they could buff it that much and have it still be bad. But I think the Automobiles PM is going to be good now, because the Automobiles PM was kind of borderline before. And now it's not. We won't turn on a bunch of stuff that consumes engines as we turn off the Automobiles PM. But, like, we'll get to turn on public motor carriages everywhere. I'm so excited. We will have to build as many oil mines as we can here as well. Actually, do we have any oil yet? We do have plenty. Okay, perfect. And then we'll also put it on auto expand. I know that it won't be profitable just yet, but bear with me. We're just trying to get everything set up, and then we're going to reach out a little bit. So good. Is this DLC going to only add 2 entries? Also the EIC entry rewards? Well, I think the EIC, has multiple pathways that you can go down. Opinion with subject or strength to Industrialists for 10 years, really? This doesn't seem worth going through all the struggle of being sucked dry by Great Britain. No, I think that you are trying to get free immediately in terms of optimal play. I think that, and I didn't even realize this at the time, that we were paying out way more than the normal percentage during like the India run, but like the fact that you pay out 40% is just like so apocalyptically bad that like you probably just should avoid it. Does the early war cheese to auto free EIC still work? It works, but you have to execute it more precisely. You have to do it before unpausing. So you have to like join. You have to join and declare the war like before unpausing at the same time. Those are barracks that are built but haven't employed. But it just deletes the whole thing. Any big noteworthy bugs? Apparently, if you use if you change the setting for how long the grace period on radical generation at the start of the game, apparently it inverts it and makes it, rather than a grace period, it's an uber hostility period. Or uber happy period, whichever you prefer. What do you think of the new buildings tab? Just not being able to build buildings that you don't have from it. Like this tab? Building buildings you didn't have? Or like this tab? I mean, it looks like you can still add buildings, or do you mean this? I think I'm not a fan of this. I don't know. I don't like the... I like the way it was before a little bit more. I think, in general. It feels a little clunkier, but I'll probably just get used to it. I mean, what choice do I have? So it's probably not too big a deal. We do want to organize and, I think, start expanding the military a little bit. So we're going to make this a landing squad, I think. The Army of Florida has no battalions from Florida. Shout out to them. And then we could use truck transport too now. Oh my god, it feels like an entire like section of the game has just been opened up because cars don't suck so hard anymore. Give them the standard cavalry look. Although that's, we'll have to build some like pure landing stacks as well. Just reorganize some of this. Great Britain wants a agreement. I was thinking what the metagame looks like now. Given that bankrolls are bad, and I think that it's possible you just try and ally with Great Britain and then you beat up all of Great Britain's rivals for war reps or something like this. It's just that after the timer there's 0 radicals and loyalists, but in general nothing changes before that. That's like kind of insane. But it's only if you change the setting, right? We're still kind of keeping on. To be fair, it now might be the case you want to import engines so that you can produce more cars. We'll import some engines. And then we probably want to put more engines in the queue. Oil should make the auto queue build a lot more of that stuff, though. Public transit. What does this do? We've never even seen this PM. We'll take motor industry throughput considering we're running a shortage right now. Considering. Littering and. Is the new DLC good? Well, first of all, it's a free patch plus flavor pack. I think that if you're going to play the EIC, it seems pretty good. I am not 100% certain of what all is in the free pack versus what is in the DLC. I think if you like the game and you enjoy playing the game, you should support the development of the game. But is it like a pivotal must-buy type of expansion? I would say probably not. I don't know yet what interactions are like locked behind it. Specifically, like Voice of the People locks your ability to do some of the agitator interactions, like promoting the government or exiling or like this type of stuff. That like, hey, we got a cautious boyo. I don't remember that. Time for us to go on to getting a monarchy. While watching, I think I'm gonna run an EIC while watching. What's your recommendations on getting independent? Try and get people to support your declaring independence and just like deck it as quickly as possible. Like send damage relations with the UK, send every possible relationship request that they won't accept, try and get France and Russia to help you, and then just like beeline independence as quickly as possible, because paying 40% of your income is like really bad. But this means you won't get to see the flavor stuff, so you can just like tolerate like having a lower powered run so you can get to see events and stuff. You checked how companies work now? Building without company construction bonus, the company is in current state is absolutely useless, only canals. Yeah, basically, well, it's not, it's basically you only build for prosperity bonus. And the canal prosperity bonus is real good. You know, at a certain size, the paper prosperity bonus is better than the canal prosperity bonus, just to be clear. Like, you know, if you're getting more than 50k worth of free bureaucracy, But I think the Canal Company specifically is actually going to be really a huge pain in the ass to maintain prosperity on, because you don't get to use trade centers anymore. You see that? That's 0 out of 470. There's no way to transfer trade centers over to the Canal Company, so you can't use the trade centers for prosperity, and generally speaking, the shipyards are not as profitable, so that's why we're kind of intentionally building more navy where we have the Suez Canal Company, and in New York is where we're going to put the other canal company, and so we're also going to be building a lot there as well. Oh, we need rubber too. Shout out to us. Let's see. I mean, the UI is fairly kind of similar to before. I think there used to be a top bar, and then you would scroll down, and overall you'd get more surface area to look at, and I think I preferred that old system, but it's not the end of the world. Do we have a truce with them as well? Jeez, do we just have truces with everyone? No, we don't. We just don't have an interest in Arabia? We definitely have an interest in Arabia. Alright, we have a cautious leader, so I think we're gonna go monarchy. If we can. The guy we're gonna try and put on the throne will really not like that. He'll get big mad. I think big rolls are better. It's close call though. It wasn't even close before. Yeah, but the bankrolls cap at how much war reps pay, and so war rep plus having going for bankrolls with some GPs and then choosing to war rep, and then in specifically I think Russia's going to be very soft. Choosing to repeatedly war rep humiliate Russia. I think is going to be worthwhile because now you have to also consider how much Diplo you're getting for free by rivaling Russia and how easy it is to go for it. Like it's really low effort. Tried playing Kalisa Raj and decided to get a really small mutiny and stay together. Aww. I'm pretty sure nothing major was added to the DLC. I was testing without it for an hour because I forgot to buy it and I couldn't find anything different. I think the DLC is mainly flavor events for the EIC. What's crazy, they keep adding functionality to voice the people. It's still the most valuable DLC. You needed to imprison agitators. They should have locked that behind this DLC. That's cute though. So like, yeah, there's agitator interactions that are locked. Paraguay, pop it off. Sound off, girl. We still need to figure out. Maybe we're just supposed to. Okay, I think I like this. Expanding down here will give us more area to colonize. Excuse me. Oh, our war hasn't started yet. Just like looking for areas to expand, but the little boop and then being able to colonize the other side is probably something we've like underdone, to be honest. It's only going to cost us 4 infamy. And if Rwanda wants to catch these hands, they can as well. So I think that'll be good for us. Cornlaws is dead now. Playing as backwards nation is once again pure suffering. Cornlaws doesn't work. It's been out for hours and mods haven't been updated yet. Terrible. Waifu Britannia is updated 1.8. The wait is finally over. Should we swap over? Chat. Should we swap to Waifu Britannia? Did the Suez hire up, or is it paying to get work? They instantly hired. So like, I don't know. I need a bigger sample size on this, but the thing is I think If you have a if you have a system where they're going to be culturally discriminated against, you're screwed and they can't hire at all whatsoever. Zero hiring. Other than that, they like hired instantly. They should really set the default grace setting period to a year. I don't think I have a strong opinion on how long it should be. Carlisle still works, but you have to give up market liberal leadership. Or the market liberal leadership. You can't give market liberal leadership anymore? What? What does the adjacency change for frontier colonization mean? I'm not sure to what adjacency change you're referring to, but frontier colonization requires that you be next to... Is it a homeland state or incorporated state? I forget which one it is. It's such that you, like, can't really, connected to the capital state by land or very limited sea path. Oh, very limited sea path. I don't know what that means. But, a big reason why I was less a fan of Suez was because the upfront construction cost was huge, and then it wouldn't employ for a very extended period of time. And if you got to a certain GDP level before that period of time was over, the company would be, the 50K free money would be worth less than throughput. This is all changed now, and if it employs instantly, that math gets so much better, because one of the problems is if you spent, let's call it 10,000 construction. I forget exactly how much construction it costs. It doesn't cost 10,000, but if you spend 10,000 construction, and then you have to wait 8 years for it to employ, then that means you could have built 10,000 worth of eco and got 10,000 worth of snowball for 8 years, and you have to compare the value of the canal company to that. If it employs instantly, then the math on it just looks incredibly good, you know, in terms of the ROI. So we're so back, baby. I still think that the difficulty might be the prosperity bonus, and I think that one of the pieces of feedback I gave them was the way the companies are now, it's going to be such that people only care about the prosperity bonus. And you should just make it so that it fills up no matter what. Because it's going to be so frustrating to slot in companies and then not be able to hit the prosperity bonus. I gave a lot of feedback on the companies. At least 10 words. So I think they're gonna hotfix. Or I mean, I'm very confident they're gonna hotfix companies, but we'll see exactly how they choose to do it. I mean, we could conquer all of this down here just to get ourselves multiple surface areas here. Did Rwanda join? No, they didn't. And really kind of speed up construction. Oh, what are we doing with our lives? Jesus. Rubber Tools is so good. Does this guy even play the game? Automobiles are playable! I think it allows Alaska. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I'm so excited that I can tax automobiles. It's not even the best luxury tax. We're still gonna tax it, boys. I'm so excited this PM is good. Look at this. Look at this. To be fair, automobiles, I don't know how good automobiles are. Like, I haven't put it in the spreadsheet. We can put it in the spreadsheet now, I suppose. I forgot to make the spreadsheet available to everyone. Let's turn that back on. It's not updated, but I can make it available. 16 access requests, yeah. Because I did put in chainsaws. I wanted to see exactly how good they were. They're not very good, but like, yeah. I love the bureaucracy changes to religious and private schools. I've been waiting for the change since. So, like, Doodle's got a lot of Victoria Tweaks changes through. We're planning on going through, doing a read-through of the changelog after the stream. And then have the metagame update. And so both of those probably get released tomorrow. sometime in that time frame. It took me like a really long time to get the India video like uploaded and like done. But you're talking about schools? Yeah, they changed it. I think that you get more education access from... Yeah, you get more education access from public schools than you do before, so it costs less bureaucracy, though. And less bureaucracy on private schools. Interesting. I bet this stacks additively with the schools thing. So that if you... What's cute is, if it stacks additively with the schools thing and power blocks, like, if it stacks additively with, let's be sure not to click this and cuck ourselves. If it stacks additively with the minus bureaucracy's cost of education, then that means you could get 10% cost bureaucracy education for, like, private schools. You didn't notice that? Yeah, public schools also gives the most literacy. This is a Victoria Tweaks thing. I'm kind of not a fan of this, but it also makes sense, and I'm not like that much not a fan. And the automobiles can finally drive on paved roads now? Yeah, poggers. Do you have any conclusions about the metagame already? If LF, multiculturalism, sulfur is still strong? Sulfur? I don't know what SULFURE stands for. I'm not sure multiculturalism is going to be meta. So here's the thing. I think multiculturalism will probably be best. I think the margin is really small, and I think where it's going to be is you're going to come into this tab, and if this percentage is really big, ethno-state, being closer to ethno-state will be a lot better. If this number is, as ours is, kind of smallish, multiculturalism is probably going to be better. Since we're a nation of immigrants, multiculturalism is probably going to be better. But I think for, like, China, national supremacy is probably going to be best. I have to imagine that ethno-state makes it too difficult to employ stuff overseas. And this is one of the finicky things is, like, we really care about getting plus 20 bureaucracy, or sorry, plus 20, we really care about having the UI kind of how we normally have it, and then that way, we care about this being able to employ up, because it gives us authority and legitimacy from head of state and government. If we discriminate really highly, Forbidden City won't employ up. So, Forbidden City could be metagame warping, in that it could be the case that everyone but China needs to go at least towards cultural exclusion so they can employ Forbidden City. Which is like, they also might change the employment requirements. It's specifically on government buildings. And I kind of think that this might get hotfixed. Because having difficulty employing government buildings is like kind of painful and like kind of game warping. So it also could be the case that even as China, you eventually want to take Bombay, because Victoria Terminus, this is global, this 20% railway building throughput. And that's really strong. And if it could be the case, just like, look, I think the thing is like there's already a trade-off between these things, right? And the trade-off is not so good for national supremacy that I think that it offsets this. But there's a secondary like undercurrent here, which is that it could be the case that intentionally depressing wages is really good. I don't really know. But and slavery to that extent is also good, because slavery is no longer tied to migration. And it completely opens up the metagame, I think. It could be the case that you want to go on slavery and you want to try and depress wages as much as possible, for the purpose that when wages are depressed, this increases the balance relative to wages, and the balance gets filtered through free money modifiers. Now, I imagine it won't be good, and that having positive kind of uptaking SOL in overall will have positive benefits, and that it won't be the case. But you can make a sort of argument that you want to do this. Sulfur is the yellow mineable thing? Oh, you mean that sulfur? Yeah, sulfur PMs is still going to be insane. I think ethnostate specifically, the trade-off you're... Yeah, I mean, it might be that you're trying to depress wages as much as possible. National supremacy OP with monuments disabled? That might be, like, kind of the way you think about it. Second best resource is after oil. I mean, the PM is better than the oil PM. The thing is, oil just has better... Oil feeds into the best PMs in the game as well, which sulfur doesn't. But the efficiency, if I'm not mistaken, of the oil PM versus... To be fair, you get the final oil PM way earlier than you get the final sulfur PM, but it's going to be better. Is Victoria Terminus a monument for that setting? Almost certainly. If you manage to cede your pops to Beijing, then you could hire on national supremacy, and maybe that's also what you just need to do. I don't know how you possibly cede it, because it's really hard to get migration interaction, unless you just intentionally kill millions of pop there. Could Japan go national supremacy and employ up in the city? I think maybe? So yeah, if you Japan, it might be the case that if you're playing an Eastern country that can do it. They just released a hotfix, update 1.8.1. Anything big in there? Also would like to know about Victoria train station that's been asked. Can you build it as the USA? I think you have to wait until AI builds it before conquering. I don't know what the requirements are for building it. We could save and swap and see if they can build it now. The thing is like, some of these things, if you fulfill the requirements, it doesn't show you the requirements anymore, which is always kind of annoying. But we could save and swap. At normal tax, do you get normal turmoil? Well, turmoil is a product of radicals. The thing about the tax levels now is this minimum standard of living, minimum expected standard of living is really a crazy modifier, and it's really, really crazy on very high taxes. So you're going to generate a shitload of radicals if you go very high taxes. It might be the case that high taxes is still meta, but like very high taxes is like untenable. Shout out to bankrupting. Looks like it just requires pneumatic tools. So, you can see it in Beijing if your migration attraction everywhere else sucks. Now you're thinking with your dipstick. We just, like, ruin everything everywhere else. You still need to encourage migration there to try and form a cultural community. Because you're not going to get a mass migration unless it's incorporated. Greetings, traveler. Welcome to the... Wait. Why is my stream elements lagging? Someone ba-booped. And I got a babop. India fixed on 1.8.1? Is that what happened? Did Russia get some flavor? I don't think so. Russia got some flavor last patch. Radowich04, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Big nice. I think we're at the point where we can add construction, though. God, we're actually just kind of popping off here. We're as our construction's actually starting to do stuff because we reduced the turmoil, we're popping off. Yeah, we're gonna need, like, the relationship you have with running high taxes is just gonna be way different now, because we're, like, we're popping off way harder now, because we both added construction, and our construction's actually useful, because the turmoil everywhere is going down. Except in Maine, but, you know, main things. Also, it's never going down here, I guess. Not that we care. But, like, yeah, our construction, we no longer have a construction penalty here. So now we just get to sound off. Now the auto queue is gonna build over all our precious buildings. No, no, no. Our precious company buildings. Terrible. What's that malarkey about? What is that malarkey? A boot. I think we finished the Panama Canal. Our concern was that we just don't... That's a concerning thing. Yeah. Our concern for the Panama Canal was just that we won't be able to get a high enough demand for ships. Oh, that's why we built more capital ships than normal. That tracks. That tracks real hard. I was like, why do we have so many capital ships? Like, because normally I think you just want mainly light ships because you need a lot to avoid the landing malice. And by the time you get that amount, you can win all naval battles anyways. So, like, you don't really want the heavies. But the heavies create more buy orders. We care about buy orders here. We're living the American dream here. We started out with a terrible economy, and now we're doing it. Reduce the stability gain from low liberty desire in subjects in the unstable Raj journal entry by 50%. Oh, yeah. At the outset, it's really easy to fail that journal entry, and then once you like lock into the subjects liking you, it's really hard to fail it. We failed it like in our practice run, but you have to like fail it super early. Very high taxes is still OP on cooperative ownership. It's OP on the bad law, yeah. That makes sense. Like, if once you get your SOL above a certain threshold, the thing is, the minimum expected, like, goes up and up. I mean, I think we could tolerate high taxes, but we're just trying to create loyalists at this point. Like, we're trying to squeeze out the radicals as best we can here. Say hello, Rwanda. Say goodbye, Rwanda. No! We couldn't get to the front in time. I think we incorporated these, right? Did we remember? No, we didn't. Shout out to us. And then we also, if we want to get the full migration bonus, do need to build arts academies there. Is this our first game crash? Oh, baby. Oh, no, it's not. Weird lagging, though. We are building this because we have the freedom of movement block thing for University and Arts Academy, giving extra migration attraction. We're going to use our one time for enacting monarchy with our cautious boy. He's our growing cautious boy. He's cautious, and he's growing, and he's boy. Do these guys have moderate? Yeah, let's get the PB in here. What are we doing? Crying ourselves to sleep at night, probably. If only we were more handsome, we wouldn't have to do that. Did Japan get nerfed this patch? There's an investment pool contributions massively reduced when compared to 1.7. Hello, any gamers having their pies fingered, basically. I don't think Japan got nerfed specifically. Investment pool contribution is massively reduced compared to... Why would the investment pool be reduced? There's nothing I can think of specific to Japan. Burundi playthrough when? I do not like playing those guys. Any major changes to the quantity of resources? Yes, a little bit of a rework in... so the resource changes they're making like regionally. Like last patch, they did like Russia. Russia got a bunch more resources. This patch, they touched on India. I don't know if India got a bunch more oil. There's oil in Burma, that's a change. So like, yeah, this greater India type reason. We need EIC2 and 2 EIC, 2I, 2 Ciest. Raciest? It was like 3k investment pool at game start in 1.8, but I think that was a hotfix that fixes GDP being much smaller. Has got it back to normal. Well, I know that Oh, did they... I think they might have changed something regarding subsistence farms, which would decrease it. Yeah, we can get rid of the ethno-nationalist. Oh, we should have kept him. We were thinking of maybe going ethno-nationalist. To be honest, we don't want to lose the... We don't want to lose our Beijing building. Are we suffering from... Okay, no, we're not. I was gonna say suffering from the want of having a guy doing the thing. I agree. Also playing as Japan and starting construction was half. Maybe it's the... Did they nerf sub-farms? Krakatoa event swapped to Arvis Mechanic, or is still just static malice? I haven't seen Krakatoa event on this. Have you tried playing as Korea before? Yes. There's an oil modifier in Assam, top right of the EIC, so oil must be there. Let's take a look. Oil extractors throughput. I think there might have been oil there before, but then there's definitely oil there. Anything that has a throughput bonus has to have a ton, though, right? We'll take the legitimacy, thanks. But not the leprechaun ethno-nationalist. Terrible. Did they give less resources to Persia in the update? I don't think they toned it down. I mean, Persia has a ton of resources. We didn't look. Do they have less iron? Maybe they did. I don't know. EC reinvestment under agrarianism is like 3 to 5x less than 1.7 despite owning the majority of their country. Interesting. Well, I think that they took more buildings away from the EIC. Like, they own fewer buildings. Someone doesn't remember Release Florida? With the sulfur mine bonus, but no sulfur? That's right. No. Release, the best one on Release was the turquoise mines in Sinai. The dyes bonus in Sinai. That one was the best one. How did dinosaurs get up to the mountains? They walked. Ew, we're at war with Spain here? We don't want to be. A flood in Illinois, that's real bad, actually. Let's stop suppressing these guys. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the whack-a-mole simulator. I mean, I think harvest conditions, I think they're neat. But, like, it seems like, just generally speaking... Look at this. This is our capital that just got kicked in the nuts here, boys. It was nice having a capital. Now we don't have one. I don't know if we need to really hit another area up, but like, having the mappy of, oh, we gotta unpause it. Let the game think for a second. Because it's not processing our edicts. It's visually bugged. Oh, I don't want to do the math on this, whether or not it's actually not applying the 5% mappy of the edict. I don't feel like doing math right now. If it's actually not applying the 5% mappy, then this edict gets a lot worse. I mean, it's still probably... It's maybe worth it still, but natural disasters like plagues in CK3, can you at least disable them? I don't know. They implemented a lot of Victoria tweaks thing, but not my favorite Victoria tweaks thing. Emergency relief can be an institution instead. I would love it if I didn't have to play whack-a-mole. So yeah, I would love if it just automatically sent a ton more money there. As a simulation, it might be better that you actually have to put down an edict, though, because that's probably actually closer to how you would do things. Let's improve relations with some boys. Alright, we used our one time. Let's watch this with bated breath. With breath as bait. What do you mean compromising the people? Yeah, let's do that. The reactionary movement, I think, likes monarchy anyway. If I'm not mistaken. Is there a reason we can't declare war on these guys? Because we're already declaring a war. That makes sense. I was like, we want to release Iraq. Release Iraq, because we want to take Iraq. Why don't you pretend like it doesn't exist if it bothers you? It's just like devastation. Does anyone care about that now? I mean, we adjusted our play pattern because we were getting... Oh, devastation, not turmoil. Yeah, no one kind of does anything about devastation. But, like, the thing is like, you have a tool with which to deal with the thing. Like, you could completely ignore it if you didn't have a tool, but now it's going to be... Like, if the response is to always use the tool in a specific way, which is to always put down... I guess we decided how much of these edicts to use, and we just put it down in the capital, but, yeah, the changeling is up, I agree. What's your favorite tweaks thing? I really liked there being... There's a lot of places that are really miserable, because they have a very significant construction malice, like the Andes. What it did is, the change that I liked made it so that as you unlock dynamite, this malice goes away. I thought that was really neat. Why not get an event that makes you either spend money to fix the flood or send another 10 billion package to Israel? The truth hurts. I'm not sure we want to go the socialism path. I just joined. What are all those stats? What are all what stats? Oh, you might be referring to the harvest condition? Yeah, that's a new mechanic. That's what it's called. That's what it looks like when you get flooded. It's a little bit flooded. You hate moles? Why do you keep whacking them? Someone called PETA. Why? So they can euthanize them? PETA's like kill rate is like 80% or something of the animals they take in. PETA's like better dead than in the hands of some despicable human, which, to be fair, that might be the case, but like, also like, don't you dare play the Arms of the Angel music at me. Are frontlines and naval invasion tricks still disgusting? No changes to that stuff as far as I can tell. What new bonuses do you get with Ethnostate? Ethnostate, in particular, what it does is it makes all the positive effects for being in this full acceptance class better, and all the negative effects being over here way worse. And so Ethnostate might be pretty good on countries like Qing, but as we talked about earlier, in particular, there are some monuments that are really good, and employing up government buildings when you are highly discriminatory is really, really rough. Are gov wages higher this patch? Not that I know of. Although, I guess you're hiring mostly accepted people, and there's positive modifiers to accepted wages, so they might be higher, actually. That would make sense. PETA's the final solution of pets? Yeah, basically. If they're all dead, they can't suffer, right? Yeah. Shout out to PETA. No one clipped that. With the introduction of harvest conditions, will you make a video about peasants' consumption mechanics and SOL? I suppose we could. I actually don't know how the harvest condition works currently exactly with the peasant consumption modifier. I don't know exactly what it does. I think it just makes their buy packages more expensive. This goods consumption for peasants, I think it just makes their buy packages more expensive, but I don't really know precisely what this does. If this makes them consume more goods or less goods, like if it makes their buy packages bigger, it actually might stimulate the economy in a way that they're not intending. But yeah, I don't know. Because the exact position of PETA as domesticated species is a constant suffering, they've been caught literally stealing people's pets. It's insane. Yeah. I don't know to what extent that's widespread with PETA, if that's like isolated incidents, to be like somewhat fair to them, but like their kill rate is extremely high, yeah. The fact that you accept Han is pretty troll to not go for China unless RP. Your borders never fail to make you feel pain. That's why we do them. You like American Rwanda? Is this what you like? Paint me like one of your French maps. Is construction now halved? Jeez. We're only like an hour in the stream and someone's already construction shaming us. The truth hurts. Alright, we'll add some more construction. God. Did they just have construction? Jesus, the truth hurts. Are there new achievements for 1.8? Yes. What's the living condition? Why is the living condition a chair? Because it's not a towel. They divorced the notion of food security from SOL, but not... Or, sorry. How do I put this? SOL has been divorced from food security, but food security is still a part of SOL. And so, they decided to kind of make it more consistent that this was referring to something other than whether or not you're starving to death. Did they fix the Indian disillusion bug? Sort of. Well, it wasn't a bug, it was an exploit. Now it's harder to exploit, but you can still do it. It was part of the... We did it kind of early on in the stream. Yesterday. Yeah, I thought for positive conditions to lower consumption is actually a bad thing. Well, if they increase SOL and then SOL drops, then yeah, you don't want that. You don't want SOL to be volatile, but if you make it so... If the pops are consuming less goods, but it's like... If they just consume less goods and there's just less buy orders reaching your market, that brings down prices, and that's actually bad. Because you prefer prices to be higher. Generals until November 25th, Victoria 3 is free to play. I know, I heard. Apparently, like, the content creator who, like, announced it got, like, a sponsorship deal to do it. And some other content creators were talking to me about it. And I've been asking the freaking... I'm actually kind of frustrated with, the community managers. Because I asked both the community managers, and I think I explained to them, like, is there going to be a free week alongside this patch? If yes, I'm going to make a bunch of tutorials for beginners specifically, and they wouldn't respond to me whether or not there was going to be. And now there is. Now it is free to play, and so now I'm frustrated because I could have like a whole bunch of beginner tutorials, which would be better for me and better for the beginners. And now I can't. And now I like, don't have that in the chamber, and I already said it like. If I didn't already plan on streaming for 12 hours today, I would just only work on beginner tutorials today. Because, like, yeah, make tutorials quick, yeah, basically. So, like, I'm frustrated. I'm upset about that. I mean, I get that they don't want me to spoil it, but, like, yeah. Does food security change the way one plays? A little bit. We played a little bit of a whack-a-mole game where we're trying to... If we were having a place with, like, really bad food security, like we do in New York, we kind of, try and fix that food security a little bit. At least this is how we've been playing. We could turn on the chainsaws. We could do it. I don't think it's as good as Steep Donkey. Or it's not as efficient per labor saved, but... Then he immediately killed the dog 15 minutes after it was there, or a day, I don't remember. In legal timing, you can kill an animal like 15 5 days. Yeah, the... PETA seems a little bit gung-ho about pulling the trigger. From what I understand about PETA. To be fair, I might not be seeing the bigger picture, but... Porcelain's not bigger now, but I imagine it's going to grow to be bigger than tea. Because we have a glass company. Oh wait, companies don't do anything. What is this? Why are you protectorating UA? That was what we were going to do. Everyone's getting a piece of the pie. They protected Persia too. Man, UK has no chill. Germany's doing alright. Maybe we're just supposed to go after the Ottoman Empire. I think they're unrecognized now, right? Yeah, they are. What's this war over? Ho, 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 ho. That's a lot of stuff. So, all this is gonna get returned or whatever? Yeah, then we could subjugate the Ottomans, I suppose. We'll wait for that to finish. Poor Ottoman Empire. Because it'll be less infamy on us. So we would have to go all the way up to Italy to be able to get access to the northern portion. But maybe worth? We'll send these guys over there. They have a license to ill. No more corn laws? Wait, corn laws got nerfed? And the change log it says Victoria, when it says Victoria tweaks, is that a doodles change? Yes. What nation is your favorite to play Vic 3? I don't know. Russia, USA, and Prussia probably are pretty nice. I've like, I think Persia and China are nice too. That sounds like a decision for folks higher than the community managers, at least. Yeah. I'm just frustrated because my behavior would have been way different. And I think that, it would have been kind of a win-win situation. And, now it's like not. And so yeah. Nice to catch you streaming. Welcome, Albert, to the stream. UK AI now good? What? Yeah. The UK AI has been like going off for a while now. I don't know if they'll be able to land this. Oh, they don't have to because they have a treaty port. Just kidding. Just kidding. To be fair, we kind of screwed them with releasing UA and giving them a treaty port on China, but it's not on China, it was on UA. Meta countries in 1.8, Mughal Empire, Kafiristan. You're talking about getting the petite bourgeoisie manufacturing bonus? Ottomans secretly OP to assimilate Europeans into Sephardim, basically. Why do you think we're going for them? You need a political movement in place for corn laws to be useful? Ah, I see. I think Persia's my favorite. Persia's like... So having really nice mappy and really nice resources feels really good. Hey, you can make Hokkaido called Izo right away instead. Yeah, you can rename anything. The market liberal agitator spawns the political movement, though. Yeah. Is it locked behind a law? Or, I mean, not a law, a tech? Stop, stop. He's already dead. Wait, why can't we target him with a Diplo? Oh, because we're escalating another Diplo play. Marks. Popular. What? We'll go Idaho, New Mexico. Oh, these aren't alphabetized. I don't know the logic. We're going Idaho, New Mexico because we're trying not to build over where we have other conscripts because we don't want to raise too many conscripts incidentally. The North Italian people. If you ask the... I feel like anytime I've ever talked to an Italian about discrimination, they always say they had it just as bad as African Americans. And I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? You need to chill out with that. Talking about, like... bro, they were slaves, my guy. We have enough to expand an institution. I think what we go for is incorporate Beijing. Yeah. For that extra 5% authority, or 5 authority. And 2, what's it called? Rip the dream. We did use our one time here. One time has been called. For a 12-hour stream, no less. Pretty sure that's what makes it extra work. You have crazy lag when opening trade late game? Yeah. Should I only maintain high value export and imports? Yes, trade will lag the game really hard. So I would, yeah. I can't believe they buffed public health insurance. I can. Victoria tweaks the design philosophy like of the initial laws is like that, you know, we kind of want all these to be equal, and then Victoria Tweaks is like, nah, dog. People are way healthier under public health insurance. And it's, you know what? I think they might be onto something with that one. You can make an argument whether or not you think that it's, like, something worth paying for, but, like, bros, they do be healthier. It's like, are we gonna pray for medicine, or... You know, but I like that they've made it cost less bureaucracy as the trade-off. So, in some sense, they're still kind of balanced because you still have the bureaucracy trade-off. Like Victoria Tweaks, I don't think had the bureaucracy trade-off. After Rome World Conquest, you shut your mouth. I predicted in future patches they were nerf bolstering movements. Yeah, it seems really strong right now. I'm not sure if I need it nerfed or feel like it should be nerfed, but... I think going over the infamy threshold is not as bad as it was. Serbia is likely to side against us. That's kind of it. We can ban slavery too. Do they make nationalization not cost? Is nationalization cheaper now? Nationalization is so much cheaper on the infamy now. Oh, thank God. It's only 5. That's such a good change. It was like insane to ever consider doing that before. UK wants to sway in. Oh, we probably should have seen if they would sway for ban slavery. Oh well. How do you feel about the starvation? I played a new game on New Granada. Yes, well, it dropped immediately 6. I think it's probably good. Is the plan still corporate state? Yeah, we just... I think that maybe we'll get better elections once we don't like Spain siding. Maybe we'll get better elections once we get off the presidential republic. Transfer subjects only. Not the Bulgarian uprising after we already paid the infamy. No, 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 no. What a world. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen someone with minus 125. Jesus Christ. This guy is really not well liked. We'll make him a commander. Shout out to the military. Nice, nice, nice. We'll, of course, increase the port levels in Virginia and New York. I say of course because we're gonna be slotting in those companies. I think we're not gonna put any war goals in on Spain so they don't get as involved. We just kind of hope that these guys back down. Let's make these guys a defensive force. Army of Observation sounds defensive-y anyways. And let's give them some... I think they like the land up there, but we'll prepare ourselves for a little bit of a naval landing. I mean, we got a couple more battalions kind of in the wings there. Is it still worth it to privatize everything? Yes. India just broke in your game and turned into a rainbow? Yep. And then when that happens, migration is super crazy, so... it seems pretty strong. I wouldn't say it's bad, but Italians did get lynched and heavily persecuted, to be fair. Yes. I am not making the argument that Italians did not face significant persecution, or the Irish, for that matter. My point is that compared to African Americans, the discrimination the Italians received, especially because if you were Italian and you were second generation, you could very easily pass for being not Italian, whereas you can't pass for being, like, not black. Like, you know what I mean? I think it's just, yeah, Beijing, the 51st state, basically. Italian African-American Tangent, the Green Book is a really good movie. It is. Italians have it just as bad as African-Americans, and we Sardinians had it even worse than that. Never forget what they did to Antonio Gramsci, basically. Like, the EC and Great Britain got hit with quad flood. Suddenly I have Brits and Irish flooding into India. That seems kind of neat, actually. How do migration controls now work? They work as before, but you can... before, if someone was discriminated, they would not migrate. Now they don't care. So if you have no migration controls, even if they're discriminated, you can pull in migrants. The base cost went down. It's just not low enough to be worth it to nationalize IMO. The base cost of nationalization changed? Pretty sure this is the same. It's 50K when a building privatizes, and nationalizing is double the price per 200 construction. This is a 400 construction building. Am I missing something? Japan is actually slower now because 20% more wages if you're accepted. All government wages are more expensive. So your initial government administrations cost so much money that you have less money to budget. The construction sector also... Yep, that makes sense. You know, it wouldn't be higher, though, if you passed one of these, like, later laws. If you go from national supremacy down. So this is kind of what we were getting at with the wages a little bit here. But I think you just pay really low government wages, and it's not that big a deal for you. But what we were talking about, it's in the society tab, how, like, we only have plus 5% wages, so we have less to pay on government wages, and specifically the highly accepted pops, or, like, the people who work in government buildings are always going to be in one of these 3 tiers. But I also think you could just go low government wages to try and adjust. I mean, if you were doing that, you were doing that before, though, so it is still, like, a negative. I know one of these is, perfect for that. Hopefully they put down the Bulgarian uprising. Cruel opium and addict pillager, basically. Did we restart for the did we reload for the 1.8.1 update? No, we didn't. Or we didn't restart. You can't bolster IGs anymore, only movements? Yep. Which I think that this is a good change on the realism front, to be honest. Look at us popping the fuck off after we, like, decrease our turmoil. I mean, we still got some, but it's so much less. We still got a lot because we freaking flooded. Shout out to your mom. We flooded the basement. Do we want another one of these? Bro, the trade unions are strong enough, aren't they? Sure. Why not? Let's resign ourselves to our freaking communist ways. Except Monarchy is getting more and more opposition, which kind of sucks. Did they just not assign to this front because they're all in on the stopping the Bulgarian uprising? We're super okay with that because we want them to stop that. Trying to ease at EIC right now. Can't get utilitarian at all. How do you do that? I bolster the movement. You can roll one though. Am I a boy now? Hey, Yankees fan. Now that you have a picture, I'll never forget your name. I added a profile picture. YouTube memberships went. We need to put that in. He does have an avatar now. Now we never forget. Would it be possible for you to stop the game music completely, as if for some reason it's always on a loop whenever I check your streams? Yeah, this is a bug. I don't notice it because my brain is so, like, Victoria 3-pilled. If you just let me know, I'll play a new song. Haven't we been able to play since right before Spheres was released? How much catching up do you have? A lot, because you have Spheres and this. Basically Victoria 4, exactly. Thank you so very much for the donut, Yankees fan. I do apologize about that. My brain, yeah, the name thing. How do you deal with famines? It's a little bit of whack-a-mole with the decrees. But to be fair, I kind of like... Look... I think that authority... I like that emergency relief costs authority. And I like that bolstering is a lot better, because this makes authority a lot better, too. Which is, like, one of the reasons why, you know, going more ethno-statey is good, because I think authority is more useful now. But I also think that it just makes Sovereign Empire, like, insane, like, as a block. Do we just have all defensive, or do we just not believe in fighting? So we called one time, and because we're so fucking handsome, this is gonna... Oh. It's gonna set back again. We're just gonna roll negative events. My kingdom for a monarchy. Wait, that's not how that works. How long is the delay? The delay is big sad. I apologize. The delay is not actually that long. Generalist is always 10 minutes behind. The truth hurts. Yeah, if by delay you mean stream delay, it's really not that bad. If by delay you mean generalist speed and keeping up with chat while trying to play, it do be a vibe. Them things be thangin'. I apologize for my transgressions. The mental delay, basically. Brain lag. What is the double enlightened royalist? Do we have two? We just have one, do we not? Yeah, we just have the one. Much less critical to have because of, yeah. Is colonization still directly owned? It's still directly owned. Turkey preferring to be USA puppet to losing to Bulgaria is incredibly realistic. You know, that makes sense. That tracks. Hopefully we inherit that war and we can put it down. Isn't +5 mapping a bit strong from a decree? Well, it decreases taxes by 50%. But I do think it's strong because it's stimulating, but you can only put it down when you have, in a spot where you actually have a natural disaster. So you can't just put it down proactively. Of course, we get landed in the HQ we're not defending. Shout out to us. Wait, why did we make you red? That's not what we wanted. Oh no, wait, we did. That is what we wanted. Where was the army of observation? Where were you? Not observing. Raise the conscripts. Yeah, I mean, they landed the other HQ. Too bad that they had a brain. I hate it when that happens. I think we'll still be able to prevent them from reaching the capital. What's this? Oh, brother, what's that? I guess we're kind of on board. Let's just get that other company slot. I think the timing will be good. And we'll just be a little bit better. Legislative graveyard coming? Shh. Too handsome, yeah. Sorry, the profile pic, I can't help it. Profile pic's fine. If certain regions are hit harder with harvest conditions more often than others, it can make an argument for certain countries being authoritarian and strong. That is interesting. I think that you get hit harder if you're in, like, wet areas in terms of latitude. 10-minute delay, always a fast reader. God damn it. I mean, what I should do is I should just ignore some of them. Is there a point to slotting out companies anymore? What do you mean? Is there a point to slotting them out? I'm not sure I catch your meaning. What happened to our pink? Oh, these guys are all the way back here. Or they're all the way over here. I mean, we could send them back. They're really struggling, though. France sides with Qing. Or humiliate Great Britain. They're willing to transfer some state. Just some of these states they took inland. Baluchistan. No, it's just all the stuff that's cut off. I don't think we want to tangle in that, considering we're kind of a little occupied ourselves. Oil, hell yeah, brother. Generalist delay, message sent at 1:37. Not like this. The generalist delay test. This patch shook up the meta, could be wrong though. I think it is. Being navally invaded by the AI, the truth hurts. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. I used to live with 3 boats in a dream, but now I woke up and there's nothing but a nightmare. Let's see. I think we could build more engines in Penn to fill up the queue a little bit. 139. I'm catching up. You already ignore some of them. You only read like half my book. It's the truth is, when I'm trying to catch up, I just have to ignore. I can't like read 100%. I wish you could set up toggle effects or edicts to affect harvest conditions. They go away automatically, but yeah, I wish there was something more automated where I could set up a heuristic and then it would execute the heuristic that I have for the harvest condition. I don't know. I think it's kind of okay because it's a new system, but it's going to get annoying. Sorry if I missed this, but does boosting suppressing movements help you get laws passed? Yes, because if those movements are bigger, and right now it seems to have a huge fucking effect. If you boost the movements, they gain more relevancy. And once they're protesting, the amount that they contribute to being able to pass stuff is relative to their relevancy. So I think it's a big deal. I think it's pretty strong. And I think it's really strong with a really low sample size. What's a power block embassy? It's a new interaction that seems incredibly strong. Looks like Ecuador will join up. But it seems incredibly strong. What it will do is it will give you ticking positive relations, and it will give you a whole bunch of leverage for 0 Diplo. The thing is they will only be willing to do it if you have a lot of cohesion. So this is the argument for Trade League. Is Trade League you'll always be at really high cohesion. So it's going to be really easy to expand a Trade League as it stands right now. Boo91, thank you for the follow. I'm being generous because I sent it during war. Yeah, the truth hurts. Automate relief decrees like repairing and Hoey. Yeah. I wonder if we go swap off construction 1 to like research here. I know the people do like food standardization. I don't like it as much as the people do, though. The fact that you could get Diplo relations that give you minus milligoods cost is so freaking intriguing. I really don't like the implementation of the military assistance from a cost perspective. Because it, like, the cost scales with the size of your military, not theirs, is freaking weird to me. It's super asymmetric. I think we do this. And then... oh, that's a change. you used to be able to, if you could afford one of the changes, you used to be able to change multiple things at once. Now you can't. Interesting. I'm getting so much migration, dogs. Dogs. We're getting all the immigrants. Finally a good event. Finally some good fucking mood. People don't know what they're talking about. Shake my head, basically. I think we don't lose this war. I mean, we are in the process of losing this war. But these guys are almost at the front. Now we're going to mobilize them. So we should be able to push them out before we get enforced on. And we're making progress over here, so I think we'll be fine. Shout out to Germany. Reactionary revolt. Trade agreement. How close are you to a bankroll? Ideological differences with the government, a huge portion of that. You have an industrialist and a petite bourgeoisie. What a coincidence. I have an industrialist and a petite bourgeoisie. That's crazy, man. So close, so far. Tragic. A tragedy in 3 parts. Jones, when are you doing the China Milgood stacking run with 5 military assistance given to you? That'd be so freaking... That's what we have to do for our China run this patch. We gotta do a China run every patch, because those are the rules. And I think that's probably what we'll try and do. Don't know if this persists, but I think when I was playing as China, I had the ability to afford an entire regular institution to level it up, even though I had discounts from colonial offices and advanced research. That's probably a bug from the implementation that they have of the thing, yeah. Of this new system, because you used to be able to just upgrade a whole bunch of them. Yeah. Is that an AI Germany? It is an AI Germany. I've got 1,000 hours and only saw Germany twice. I've got over 36. I've seen it a couple times now. Greece is getting strong. Is this new? I've seen this twice, so... Greece is a lot more aggressive about trying to get its claims and getting a GP to beat up the Ottomans. So I think it happens. I think they've scripted it to happen quite a lot more. We'll move the China army over here. My stream elements doesn't update anymore. Wow, there's a lot of you guys here. Naked Armadillo, thank you for the follow. Big nice. This is the first time I've seen the Balkan state rise up. Yeah, this is a 1.8 thing. I think it's the second time I've seen it at 1.8. The specter haunting the world. No, we'll have to pass reg bodies for free. No, whatever will we do? We'll pay a lot of money for this war is what we'll do. To be fair, we're getting a pretty good amount of stuff from it, so... Can we get decayed below 0 right now? Yeah, we can. We're just beating them to it. Yeah, I mean, this is... Ottomans are nearly full occupied, so... I think we'll look to try and do that. We'll land Albania here. Albania! 3v3v3 and abusing mill assistance modifiers? Hell yeah, dude. I was thinking about that too. I was like, pretty sure you just have one person who doesn't have a big military, just give military assistance to the other two teammates. Like, whoever has the strongest or the weakest military feeds military assistance to the other two. We want to fail this law faster is what we want. We called our one time. This is outrageous. To be fair, we could try and get the approval of, if the approval of these guys was higher, like 5 higher, we would be able to do stuff. We have an alliance with Great Britain. Wow, they didn't want to... We couldn't call them into our war with the alliance, though. Crazy. I don't think they have a war goal. White peace, yeah. Nice. Now we have a bunch of adjacencies and a bunch of native interests from the Ottomans. Ottomans give more native interest than anyone else. Look at this. Anatolia, Balkans, Caucasus. Let's go. And because we have an interest in the Balkans, we can put one in South Germany now. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Did UA lose? They did. They lost to our dear friend and ally, Britain. I don't know what's so great about it. Love the encircled Turks fighting in the middle of the USA. They do be like that. Why can't they just become Sephardim instead of rising up? I don't know, Palea. The Greeks. Why can't you just let us make you president, my guy? Let us make you king. To be fair, he's never getting unseated from the presidency at this rate, so maybe it doesn't even matter that he's not king. Maybe we're barking up the wrong tree here. I mean, we're certainly barking up the wrong tree. They don't like single-party state either. I mean, he's a radical, that makes sense, actually. Cheap military assistance build, make for the entirety of China and army for the allies? Yeah. Could Council make it go to 50%? I'm not sure, because Council... I think if we go Council Republic, it might change. So the US, I think as long as they're on Presidential Republic, they get this weird, like, two-party influence system. And I think the fact that we have 2 interest groups not in a party is a big reason why we have this going on. And so I think Presidential Republic actually might be best for us for maintaining the power. I'm not really sure. That would be the... I don't have the answer, Sway. Is what I'm trying to say. Let's start doing all that. Oh, we still have a bunch of infamy. Okay. Oh, Kurt. I hear you. Picking it up. Wait, we can colonize Alaska again? We already colonized you. What's going on? Do we not have an interest in the Pacific? And then it went away? What? Do we have to incorporate it and then we can finish that? That's crazy, man. Crazy girl. Come to Alaska, the grass is greener here. Spoiler, the grass was not greener there. It was frozen there. Sucks that Bulgaria got freedom, though. The border is American monarchy. This whole run is painful. Indeed. Indeed it is. My new favorite interaction is that you can bankroll someone and then reduce subject payments on them. I think this interaction was present before, but it's kind of cute. I think we gotta keep reorganizing stuff, to be honest. So I don't like this UI because sometimes it's decreasing like the wrong thing, man. Like I'm trying to decrease all the conscripts out so I can reorganize everything. And it just deletes the whole thing. Like here, it's got the +4. I would want to get rid of those +4. Now it got rid of 3 of them. I was gonna get rid of everything. I mean, I suppose as long as I know what I'm doing, what's going on, it's not too big a deal. Clarify, if the bureaucracy thing was in 1.7, I'd say 4K bureaucracy for an institutional level, but since I get a 50% discount, I thought you could do it at +2K, but the game in 180 you have 4K before allowing you to do the level. Yeah. I know, I understand what you're saying. How often does Ching collapse in 1.8? I haven't seen it collapse in 1.8. My sample size is like 4 or 5. Actually, maybe I saw Heavenly Kingdom once. But I haven't seen Ching splinter in a million pieces. Might have had 3 German unifications in 1,000 hours. As one Austria that I wiped from memory. We like to forget about the Austria-Germany. Oh my god, but queue's almost empty. We're recovering, except radicalism's still kind of high. Did we increase taxes? No, we didn't. Do we have a construction malice in New York? I don't know if that's enough for a construction malice. It's not. We have a lot of starving pops here, though. How do we solve that? Shout out to the Armenians coming here just to starve. We could do this. I think that's what we did in Penn. I really don't like if this is the micro game you play. Or I don't like that the UI can't, like... I can't say lock the PMs on this and don't change here. But yeah, just trying to increase the food security. Although that might hurt profitability too much, because the heavily populated places are going to be the places that consume the most sugar. Wrong PoE release and title? Wait, what? Oh, okay, I get you. It's like, what? It's like, I was pretty sure I didn't have PO release in title. Swell's been slowly climbing. Company's holding on strong. .9 infamy. PoE 2 stream today. Yeah, it got pushed back to the 6th, right? We're probably gonna film the release, stream the release of that. Like, regular closed in most of the country, but a couple of states for luxury production. Would be nice to be able to group states for PMs. Yeah. Oh, I didn't realize this was that one. I think we don't want to pass this right now. We would have passed the reg bodies if that's what they wanted. Oh, you know what? We're gonna load. We're gonna do that one different. We're gonna pass it so we can try and pass Monarchy. Not that our dude is losing elections anyways. Maybe we just don't give a shit. Do we not care? So the thing is now the way it works is these guys wouldn't be giving us stall chance if they were happy. If we just auto-passed wage subsidies, they would be quite happy indeed. And so they wouldn't be contributing to stall chance anymore. I think we're bombing out of this law pass anyways, though, to be honest. We already have 2 setbacks, and even if we didn't have the stall chance from them, we would still have a strong overall stall chance. So it's already passed. You got cooked, basically. So I think it's already kind of over for that. Also, we're not going to get this passed before the election anyways. Socialists are going to win again. Freaking socialists always winning elections. So we're doing an Austria run. Or we've, done half the Austria run, and in the patch notes, there's something that definitely explains why that Austria run is so much harder. Because part of the run, we were trying to get other countries to invest in ours, and it's actually, a lot harder than it was on 1.7. And in the patch, they made it so that if a country doesn't have a lot of construction, they don't really want to get investment rights, basically. Lots of mass migrations. Yeah, been really cranking up on the pop. Are we at cap? I don't know if we are. Yeah, we are. I mean, we are at study. Maybe we should have reloaded and done the thing differently. I don't like the political activity being based solely on starvation or lack thereof. Wait, what? I'm not sure I understand you, but like, it felt really dynamic, our political movements initially, but now they feel like they've super stagnated out. Yeah. I don't know, the people are agitating for multiculturalism. People starving and not joining movement is much cheaper poor laws. They can't be part of a political movement if they're dead, I guess. Bro, is the one time... Oh, I can't believe I did it. I doubted the one time. The disrespect. The one time's like, put some respect on that name. It's like, we're doing it. Into 68% stall chance, we're doing it. You know what? It's going to become 69% stall chance, and then we're going to pass it, and we're going to feel like such fools for ever doubting. It's like, how dare you? We were fools. We were fools, chat. We're gonna have to reset production methods somewhere. Think that works? What do you think are the best nations for beginners still? Spain, 100%. Spain, absolute best, unambiguous for beginners. If you don't want to play a GP, I think the GPs are all really beginner friendly, but they all have like kind of some local flavor that's going to change things up a little bit. And Spain is like the strongest flavorless country. Shout out to Spain. So, pop types now check for starvation rather than standard living to determine their level of political engagement. So poor pops that aren't starving are super engaged. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. I mean, if you're... I think IRL, if people are hungry, they don't fucking give a shit about anything. Do you not see the changelog fixed a bug which allowed players to choose one law to always pass, provided they were handsome and smart enough? They fixed that? Oh no. How will I make content? This is terrible. I can't believe they fixed that. That's not okay. That's a problem. Victoria 3D law trolls you. I had 6% success chance, 57 stall. The first 2 ticks progressed, and after that a bloodbath and never passing. Yeah. Sounds like you just weren't handsome enough. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. Let's nationalize these. And I guess we have an excess bureaucracy right now. So we can maybe afford to lose this company. Let's see what 10% is getting us, basically. 10% was giving us 1,200 bureaucracy. That's a lot, but we do want to do the Panama Canal Company. Now, you should just be just as productive, shouldn't you? No, because we're not using the PMs on you. Oh... Hopefully this doesn't fuck everything. Don't mess with the other guy's productivity too much. Okay. We're so good at this game. This is the meta. Steel and double canal company, every country. Let's go. The insipid companies don't matter meta. Spain gang represent, basically. Tough part about Spain is that everyone hates them. Really? Really? How's Italy the kingdom of heaven? I think they were formed by the papal states, and if they are a theocracy, they're a kingdom of heaven. Sounds nice that we've gone from high taxes, making people slightly angry enough, to very angry, and now it's looped back to people not being angry thanks to starvation. Basically. Do Hindus convert? One state religion as EIC for lulz, and only Muslims seem to convert. You need to have, well, they'll only convert to your primary religion, but you also need to have one singular member of that religion in order to pull them to convert. So if we took Agra, our primary religion is Protestant, there are no Protestants in Agra, there would be no conversion. Steel and Double Canal Company was my noob choice one patch ago. Now it's rad. To be fair, if your GDP doesn't get that high, canal companies are insane one patch ago, too. Canal companies, like, kind of fall off around 200 million GDP, or did in 1.7. Now they just, like, look, the amount of economic activity that we need to be receiving from our steel company to overcome 50k additional income of free money, it needs to be huge. We need to be getting so much throughput in construction from this. We are 100% not getting that from 10 levels of steel in Pennsylvania. That be not it. So do something like that. Should be good enough. Gotta see the strategic starvation video. Oh, is that... So people are telling me that Ludi made a video where he starved the pop of China down to like 100 million. Which is interesting. When is the next episode for EIC coming out? Love the episode, by the way. Maybe tomorrow morning. I'm not sure how I want to stagger a bunch of stuff that I already have recorded. The next one's gonna be like 20 or 30 minutes long. It's gonna be really short. Because I'm trying to just focus on the bankruptcy. I actually need to go back and add some video to that. Because I was thinking, I talk about the negative aspects of bankruptcy and how they're not so bad in that upcoming video, but I don't really talk about the positives that much. And the positives aren't actually as good as they look either. Because it completely demolishes your credit. So it's not like just an entire credit line bar of free money, because when your pops are filling this up, like in terms of like the cash reserves, then they are going to be giving less money. Here, let's find one that is owned by not us. So as they are filling this up and they are running a positive balance, they are going to be giving... I forget exactly how this relationship works. Yeah, so the cash reserves are lessed out of the dividends, is my understanding. But it's not the entire dividend rate. And so it's not free money because you remove this money from the economy when you go bankrupt and all these cash reserves go to zero. But what it effectively is a wealth transfer from the super rich when you decide to declare bankruptcy, rather than a bunch of free money, because you have to refill all of these cash reserves. So yeah, what about the education access company? Do you think it's a good prosperity bonus? Probably, yeah. The one up here, right? I don't know how easy it is to hit prosperity with electricity, though. Is that the one? Even in Bombay, I had 5 million Protestants, no Hindus converting there. So I think maybe some blocking caste system didn't see it. Oh yeah, you can check about that. The caste system specifically is like, or the content specifically for India is probably blocking it. I don't know about China, but he did a he did a Super Germany speedrun and did a pretty good job. He got in October of 1840. Bankruptcy is the way to secretly tax people, basically. But it's not like absolutely free money. Are we bussin' yet, son? Yeah, dog. Which I think that, yeah, it's like a secret tax system on ownership. But these are the guys you really like to tax. So, I think thinking about bankruptcy in that way is probably useful. And that's the way you should think about it. Does people being too hungry to revolt mean you can go high taxes and keep opium addiction for an economic boom? No. The problem with running really high taxes and just going for an economic boom is if you run high taxes, you're going to hit turmoil and you're going to get a bunch of state construction efficiency malus. High taxes seem really like a huge kick in the nuts unless you have really high SOL, because the minimum expected SOL of +5 for the lower strata, this specifically, +7 for the upper strata is super whatever. Like you can, I don't think that's going to put them below minimum expected that often. But for the lower strata, this is just an uber kick in the nuts. Ludi didn't tell it was some other creator who suggested Super Germany by 1840. Wait, what? I don't know. I'm confused now. I thought Ludi did a China video, but Ludi also usually does Germany videos. I don't think you're obligated to say who first made the strategy of Vic 3. Yeah, probably not. I know, like, Toby was the first one to do a particular thing. But, like, also, like, like, it's nice to point out when you got the idea from someone else very specifically, but like you don't have to. I don't know. Someone told me that Ludi like cut and paste basically my Japan video for like one of his Japan videos, but then like also like a lot of times it's like the correct strategy is the correct strategy, and two different people can arrive at like the correct strategy just by like thinking through it. So this was a while ago. My Japan video is super outdated now. Bro, are we actually gonna pass Monarchy? God, I should have never doubted the one time. It may be a coincidence, but I just saw it like 2 weeks ago. Feels a bit in bad taste. Yeah. I mean... did he just like carbon copy Connor's or, Toby's video? Is that the allegation, the claim? We built this just to get migration attraction, and then now look at it, just like zero employment. Can you upload a guide for political movements? I got 4 civil wars. I don't know, my sample size is too small to like have a strong opinion on exactly how things go. Can't cheese abdicate anymore though? Yeah, you just can't run super high taxes. Yeah, man, just want to say thank you for helping us learn the intricacies of the game. You're very welcome. Ludi's known for shady shit in the past. Yeah, but I don't know to what extent he's still up to, like, I know about the like, cheating thing, and that's, like, why I don't watch Ludi. But, like, I also don't... just because someone did something in the past doesn't mean that they're doing something right now, you know what I mean? And so, like, I am reluctant to... something in the past isn't evidence of something going on now, you know what I mean? And it shouldn't be considered such. And you should generally have a more generous interpretation of things, because there's, like, various biases in human nature. I forget what they're called, but, like, like the fundamental attribution bias. Generally speaking, if you you are more likely to attribute bad things that other people do to their character, and bad things that you do to like some contextual like sort of slip up or mistake or error, or like it's not your fault somehow, this type of thing. And so that means that in order to like adjust for like these kind of biases, you want to like be able to do the reverse. And so like even if it seems like he might be doing a particular thing, you like maybe want to have yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched his Germany video. I don't watch his videos. I haven't watched Connor's either, so... Or... I don't know if it's talking about him using the exact strategy Connor used or Toby used. I think Connor, like, used Toby's strategy, too. Because it's just the fastest way to do it. And then improved on it. Or, like, that's what it made it sound like when the people were discussing it in my Discord. I'm super not interested in, like, figuring the fastest way to speedrun that, like, myself. Considering, I think that getting investment agreements with all the German miners, well, apparently they nerfed that this patch, but other than that, that actually looks like it could potentially be stronger. But I also don't think that someone's required to attribute a strategy to another person, so... God, you know the good expansion spots have run out if you're just expanding in the Victorian Lakes area. Is DLC worth getting if you're not going to play India? Well, so, I think there's like two axes to like think about this. Well, one, I'm actually not as privy to like exactly what's in the DLC side and what's not. I think that if you like the game and you have a budget that you have a reasonable amount of money to like spend on games and this type of stuff, even if you won't get very much use out of the features of the DLC, you will get a lot out of the features of the free update. And Paradox is making a good faith effort to put most of the essential features in the part of the free update so that the future longevity of the game will be better. And in the short term, this probably makes them less money. And I think you should consider, if you enjoy the game and you enjoy the free update, buying the DLC anyways. But that being said, or the flavor pack. That being said, if you're not playing India, it's probably not going to be that substantive. Yeah. You know, it's, if they generate no revenue, eventually development of the game will stop, right? And if they generate a lot of revenue, they will probably put more resources into the game. So, and it's getting ongoing development, but yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to start rubbish. I feel like Ludi is like the only person that gets brought up in my stream by viewers, and I never bring it up without viewers bringing him up. But he's like the only other streamer that gets brought up, or not streamer, but like a YouTuber or content creator, basically. Watch us pass Monarchy because we're so fucking handsome. Use Toby's strategy as a different country. Yep. Yeah. Well, because you want to get the Prussian tech and stuff. Like, honestly, like, even if Austria is faster, like, you wouldn't want to do it on Austria. So, like, I feel like the race almost has to be, like, on Prussia. I feel like USA got buffed because all other GPs got nerfed, especially Russia with corn laws in 1.7. Interesting. Send help, I just passed national supremacy EIC, and now I'm minus 35k negative bureaucracy. Wages are low, though. Thinking of positives. Yikes. We're just that fucking handsome, aren't we? Crazy. Jesus. I never should have doubted the one time. What the fuck am I doing here? No faith. No faith in the process. How should I... Alright, I mean, we want to pass laissez-faire, but there's no way we can get that through right now. Morning Shiner, 12-hour stream today as usual. That's the plan. Pit of Empire isn't the expansion pass. Isn't in the expansion pass? No, the expansion pass, I think they're going to do a new one. But yeah, it's not forever. Do you know the streamer Karasak? There we go. There's another ask. I do. He's like a German streamer. He usually streams a little before I do. Can you collab with Ludi? Palea with the memes. Funny guy here. Probably gonna play with this one India game, and never touch India again. But I'll buy the DLC anyways because I love the monetization model they went with. Yeah, I think they're making a good faith effort to like have long-term health in the game, and like what they're doing is also. Some people can't afford to buy everything, right? And so what they're doing is also helpful to those people that are still a part of the community, and I'd rather they have the game be like more playable for those people as well. And so I like the approach, especially because I've had friends be interested in getting into EU4. And then it's like, what DLCs do you do and that need? And then the game costs like $300, and it's like, and then they need to also simultaneously. It's much harder if you're locking a bunch of stuff behind DLC. It's much harder to make sure that the game works with every different combination of DLC. So it gets harder. You have to spend more resources on the back end as well, making sure that everything works properly. Did we just get steel tools and then never turn it on? Jesus. We're looking for something here. What are we looking for? We're looking for tools now. I forgot what we were looking for initially. It doesn't matter now. In VTuber etiquette, one does not mention another creator until it's mentioned by the one streaming. One does not mention another creator until it's mentioned by the one streaming. Oh, that's like a thing? I mean, I think I just like don't bring up other content creators. I think I've never brought up Ludi once, but I've been asked about him. I get asked about him like every other stream. I don't know. I think people are like low-key like trolling and just trying to get me to like start shit with him. When, like, I try and qualify what I say in that, like, I don't know Ludi that well, and I don't know what's going on, like, to a high degree. I just have, like, a negative opinion on him. I'd be radically willing to update in light of new evidence. So, like... that's where I'm at. I don't know. Victory bankruptcy is secretly a dividends tax. Yep. Basically. Corporatist state time? I don't think we could do it. Did we have a... Oh! You guys are right. It is corporatist state time. We passed the monarchy so we could go corporate. I apologize. Brain firing on one cylinder today. You're gonna learn today. Shout out to us. Just running the canals. God, this is such an insipid metagame for companies. I mean, I actually enjoy, like, looking at these companies and being like, okay, I literally only care about... I only want one thing, and it's a freaking good bonus on this stuff. How much are we paying in military goods? So this would represent a 3k free money modifier. That's not that much. Convoys would maybe be okay. I think the bureaucracy one was kind of better. We're not really using all of our Diplo. How exactly does supply consumption... I don't even know... Supply consumption is not a free money modifier, right? It decreases the amount of buy orders, but it still, like, saves you money. But it's probably not as good as minus milgoods cost. I hate how hard it is to slot that company in. Standard Oil. Wait, is Ohio in the Midwest? Did they buff the amount of oil Ohio gets? Oh, we could do the company. We could do... Okay. It just has to be... Right? We're gonna go Standard Oil. It's... I'm not 100% sure it's correct just for the bonus, but... At the very least, we... Drainage. For the American memes, we have to do the oil company. Drainage. Let's get electricity so we can tear our eyes out. Why does EIC have slavery? Didn't UK ban it globally a decade prior to the game start? I don't know. Do you know Chum? Yeah, I do. He made the China video you talked about before. Oh, that was Chum? I might have to check that out. Yeah, I'm on a Discord with Chum and a few other Vic3 content creators, like Vic3 specific content creators. In Ukrainian stream, it's like $5. There's no reason not to support Paradox here. Well, I mean, like some people are on an Uber budget, and then they're like, I get like $20 a quarter to spend on video games or something like this, and like for those people, like I definitely understand. I just checked the law enactment code, and the one time is still in. And is handsome. If yes, smart, then country enactment equals add one, basically. 100% it works every time. 60% of the time it works every time. 100 mil GDP in US 1881. Is this normal patch or is this run just not good? Jesus. Shamed immediately. This run was scuffed in a lot of different ways, I think. In general, I play the game worse if I'm streaming. And also, yesterday there was like 500 people in chat, so it was kind of hard to keep up. Companies are less interesting than before. Yeah, they're just interesting in a different way. Best is Persian English Oil Company. Second best. 30% throughput. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Supply consumption is not only the convoys. What includes convoys? Who's the king? Right now it is a generic guy that happens to be cautious. So, in theory, we definitely should just stay on Monarchy, but we're not going to do that because I want to go corporatist government, because I want to experiment with it a little bit. I think we can colonize up here now? No? Echoli still needs to be conquered. Perfect. How we drew it up. Yeah. Globally. For the UK slavery. Ohio got 10 oil and 1.7. Did it really? I didn't notice. And it was a 12-hour stream? Yeah, so also, at the end of 12 hours, I start playing real bad. Ohio! Let's go, baby. Oh, you know what's really great about this? they're only going to have oil companies at the start here, or they're only going to have levels in oil. So that means that the prosperity bonus is basically guaranteed, because they're not going to have any levels in the the railways. I said prosperity is basically guaranteed. What are you doing here? Excuse you? How are you not? Oh, oil's super cheap. Quick, spend more oil. You ready, chat? This is gonna be the first time I turned on Chainsaw in over a year. Bam. Let's turn it on in a couple other places as well. We're just trying to increase oil consumption a little bit. And then we'll turn on tanker cars as well shortly. Chainsaws. 30,000 troops to crush a lonely, isolated country. You're probably excited about the new market access between, yeah, true thirds. We did it, chat. We turned the chainsaws on. We gotta get the oil price up a little bit. The PM's not... it's still not very good, but it's like also not that bad. And we like kind of want oil demand right now. Actually, you know what? I think we just want oil demand right now. We don't have that much usage for oil. We're gonna do a chat. God, this feels so naughty. This is like sneaking out at night when you're like a teenager. The PM was so fucking bad before. Alright. What do you think seems about the performance? Seems to have gotten worse. I think it's better. The dev said it's better specifically in the late game. Which might have to do with the simulation. I don't know. I turn on chainsaws every run. Disgusting. If you're including runs before. Oh, what are we doing? Capitalist States of America, everyone. India's wild, fell apart in less than 10 years. The remains of the East India Company fell apart within another year. All small states fighting each other. Interesting. Yeah, we saw that in, not this run, but definitely some of the runs. Flying elephants. You know, I'm kind of on board with this elephant with a Roman. Yeah, I think I'm on board with this. I think I'm about that. But yeah, the entire reason we became monarchy was for this. Oh no. All those schools. Schools. A school teacher. We also really weren't making that good use of the Diplo. We weren't going as hard in the Diplo streets, honestly, and a big reason why was that bankrolls fucking are not very good now. That was an unnecessary F-bomb. I try not to, or actually I don't try that hard. Honestly, I just don't curse that much. But like, if the cursing doesn't add very much, it's like kind of, yeah. Sneaking out the window to turn on the chainsaw PM, basically. You try and turn it on as quietly as possible. You know, like click. How did they improve the chainsaws PM? I'm glad you asked. The chainsaws PM used to cost 10 oil, and 10 tools. The input goods cost is roughly a third what it was before. The amount of labor it used to save relative to Steam Donkey was 100 workers. Now it saves 250. So it's getting 2.5 times the labor saving at 1/3 of the price, and it's still not very good. Which should be just kind of a good reflection for how completely out of line bad it was before. Let's go CSA, the capitalist states of America, not to be confused with the other one. Of course not. We would never confuse it with the other one. We wouldn't do that. Any changes to electricity? I haven't checked yet. That's actually something I had some feedback about. So it might be changed. We're researching it now. We would have to look. We would have to consult the Oracle, that is the spreadsheet. So 10 engines for 50 electricity. Let's check real quick. On the base PM. So base PM before is 50 electricity, 10 engines. Yeah, no, it still sucks. Hey, Paleo with the 5 Canadian dollars. I'm watching the stream with my family. Please don't curse. Use excessive chainsaws or show spreadsheets. I'm sorry. I can do better. I will do better. I know I've wronged your family. I will do better. Finally won Independence War as Hindustan. Big nice, big nice. We get some big nices in chat for Connor. Yeah, this we're not about this Diplo thing, but this bureaucracy thing. But we do kind of like having some authority now. What do we need to go single party state after this? Political agitation. Hey, 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 a reactionary movement. What do you guys want? Oh, you want to just maintain the thing? Activism's militant. Is it going to trend up? It's going to trend up to 86. So we'll try and suppress them down. And then I think we're going to encourage manufacturing in the capital here. And promote migration in Transvaal. We don't have a Mer. Oh, it's a Mer when Russia owns it. I understand now. They didn't change the name. They made the name dynamic. Are you capitalist state? Monarchy run by trade unions? Visible confusion, or did you leading edgy change? Well, we're trying to pass capitalist state now. We are we are a humble people. To be fair, we should just stay monarchy probably at this point. We want to experience with corporate state though. We haven't enacted it yet. I'm pretty sure it's the best thing to go for now. And I kind of want to see what single party state and that looks like. But the reason to stay monarchy is we lock this guy in. This guy's super good because he's cautious. And so, to be fair, like, the 5% authority and 5% influence is, like, not bad either. It's not, like, insanely good, but, like, he also has other good character traits, too. You're gonna do fascism laws without doing the fascist journal entry? Does that get filtered by top chat? Here, let's switch it to live chat. I don't know exactly how Restream filters the chat. Hello, Mr. Gaming. Is the Chainsaw PM good now? No, but it's reasonable. It's not like I wouldn't call it good. It's like a PM. We turned it on because we don't have a lot of demand for oil. We want to build out our oil extractor kind of industry and this type of stuff. We'll almost certainly turn off chainsaws at a later point when we acquire more oil PMs. But right now it gives us a lot more opportunities to build oil, which is really profitable. And so we're kind of okay with that. But are the chainsaws good? No. But are they good enough? Yes. Good enough for what? Yes. I hope that explains it. Why does Radical have a neutral opinion on corporate state? Seems wrong, because he's not a fan of monarchy. Also, this is like corporate in, like, not corporation corporate, but like corporation corporate. This is like referring to the old like understanding of corporation, which like evolved over time to not be like an oligarchy corporate, but like a political system based around the institution of collaboration between officially recognized corporate groups. The state serves as a forum for negotiation between different social classes. Is it me or is abdication hard this patch? It's hard and not very good. 3,000 hour generalist was right. The handsomeness level has decreased. Damn it. Everyone's talking about it. The truth hurts. Chainsaws is a PM you could feasibly want to use. Yeah, we're using it right now. I'd expect corporate state to be strongly opposed, like Council Republic. That's like another thing is like, relative to Council Republic, a lot more people are happy to go corporate state, and that's like such a big positive deal as well. We already burned our one time, so gonna be a little bit harder here. That's the first movement we've had in a hot minute. Our religious boys are done. You know what another thing I like about these movements? You can sometimes like resurrect dead interest groups. Like right now, in 1.7, it'd be so hard to ever get the evangelicals back, and now we potentially could. Did they fix the Raj exploit? No. They did not. They did not fix it. Sam I am. They would not fix it with a ham. They did not fix it with a box. They would not fix it with some locks. They did not fix it, Sam I am. They did not fix those green eggs and ham. I hope that answers your question. Do we really have no interactions going? It's just us having all the alliances 300 as well. I mean, we did lose external trade. There we go. That's what we did that war for. We've made our bed, now we have to eat it. Corporate state is like Portugal under Salazar. I don't know enough about Portugal to know how I think that reference. What is this? What the fuck is this war? Oh, it's uprising. Got it. I thought Greece was attacking us. I was like, what the hell? I was like, you crazy girl. Let's help them, because I think they're going through a time. Can you show what corporate state does? Yeah. Oh, this might be cut off a little bit by the cam. But it's 25% PB political strength, 100 authority, plus 2 government size allowance, minus 25% legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility. So it just looks like a better version of Council Republic, which gives... Council Republic gives 10 legitimacy based on votes. This is kind of the positive, and it gives trade union political strength instead of PB political strength. But other than that, this gives plus 100 authority. It has an additional government size allowance, and it has an additional 15% legitimacy penalty from ideological incompatibility. So, I think the legitimacy penalty probably overcomes the votes thing. So, did they add any fun new companies? They removed companies from the game, unfortunately. We're joking here, but I didn't really get a good look at if they added new companies. In particular, the way you're evaluating companies is now radically different because the companies basically just don't really do anything, and you kind of only care about the prosperity bonus now. And so we have 20% railway building throughput, and then 50k tax income twice, and then 5% state construction efficiency, because the companies just don't build stuff. The very first company we had was the Pennsylvania Steel Company. It's now got up to 12 levels of steel, which is just relatively anemic, because our entire economy combined levels of steel. Last time we checked, it was roughly a third, so we could see if they're catching up in market share, but I don't think they will be, because of how the companies work. In fact, they're slowing down in market share. They now have less than a third of the market share of the total steel mills in our country. I guess we could check if the ones in the queue belong to them. That would be substantive. If they just stayed proportionate, that would maybe make some sense. Let's look at private construction. No, this is owned by a financial district. So the companies like. So let's take a look at the bonus. The bonus is they have a throughput bonus that is like 2.5x what it used to be. But if they're under, I guess they're not. Actually, this is not as anemic as we thought. Because if it's 2.5x, then they have to be at least 40% of market share to be as good. So it is a little bit weaker as a company, but it's not completely inconsequential. But that's also the first company we slotted in, and we slotted it in at the very start of the game. And any companies you produce later are not going to be able to establish that big a market share. So you start caring about this bonus. That's actually, maybe this was part of the hotfix, actually. Because when we started the session, these guys were at 6, and now they're at 12. So maybe this is part of the hotfix. Conquer Lima for their company? Yeah. Did this get hotfixed? Because we've played 10 years. And the amount of steel mills we've had has doubled, I think. This might have gotten hotfixed. Companies are back, boys. We'll see if they can pull above 40% market share. But also, like, if you slot in the steel company in, like, the late game, they still start with 5 levels. So if you have 100 levels, when you slot them in, then, like, the catch-up is going to take forever for them to apply to, like, most of your economy. They should have disallowed Monarchy as the U.S. Its curse is always, especially the Archducal man. It almost was a monarchy. They wanted to make George Washington a monarch. Corpse, body, all different elements of nations or organs working in tandem to push the nation forward, or at least that's the idea. Yeah, it's the, like, old understanding of, like, corporatism, right? An approach towards social relations based on collaboration between different corporate groups within society with the ultimate goal of superseding conflict between classes. So, like, this is much different than the corporation people understand. Hotfix doesn't mention companies at all. This is, like... We'll see if they catch up and pull above 40%. Number 1 in the company in the world has only 12 steel mills. Is there somewhere where it says it was the number 1 company headquarters? Oh, it is, yeah. Well, this was also the first one that was made. to be fair, we've done a lot to specifically juice it up, so... Why, do they just not believe in actually fighting the separatist movement? I guess maybe not. Brazil had a corporativist revolution in the 1930s. What's the main things that were hotfixed? I didn't read the hotfix notes, so I'm not sure. But hotfix dropped. I know there's some issue people were having with like stuttering with the camera, but I didn't notice it. Alright, we have that all in the queue, so that should be fine. Hey, look, a Turkish uprising. Ah! Well, if Russia is gonna dislike us, or have a shit attitude towards us, why can we not declare war on them? We don't have a truce. Is there no way for us to declare war on them? Can't like ban slavery. Serfdom is basically slavery, my guys. Because it's kind of want to side with the uprising here. I guess Russia can't put in war goals here either. And we'll resolve this Greek uprising and then the other one. Oil's the future. You thought it was the children? It's the children of the oil of the children. Can you just nationalize the non-company steel factories to give them a monopoly, get the ball rolling? No. We tested this kind of extensively with early access. It didn't really work. It's also really expensive. Because every time you nationalize buildings, you light money on fire. So, like, if we nationalize one level, we pay 400k, 200k goes to the investment pool, the other 200k, like, the way it was, like, explained and framed when, like, this initially came out, it was like it went to the pops, but it doesn't go anywhere, it just disappears. Unless you are on, like, command economy or something like this. So there's maybe some teeth to, like, playing command economy just to get nationalization to spike your companies being bigger or like this type of thing, but you're just gonna light too much money on fire relative to the cost of constructing a building. So we're lighting 200k on fire to transfer this, maybe because the capitalists will still have investment pool and they will still try and buy the building, right? So we are paying 200k for a chance that this rolls into a company. Sorry, we're gonna hide your kids. Hide your kids, everyone. Put them in the cupboards, in the trenches, in the mines where they belong. We are going to be looking at this, and yeah, this is actually not. Okay, if we take a look at, like, the building costs, for the cost for 200 total construction, if we are on steel frame building, is roughly 120,000. For an 800 cost building, it would be 480,000. So we're hemorrhaging 40% of the value of a building, roughly, for an opportunity to maybe roll extra throughput on a building. And it just, like, mathematically doesn't shake out to being really worth it. And it's not worth it by a large enough margin that it feels really bad when we tried doing it. Like, when we tried executing it, it, like, felt really bad. Great stream, also great vid today. Thank you. So, yeah. Called in sick to time to pivot of Empire. Hell yeah, dog. But it just it didn't seem worth it. I wish that there was a better way for stuff to move on over. Corporatism differs from socialism because socialist solution to class struggle is the abolishment of classes. Everyone is a proletariat. Corporatists believe in class harmony. Everyone has a duty to the state, and the state has a duty to everyone. Yeah. Is migration OP again? Yes. But you don't need multiculturalism to get it. Do companies eventually outcompete normal buildings and end up dominating the building population? No, and this is one of my chief complaints about companies, is we've had this Pennsylvania steel company since the start of the game, and it has only lost proportionally market share. I think it was, at the very start for us, it was like nearly the entire market share of steel, and now it's less than a third. My eyes. Save the children. Hide your girlfriend. Don't let her see. She'll dump you. Still a bit new to 1.7. I swapped laissez-faire. I lose dividends for buildings. Then I get investment rights in the UK as a favor. And my financial districts keep buying shit in India instead of your country that are still owned by me. So talk about negative money multiplier. The stuff in India is generally pretty profitable per level. The amount you have to pay for, like, this opium plantation when the weekly balance is, like, 4K is really low, and they have almost no... They have pretty low wages, so it's actually not that big a negative. You could also just not get investment rights in India. I was told cooperative ownership plus commercialized agriculture is the best way to have the highest SOL. Is this true? I am, like, 90% sure that that's true. Yeah, almost certainly. Because then the building is owned by the owners. And so the way that SOL works is that the more money you have, the more expensive it is to increase your wealth level. Or, the higher your wealth level, the more money it costs to increase another marginal wealth level. The way to have the highest SOL is to increase the average. So this means you kind of want everyone to have the exact same SOL, because otherwise it'd be better to redistribute money from the richest parties or the richest strata to the lower strata. And so... the giving ownership of buildings to people is going to be better. Now, you don't have as many free money modifiers on cooperative ownership, so economically speaking, it's generally not better. But I think that the lack of free money modifiers is not anywhere near enough to overcome the exponential cost increases in to increase wealth level as it goes up. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty confident. Why doesn't the company use its reserves to build buildings? I mean, then it wouldn't pay out to the investment pool as much. I think. So it'd be somewhat of a wash anyways, because it invests based on its investment pool money. Unless I'm misunderstanding it, one of the devs was talking about it in a way that's, like, different from how I understand it to work, so maybe I just don't understand how it works, but... It just, I mean, like, they should operate in a lot of different ways, and the biggest thing is that the building's not segregating is such a big problem. So, like, these steel mills, look at this. You see all these? They're built on top of the company-owned steel mill, and what this does is it takes away the throughput bonus. This throughput bonus isn't, it should be 50%, but it's being multiplied because they only own 9 out of 14 levels. It's being multiplied by that level to provide this, and then it provides this to all of the buildings here, not just the company-owned buildings. So the reason why the company can't catch up to the financial districts is because the financial districts can buy the exact same bonus that the company has while simultaneously diluting the company. Collective is greater than commercial for SOL. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, I was focused on the first half of that. Yeah, collectivized agriculture is gonna be better than commercial. I apologize. You're right. Well, also, the highest theoretical SOL... Here's actually... No. The highest theoretical SOL would be you having a low amount of population and owning a bunch of stuff overseas. So laissez-faire would have the highest theoretical SOL, but like the highest reasonable SOL that you can execute with any country would be cooperative ownership. But actually, if your entire population is like ownership class and you just own a bunch of seas overseas, that would be better. Should companies be able to buy their own factories? Like now, there's one in Alabama selling financial district. Yeah, so I think that they should be able to cannibalize the industries owned by the financial districts. So what I think is that they should have a market... What I would like to see from the simulation is they should have a market share that is small and then trends towards dominance, and as they acquire dominance, they get less efficient because they don't have competition unless you have multiple companies of the same type. 100% government dividends reinvestment? Is co-ops everything owned by the government OP? No, because you have the throughput malice. Also, I don't think you can keep this stuff government owned. I think it automatically gets spat out as being worker owned. So companies just forget to build buildings? No, they just don't get control of enough of the queue. The problem is it averages out the company's throughput, yeah. And not only that it averages it out and denies it to the company, it's also giving it to... It's also giving it to all these financial districts. Commercial is just tenant farmers without migration restrictions, right? No, I think there's also another difference. There's substantive differences for cloud. The cloud on commercialized is way better. Also, the ownership under commercialized, I think, might be farmers, which have a different investment pool contribution rate. We should do another Belgium run. That company's so fun. Yeah, that Belgium might be interesting to play with the new London Peace Treaty Agreement. I don't know exactly how it goes if you're on the thing. Tell us about the new Belgium changes in 1.8. I don't know. There's new, like, London Peace thing. I don't know exactly how it works. I don't know. I already talked to the devs quite a bit about it, and, like, I think that they thought my analysis was correct. But it's like, you can't change a lot in a week. So I think that the Band-Aid, what they're going to do is they're going to give them a much larger percentage of the queue controlled than, like, mathematically they should. Such that they end up getting a large market share. We have to keep an eye on this, huh? God, our rev would be our... I think we're gonna have to fight that rev if it comes down to it. Because we do want to see about the corporatist government thing, so... When having 2 building types for each building, -1 company owned and 1 manor financial fix the company's not cannibalizing issue? Yes. So if there was, if instead of 1 steel mill, there were 2 steel mills, 1 that was company owned and 1 that was financial district owned, this would fix it. It would also crush performance, and that's why they can't do it. The devs have been pretty specific about, or when I talked to the dev about it, I mean, what I said is, I assume you can't do this. And his response was, yeah, we can't do that. That you can't segregate the buildings. Because that's the easiest way to approach that is to segregate the buildings, and then the steel mills are wildly more profitable on the company ones. And so it also encourages the financial districts to overbuild steel on top of, like, company invested steel. So a company will invest 1 level on steel, and then the financial districts build over it, like, immediately. And then the company will find another place and invest 1 level in steel, because when the company's like, I can put a steel mill here and it'll have a ton of throughput, it's like, this is great. And then it's like whack-a-mole where they just follow them, and you get, like, 1 company level followed by 1 or 2, like, levels of the other one, just cannibalizing the throughput. So Luxembourg gets a different size based on how the London Treaty works. Hey, chat and journalists. Hey, Robin. I wanted to play India better. Give me some cool suggestions for a first game this release. I don't know how many hours you're working with in regards to advice, but paying the 40% to the UK for, like, any period of time is probably just bad. Because the subject type you start with is... here, let's pull it up. The subject type you start with... Shout out to the chatter who taught me where this is. You start with chartered company, and you pay out 40% of your income to your overlord. That is just so backbreaking, because you try and solve your negative balance by making more money, and then 40% of that just goes to your overlord. It's just really, 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 really painful. Especially because you have to pay for stuff like bureaucracy and all this type of stuff. And so I would recommend just trying to get independent as quickly as possible, and then not clicking the event. When you get the end of British rule in India event, don't click the option that gives the land to the princes. Click the one that gives you negative turmoil everywhere. Because that's going to be better for you, and then play from there. You're not going to necessarily have the flavor. If you want the flavor rather than the power, then suffer just as India did. Flav. If not that, then something like a company system where the market share that's basically disconnected from ownership. Yeah, so the other thing is you could just... The other solution I proposed was just... give them more dividends. Like, they own half the levels here. Give them 75% of the dividends. Give them a disproportionately high amount of dividends. You know what I mean? We'll handle the continental US first. we're planning on going single party state as well. Get wrecked, Greece. I don't know why we're at 100. Why are you changing 0? What the hell? Oh, they have no troops and they've lost 0 battles. Or the only one who's lost battles. Commercial agriculture and tenant both have the same PM. Commercial agriculture doesn't have a buff to landowner clout. Commercial also gives clout to trade unionists. Or this was one of the changes. Best level tax to play on in 1.8 probably is slightly high. You're going to run into a brick wall going very high from the minimum expected standard of living for lower strata. This is maybe manageable. Small sample size though. So you leave a screen telling you how the company is doing, but it wouldn't directly own anything and apply its percent as per market share or something. Oh, I understand. But then you're returning it to something that's abstracted again and doesn't exist in a location, which is what they wanted. Do companies feel like mapping, where it's a good idea concept, but the execution is sloppy? Yeah, I mean, this is the first feature that they've included where I was kind of vocal about the feedback, and I actually just think it's worse than 1.7. I would prefer 1.7's company treatment. Thank you, I love the suffering. Alright, then suffer. Companies should buy already built buildings. Okay, let's move these guys over here. With a discount and build it only if there's nothing. This should be easy to balance. Well, there's not a mechanic for that already. So, I mean, that's kind of how it should work, but you can't, like, hotfix something like that. If you become the Raj as EIC, I think you'll be moved to colony type. Yeah, so they're, they got moved to the colony type, and then they increased their autonomy, which moved them to the Dominion type. So I think that's what they are now. Just making sure we're hitting prosperity bonus on everyone. What is this? Nicaragua. Oh, let's see if we can get... Bali and Morocco. Our company is being owned by the Pops now too. It would be nice of a mechanic to create super rich and powerful individuals. I agree. I agree. It's just not very well executed right now. Was the DLC part of the season pass? No, I don't think so. I think there's going to be a new season pass coming out. I think the companies with their problem partly comes down to either it should be all companies or there should be abstract companies. I'm not sure what you mean. One of the pieces of feedback I gave was that I actually don't think you should slot in companies. I think you should slot in national focuses on industries, and those should increase the role at which companies naturally spawn, and these companies should compete with each other for market share, and the competition should bring efficiency, but if one gets too much of a monopoly, this creates inefficiency, and that there should be an interplay, like, with the government, with trying to regulate and, like, do this type of stuff, and I think that would be fascinating. And also, I think it would be good for having them be hyper-efficient and then create stagnation later, and that would create an interesting, like, challenge over the course of, like, a period of time. Because, like, the UK super stagnated in the later path of the, like, 1800s. And so, which doesn't get captured. There's no, like, mechanic that captures that in game. And that this would be maybe an interesting way of doing things. Especially because as monopolistic power is acquired by, like, corporations, this creates, Yakuza, thank you for the follow, big nice. This creates... this creates inefficiencies, but they are insanely efficient, like, for a period of time. And so, like, I would really love that to be the thing. Also, like, you slotting in companies is a very strange abstraction, right? And so I think eventually you want to do away with that, but giving you agency in the fact that you can choose to encourage specific industries, I think that would be cool. That's kind of, that's like one of the suggestions I left, but that's not something they could implement like in a reasonable time frame, you know? Like, they can't just like add that. That would be a long-term thing. I mean, like, companies should be either company-owned or none should be company-owned. Agreed on slotted companies, yeah. For sure they could expand the company thing ad infinitum, but I think this was not the update for companies. No, they just, like, my overall opinion is that it's a step in the right direction, but, like, gameplay is worse than 1.7. I would have rather they roll back the feature entirely and just, like, have it in the shelf for a future update once it's better. Which I think I mentioned that, like, yeah, shipped as is, I would prefer 1.7, but I'm trying to think who we're supposed to go for here. We have infamy to work with. We're currently fighting Russia, so we can't transfer. We're allies with the UK, and UK has dominion over a bunch of other stuff. I guess this kind of works. How's the military assistance Diplo thing? I didn't think it was covered in the dev diaries. You probably should just never give military assistance to anyone. And if you can acquire military assistance from anyone, it's probably good. What it does is, for the recipient, it gives minus mil goods costs and a bunch of other good modifiers, namely tech spread for military seems particularly good. And for the sender, it gives plus military goods costs, and which is a negative money modifier, it just deletes money. And weekly exchange. I mentioned that... break up China? Yeah, we could get ready to fight China. I don't think we're strong enough to fight China, to be honest. Without it being real expensive. But maybe that's the play, like, transfer Korea. And break up China, tape Shaanxi. Isolate their market, this type of stuff. The thing is, I think they have line infantry or better. They might have skirmish. If they have skirmish, there's no way. What? What? I don't know why they're not using it. Do they have it? Also, China AI just, like, intentionally doesn't build up the economy. You like the companies in the Mappy, just not the execution? Yeah. Well, the problem with Mappy is the proper way to execute is really way too resource intensive. I think the abstraction is an improvement, though. Like, do you remember the 1.4 metagame Scrooge, where you would put a 2 decrees down at the start of the game. You'd put a resource decree and a manufacturing decree, and you would build all your resources in the resource state and all your manufacturing in the manufacturing state. And this was the metagame. Like, I think Mappy has problems, but I think it was a pretty big improvement. Where's Carnatic? What state is that? Here? I'm fine with Mappy, I just don't like local goods display. I am 100% in agreement. I think local goods are incredibly tedious from a gameplay perspective. And I'm not saying it's a bad simulation, I'm saying it sucks to play it. So I think the Turkish uprising is... We'll see if this gets split out into a new country or if it joins with Turkey. I think it should join with Turkey, but I'm not 100% sure how it works. Oh, we have to enforce on Russia here. It's one of those days. And of course, the observation army doesn't observe shit. Damn it, observation army. We have to send the Florida men to fix your mistake. Maybe fix that at least. Yeah, I mean, it's not the system I would want, but I do think it was an improvement. It's okay now. Encourage stuff like steel mills to be built where iron and coal is, but through a system of just slapping throughput on factories, if there's an input good produced, should have worked just as well as Mappy. It's binary. You just get it the throughput or you don't. Maybe. They just land the Turkish uprising up top. How did we lose that war, dogs? They just got full occupied. God, that sucks. It sucks hard. They just landed it. They just sneakied us like we've sneakied the AI so many times. Feels bad, my man. There's already some pseudo-mappy that predates mappy in the form of country markets being equivalent to local state market. I mean, kind of. Minus 50 mappy on meat, make livestock ranches even worse. True. Maybe we can fight Qing? I think we have good relations with them as a problem. Oh, just kidding. Oh, we can't declare... I'm stupid. We can't declare because we're escalating another play elsewhere. Oh, did we pass the law? No, we didn't. I don't have eyes. Los ojos. Yo tengo muchos problemas. What's the truce with UK look like? Is that it soon? 3 years? It'd be a lot cooler if they helped us out. I was almost about to say we could take Belgium for the company, but I don't know if that's worth it anymore. I mean, we could protect these guys. Looks like France is not super likely to join. Maybe that's what we do? How are we doing at mandate generation? It's pretty fast. Mappy too, basically. The remapping. Foodstuff's lower Mappy because food is spoiling. I've been a fan of this proposition for a while. Welcome to the stream, Doodles. Doodles, what happened to the... Could you not put in your implementation on Dynamite removing the mountain bonuses? That was my favorite Victoria Tweaks implementation. It's like coal produced this diet gives plus 10% throughput. Victoria 310 is enter the chat. Quick, everyone hide. Do not post any exploits or bugs. Yeah, Doodle's here trying to farm the bugs and exploits. It's one of the few things I really liked that I discarded for now. I think it's better if we revisit Mappy infra tickets in a broader way. Yeah. The river's giving Mappy, but port's not giving Mappy, to me is like the most insane thing. Because like the idea of river Mappy is, oh, you get to do freight by boat, and then like the ports don't give it, is like... Brother, what's that? Oh, brother, what's that? Yeah, those will give us more time to prepare for China as well. Do we have a disadvantage on that front? Crazy. We still have to pay for that mobilization because of how the system works. If you have one unit mobilized from a place that has conscripts, it mobilizes all the conscripts if they're assigned to different armies still. I think overall the whole infra system would be good. Yeah, I think that freight should be a good... I was thinking about this the other day, like how to fix some of the trade problems and some of the infrastructure problems. I think freight should be a good. Ports should produce a shitload of it. Naval dominance should give a multiplicative modifier to ports production of it. And then urban centers should produce it. And what's the other one? Railroads should produce it. And then you should have to pay freight to transport everything to your market capital, independent of whether it is connected by land, and there should be no free land trade routes. So there should be no zero cost trade routes by land. You should instead have to pay everything with freight. And that this like would be a better system, because currently the country that should be the best at shipping actually suffers the most because they're not, which is Great Britain, because they're not contiguously connected to the capital, which is just like super rough. Power lines tech. Well, the problem is that from a realism perspective, they couldn't even transport energy the length of a single state, or like half the length of a state. So it doesn't make sense to like transport like that. But like it's just like incredibly painful. I think they should just give like a 50% MAPI penalty to electricity, such that like you don't run shortages and you can turn on PMs if you don't have it built in a state, but you really want to have it in the state. Oh, now France wants to side with them. Okay. Okay, dog. Sound off. Say less. Would fighting France be that bad? Maybe we just chill a little bit for now. Mainly want local goods to be replaced with low mappy goods. Yeah, so that local goods are less annoying to deal with. Yeah, local goods are just a huge pain in the ass. What do you think about all the PM changes, Mr. Streamer? I don't know if I've taken a look at all of them. I'm super happy with the cars change and also the chainsaws change. We're actually using chainsaws for the first time in over a year. I think that, yeah, the dynamite thing is really cool. But the way they'd want to implement it would require some code support. Okay. The ports don't give you infrastructure anymore? They give you infrastructure. I'm talking about freight. But river give mappy. Yeah, ports don't give mappy. I think with Doodles gone, it's probably defunct. Victoria Tweaks, I can't imagine you would go home from your developing job to develop the same game that you are developing, like, it's probably actually just a violation of his NDA. Doodle's probably not allowed to work on mods anymore for the game that he's developing. Like, that's crazy. In Victoria 3, ports are just magical ports that generate daily mana that hostile mages, ships can drain mana. Yeah. It would make railroad way more useful for more than just infrastructure. Yeah. And, like, also, it would be more, railroads also, if they gave a freight multiplication modifier, like, to the amount of freight that it costs to, like, link up, because, like, right now, we get to ship everything to the continental US for free. No convoys, no nothing. That's insane. Moving steel from Pennsylvania to California, that's fucking expensive. Like, and it doesn't get... And as of right now, we would also do it by boat. Like, well, yeah, if you could go through the Panama Canal, you would just zip through here. And so the fact that doing stuff by boat is, like, more expensive rather than less is just insane. They shouldn't have to flow through the trade capital. That's also true. I don't know how you would... That seems like... You're not proposing something that would be way more calculations. Mr. Fabulous, thank you for the follow. Big nice. A freight system would be freaking sick, seeing the cost of transport plummet with the invention of railroads. I also think you should be able to export freight. That's another change I would like to see. Because eventually, Great Britain stopped really being industrial and they just exported financial services and freight, basically, in the later half of the 19th century. And I would love to see... Chainsaws? Cursed. No, chainsaw. The PM's good now. They fixed it. The world is healing. We need a Mappy DLC update, company DLC update, because the scope is just too big. Yeah, I mean, I think that with the Naval update, they could do a freight update alongside it. I'm thinking about making a video on this, so I have to, like, kind of collect my thoughts on it, but... Because after the trade video, and you guys seem to like the trade video, I was like, okay, I could do more conceptual videos and video essays if people actually are interested in this, and I could also just think about the game more. And I was thinking, like, okay, like, it's just insane that UK, like, actually just sucks at the thing that it should be good at. And also, in terms of an abstraction, the fact that Russia can get EIC in their market and then somehow move goods overland through this rather than by boat and have that be better is also just crazy. Are we doing like arc welding now? Nationalizing everything? No nationalizing. I'm actually pretty sure I could continue modding, but why would I do that? I don't know. To stick it to your coworkers? Be like, this coworker has an idiot idea of how to implement this. I'm gonna do something that undoes their implementation. Nah. Nah, she... Modder suffering from success. Wire convoys only naval. Land convoys exist. Yeah, the Russia absolutely being dominant in terms of freight because it is connected to Qing and Europe is so, like, asinine considering, like, Russia doesn't have, like, warm weather port, or it doesn't have cold weather ports. Like, in terms of freight, Russia is actually in the most vulnerable spot, like, in Europe, but, like, in game they just, like, have the best spot because they're also connected to Persia. So, like, subjugation Persian and taking stuff off Qing is, like, super meta. You can't put all your Victoria Tweaks mod in the game now. Did he ever throw around ideas for Carlist Wars? There should be road infrastructure, which should contribute to Mappy. So that would be captured with the urban centers, I think. So I think urban centers should give freight. And, roads should be an abstraction in the urban center. The reason why is you don't want to add additional buildings for performance reasons. So, yeah. No more boat videos? Confirmed boat time. The OPP's focus is more on the boats themselves. I think than mine. You dislike the trade video player? Not like this. Freight industry that makes the whole economy more competitive, but the freight buildings itself have poor productivity. I don't know if they need to have poor productivity. I think the railways got overbuilt super high in Great Britain, but like if they get overbuilt and then they have a bunch of extra freight, and then they're like, Great Britain like sold the ability to transport stuff, which I think you should be able to do. So I think freight should be an exportable good, and I think if you have naval dominance, you should get a multiplier for all your ports. And so I think what I would like to see is the UK abuse people with their navies, and then have really strong freight as a result, and then export that freight to other countries. Would the freight scale cost scale depending on distance to market capital? I don't know if the calculation is difficult for this, because right now, like, port connections scale with how many nodes you have to go through. And in my mind, I was thinking that every state you have to pay, that you have to travel through, you have to pay a similar cost in freight, such that most of the time you can travel fewer C nodes. You know, like, so to get to Tiflis from, let's call it Riga, right? This would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. So you would have to travel 9 states, and if you did it by sea, you would have to travel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, it's the same. 9. There's the C node. So it would cost the same amount, like, either way, but a lot of places, like, if you were to travel from here to the other side of Siberia, it'd be cheaper to do it by boat, and you would pay whichever cost is cheaper, whether it's the land freight or the naval freight, and you wouldn't have 2 separate different types of freight. But you would have to pay, like, if you want to travel, if you want to take something from, you know, here to over here, you'd have to move through each of these states. Now, I don't know if this would cause too many calculations, because you have to do this for every state. But it wouldn't be like a calculation you'd have to redo that frequently, right? You'd just have to be like, is it cheaper to do this by land or by boat? And if cheaper by boat, then we do it by boat. Which trade video? The specialization is broken in Victoria 3 and how this mod is fixing it. How this fantasy mod is fixing it. I'd love a Navy overhaul, but unfortunately, yeah, let's kind of keep the game going a little bit here. It's not the biggest priority at the moment. I don't know. A lot of people seem to think that it is a priority. I don't know if I agree with those people, but I don't disagree with those people either. Whoa, this war's gonna be tough, I think. I think we're definitely gonna want to have, like, a more organized fighting force. God damn, we can't downsize our idiot units right now. This is our stupid revolution. So we can't really reorganize what we want to reorganize. Alright, I think we saved before this. We might not have. It's probably fine either way. We'll keep back the Army of Observation as a defensive army in Dixie. It seemed like they kind of liked landing Dixie before. And then we'll do that, and then... we forgot to upgrade these ships. Let's upgrade these ones to ironclad. Hopefully that doesn't kill the profitability too much. I think we have these docked, right? So they should upgrade reasonably quick. Where's our massive conscript army? There we go. We should have started moving these guys before we mobilize them, but here we go. Actually, let's move these guys to Beijing. Let's move these guys. The license to ill, we should station them in North Korea. And then... let's also make sure we upgrade all. Looks like we are upgraded. What's your favorite part of Pivot so far? Definitely I think that this system is a pretty big improvement. It's very interesting, generally speaking. Probably don't need to suppress these guys anymore. And we'll probably need a little bit more money from stuff, so... let's tax some of that. Percent of arable land developed should affect mapping and good transport. You could have that affect freight as well. The more of it's developed, the better the freight moves through it. You just use straight line distances between states in the current boat system instead of using states. I wouldn't hate that either. I suppose that I don't have a strong opinion on what system gets used, just that transporting stuff by land should have a cost that it doesn't in the game. Why can't they make Forbidden City private? That would completely change the metagame. I wonder if you could change where you want the market capital, how it would change where you want the market capital. Whatever it is, it should encourage the market capital to be in, like, a coastal city, I think. Doctrine of Iron and Steam. Take the prestige, my guys. That helps us to maintain high cohesion. Can't wait to see what Realms of Exler does for 1.8. I can't either. I'm super excited about it. Mohammed, stop spamming chat with the same thing over. Or is that not is that a word in your language? Please speak English, because I can't moderate what you're saying. I don't know what you're saying. You're speaking in a different language. I think the war randomness front lines is quite annoying. Yeah. I think for me the highest priority is Diplos as Scrooge. Yeah, I 100% agree. Fixing the diplomatic play is 100... oh, whoops. We were supposed to put in a bunch of stuff. They're just uncertain, so we can actually go to town on them. And we don't have to worry about them backing down. They're really unlikely to back down with uncertain. We'd want to liberate Yunnan so we could go for it, but Yunnan's a little bit deep in the... We just go for the good states. Geely will give us something to chomp on later. Our Indo army here. Sorry, I'm getting behind in chat. I'm trying to focus on making sure that this war is set up. YouTube mods when, basically. Actually, I don't even know how to do it. I would make you mod player. So let's see if we can do this. You're mod now, player. You can time people out for spamming. What DLC do you recommend? In terms of opening up features, 1.3 might be the most important, which is the French one. I forget what it's called. I don't know. The problem with convoys and trade in general is the gripe with me. It needs an overhaul. New node DLC is hard mode. Music's looping again. Here, we'll do that. Voice of the people, that's the one. Major systems overall are almost always part of the free patch. It's too annoying to plan future DLCs otherwise. Yeah. And so this makes it so that most DLCs are not like super important? That's not the right word. I think we swap over. Well, let's check the price of Man of Wars versus the price of. Alright, I think we upgrade this one as well. Now they're worried. Please don't back down. Oh my god. Let's just kill our organization before we fight. Feel stupid there. Let's raise the Shadow Realm army and send them over here. Oh, we should have got the Navy moving a little while earlier. We have a huge bureaucracy problem. Why is that? Is it just all the immigrants? Journalists, why do you keep blaming everything on the immigrants? That should help. Hey Mendingo, how's it going? Spheres is the most important, and then Voice of the People second. Oh, that might be true. Isn't Voice of the People way cheaper than Spheres? I guess it doesn't matter for the conversation of which is more important. Suppose it's not important. I think in New York we were using in a specific army. So we're not gonna pull from New York. God, we have so much conscript potential. Holy shit. Dude, America, like, pops off so hard with the combination of immigrants and... Like, this is way more than we can afford to raise, so we're not going to raise everything. But, like, yeah, I mean, I guess we just win this war. Because we could raise... We're raising 1,000 conscripts, so... High rolls, thank you for the follow, big nice. Taiwan is gone? Yeah, Taiwan might be gone. We maybe could have microed that better. Can we get a slider to boost the natural disasters, like increasing crisis strength? That'd be kind of sick. Is Belgium a good starting country? Yes. You just have to try and play nice with France and recognize that there's a chance that France rolls a really aggressive attitude and then they kind of mess you up. Spheres is like 3x more? Yeah. Are agitators' actions from Voice of the People still essential with the new movement system? I don't know if they're more important or less important yet. I'd have to think on that. I also don't know which ones... I don't know which all of them are locked behind the thing. We don't mind granting foreign investment rights. We would love to eventually pull Brazil into our block, to be honest. So I think that we're okay with that. Gotta love the 0 versus 0 here. Yeah, maybe over around here. Around these parts. If we do get wrecked out of here, we can always just re-land our treaty port easy. Looks like we're actually already having an advantage, despite, you know, normally you get dicked the first little bit of time. Hell yeah, to the legitimacy. Do we pass the law yet? No. Oh, the PB's upset. Shout out to those guys. How are we doing on this kind of minigame? I guess we're kind of dead even. Could definitely keep increasing the prestige with this stuff. What are we researching? Agitation? Okay. That's because we wanted to go single party state after this. I think. Landfang is finished. They've been cooked. We'll move this guy to this front. We never extensively tested the, like, borrowing army, if it was really strong. Or exactly how it mathematically works. Something we meant to do. 1,000 conscripts, you will all fight and die for a capitalist hellscape, basically. I wish we had actual consoles for doing so in game. Although it's be hard to... Bro's casually saying to break the Monroe Doctrine. Easy to fuck over the American AI. What happened to his bureaucracy? I don't know exactly what happened to our bureaucracy, to be honest. Why it just, like, disappeared all of a sudden. We have some in the queue. Other than migration. Migration is going to very consistently cause us to, like, really need to expand bureaucracy super aggressively. Like, kind of in all phases of the game. At this point. Tanganyika. Tragedy that we couldn't get freaking... Yeah, this is a good state. Wow, it's got so much stuff in it. That we couldn't get African American as primary, because then we'd be able to incorporate states in Africa in 5 years. Terrible. We somehow won that exchange. I don't know how that works. Elon Musk's America, no bureaucracy. Yeah, no institutions either. Let's go. Alright, we obviously passed this because we're handsome. There we go. Obviously, frankly. Hey, thank you for the 1 raider, Luma Spectre. Hot. Well, I just saw the potential for goods for imports and export. That's such a nice addition. I think it does it just based on price, not based on, like, how profitable it is. I'm not 100% sure, though. Like, it's gonna say good potential for import is engines. Opium. Glass. Cars. Clothing. To be fair... food isn't on there, but this is, so it's not just showing us the top, like, price things, but we have an opportunity for one non-profitable. I don't know how good glass imports will be. I guess they are kind of good. I'm pretty sure we won't be able to profit. Yeah, cars. Cars are destined to be expensive. Steel's not on there, but steel's also less likely to... Like, some things just naturally have a high equilibrium price, and I think it's just like... This is just for import. Oh no, this is to export. Wait, why can't we trade with China? I don't think we'll be able to export this that profitably. Yeah, this isn't that profitable for us. It just kind of shows us the... Well, no, it's not just showing us the cheapest stuff, because sulfur is not cheap, but sulfur is just incredibly efficient. So it is showing us sulfur. I don't believe we can export sugar, yeah. Is it possible to fix the company bug by nationalize everything only to allow capitalists to be company related? No. We've tried that. It doesn't really work. You accept that your companies are going to be relatively small. I guess a little while back was when we last checked, when it was 12 out of 38 levels. Now there's 43 levels. Let's check how much. So 14 out of 43. So I think its market share is decreasing. We could do the math real quick. 12 out of 38 is close to a third. So 31.5%. And then 14 out of 43 is 32%. So it's gone up by 1% in market share. Keeping in mind that this is the first company we slotted in, and they started with like 50% market share. So really not super optimistic. The way that lobbies are created is not very good at the moment. Interesting. Too random. I like some degree of randomness. Because, look, if we got super cucked by the trade unions, if that doesn't happen every game, and it's just like some games you have to deal with this and another you have to deal with that, that's kind of... I think that's a good thing. I wish corporate state kept the monarchy map color, but the normal USA flag name. Well, fortunately, our power block is the same map color, so... What happened in your most fun run, you remember? Oh, I don't know. Like, the most fun we've had is probably, like, pretty close to release. Opening the borders of China, it's going to flow a lot of people to the USA. No, because we don't have a way to open their borders. There's no war goal for it. 10th American Army is lacking organization. No, not the 10th American Army. It is significantly lacking organization, though. You're not wrong. Intelligentsia, like single party state. Let's get these authoritarians in government. Trade unions really hate our single-party state idea. You didn't ask, you guys. Yeah, have you, we've heard of America. You've heard of the two-party system, but have you heard of the one-party system? How hard is it to make a illegit? Look at how legitimate this is. Okay, we have the Forbidden City, which is giving us like 20, but like this should not be legitimate at all. Corporatist Tate is probably just the truth here, huh? They fixed the bugs you reported on the forums? Hell yeah, brother. The problem is they create anti-nation lobbies for nations that don't have any type of influence with you because they made a diplomatic move that dropped you from 22 to 19. Well, I mean, I don't think that's necessarily bad. Are you creating Trump America 150 years earlier? Shh. Do you know there's already a modifier for company reinvestment contribution in the game files? It could be a quick mod. I don't think there is already. I think there might be. They talked about just turning the rate way up, so I guess there probably is. I don't know where it is. I haven't seen it. Curious why you never swapped to laissez-faire? Yeah, me too. We tried several times. We tried to pass it a few times. I think we're going to try again here. Look at this legitimacy. Again, we're getting plus 20, but this is literally the Industrialists with a radical... Yeah. No, we wanted to swap laissez-faire, though. Like, forever ago. We've tried swapping several times. We've just gotten cucked repeatedly by various things. You got 20... Oh, you're right. We have a plus 20 legitimacy event decaying as well. So those two combined... I mean, 44 is still solid for these two being in the same group together, to be fair. $44 is still okay. It's not as insane, but like, would this change our ruler? Okay, so this is a reason to like Council Republic more. The corporatist state locks in your ruler. I don't know if they're voted out, but that's also a reason to like parliamentary more as well. We're just bad at the game, and we didn't research multilateral alliances before everything else. We're bad and we should feel bad. At what point is co-op better than interventionism? It doesn't get better than interventionism anymore. The main reason to not go interventionism, or better than interventionism? I don't know, interventionism, it might be better. It's not better than laissez-faire, like, at any point anymore. You're also running lower taxes than usual? Not like way lower. It's not like we're running low taxes. We're running mid taxes. Mid taxes we would sometimes be running at this phase in the game. I agree it could be a little bit higher, but I was also taking that into consideration. Normally it's hard to be above 25 with these two in government. You know? You need to drink more water. We do. My throat's starting to get dry. To be fair, no multilateral alliances is on brand for USA. What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean USA only has unilateral alliances? We got a new election. So here's another thing is, we're expecting the parties to shake out a little bit differently as well. Oh, what's this? Well, now we're at 100 legitimacy. After the election readjustment. But now the People's Party is crushing. Okay, well, we don't want this Luddite. It was a mistake to go corporate. Why'd we do that? No. Alright, let's see what we got in the tank. This guy's hated. Minus 129, boy. Boy, things have not gone better for this gentleman. He's lost a couple battles since he was minus 125. We are just gonna look up... Okay, so... We don't have any other... rural folk. Let's take a look at the rural folk. And now we're starting to get into, like, maybe some meats and potatoes of a gentleman. Sorry. We're looking for this. Chance of appearance here, we have 75% chance of getting a Rough Rider brother. Rough Rider Teddy, the toughest American president in history. Hey, Tristan, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Big nice. Self-EIC'd yourself? Yeah, basically. Remember, generals need to be in service for 10 years before becoming IG leader. Wait, what? Is that a new change? Are you trolling me? Is that a new change? I mean, we're 75% to roll Rough Rider Teddy, and because we have such a hard-on for him, that's like 100%. Because that's how games work. Best Vicky 3 stream is here. There is. Thank you. Aww. I wasn't the biggest yesterday. I'm probably not the biggest today, though. Try it. Yeah, that's a new change. Jesus. Doodles, if you're here, I'm not happy. I'll have to write that down. Doodles! Can I get some damn it doodles in chat? I feel like everything abused. Doodles is like, I hate that. That's it. We're doing Confederation of the Rhines only. Confederation of the Rhine runs only in protest. Doodles hates Confederation of the Rhine. Commanders are now only picked as an intergroup leaders after they served at least 10 years. It wasn't listed as Victoria Tweaks mod, so I don't know if Doodles did it. No, I'm pretty sure it's Doodles' fault. We're gonna blame Doodles anyways? Yeah, exactly. I'm fine with the general gotcha game no longer being a thing. I'm fine with it too. I think I'm okay with that. Because now I don't have to play the mini game like infinitely. Why don't we save? I want Teddy Roosevelt, so we're gonna save and we're gonna exile. And if it's not Teddy, we'll let it advance one day. I'm glad you guys are damn it doodling though. What do you think will be the next DLC? I think it'll be a boat update. My degree of confidence is not very high in that. I don't have any insider information on it. But I think that's kind of what they've been hinting at. I think that's what some people want to see. I hope that it's a boat and trade update. They've improved performance a couple times in a row now. I'd love to see them cash in and actually fix trade. The big problem with trade is that it's expensive from a performance standpoint. Oh. Let's go, Teddy. Now, he's not cautious, because obviously you couldn't make Teddy Roosevelt cautious. But for those of you who don't know or understand why he's the toughest president of all time, Teddy Roosevelt, so like, we're about to have another president that survived getting shot, although he barely survived, or he barely got shot. He didn't barely survive. Although I guess there's another 2 months. But, you know, Trump got shot in the ear, and then he stopped giving a speech. He went home. He was like, Teddy Roosevelt. When there was an assassination attempt on Teddy Roosevelt, he gets shot in the fucking chest. Like, not in the arm, not in the ear. He gets shot in the chest. And then he finishes his speech. Bro. He's like, how tough do you have to be that you get shot in the chest and your first, like, response to, like, a bullet going through your lung is like, your first response is like, I'm gonna let you shoot me, but I just want to say, I'm not done with my speech yet. Sit the fuck down. We got some stuff to say. I'm gonna let you shoot me in the chest real quick, but before you do, I got something to say. Spamming full 20 divisions of generals, yeah. So what exactly is the DLC as opposed to the free patch? Just the India content? Yeah, it's mainly the India content, as far as I can tell. I don't know of any feature specifically right now that's locked behind it. Although we might... it's going to come to light more. The thing is, I haven't played on the non-DLC thing, so I don't really know exactly. I was thinking boats and trades make sense for a major DLC. Yeah. Would like an automated trade. They probably automated too. You could be the next Grover Cleveland, like William Henry Harrison. Bull Moose Party, basically. Steam's new season pass policy means that whenever they start selling, they will need to communicate all the DLCs planned to be in the pack in the release window. Ugh, yikes. I mean, it makes sense. We generally like consumer protections. Teddy's the definition of I don't give a fuck? Yeah, basically. Old age punches got buffed, real? Oh. Just the food. Is it just the food security, or is there another number that got buffed? I mean, Poor Laws also gives food security. Poor Laws giving food security. That's low key kind of good. We are just circling the bureaucracy drain here, chat. Oh, it's because we have institutions that are increasing as we're trying to do some of this stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Is electricity under development now? I think it is. I think my least favorite change from the patch might be that you're not automatically subsidizing railroads. That's the first PM you kind of want to turn on. Also, Teddy knew it wasn't his vitals after serving in the Spanish-American Civil War. There's no way immigration in... there's way too much immigration in 1.8. No idea what they did. They turned off... they made it so discriminated pops could migrate. And then they just migrate and show up discriminated against. And so, if you don't want that, you gotta close your borders. You gotta close the borders if you don't want... yeah. I think diploplays are a bigger problem than the Navy. I do too. I have been complaining about the diploplay sucking butt for forever. They have given no indication that, or actually I can't remember what the roadmap is, but I've felt very for a very long time now, almost the entire when the game first released, my biggest problem was the UI, and then once they fixed the UI, my biggest problem has been since then. The Diplo play being crazy. Teddy Roosevelt is the manliest man to have ever manned, ever. I agree with that statement. Do wage subsidies not do anything? Wage subsidies can kind of do nothing. If you don't have a lot of unemployment, because Social Security specifically pays out to unemployed people, so if you don't have unemployment, the institution doesn't really do anything. Is the gov building in Beijing not employing? That could be another problem that we're experiencing. Nope, it is employing up. This one's not. We could maybe increase the level of unity here. Let's do that a couple of things. Qualifications. 4K hours review is gonna be spicy. Yeah, if they, especially if they don't fix the thing. Or the Diplo play by then. I'm gonna be throwing some shade. Do you know Abe Lincoln was a wrestler with a record of like 243-1? He once saw a guy bullying someone else and he picked him up and threw him over his head through him. That is interesting. I'm not sure. That is interesting. East India Modernist Revolt? Sometimes I don't know how much I believe of those types of things. But also sometimes they do be like that. Like Plato was reportedly a really good wrestler as well. I think changing war goals during wars is still on the roadmap. Still need to fix the war support system. Yeah, I mean there's a lot. Did he spend a lot of time on PR to make him seem that way? I mean, did he not get shot in the chest and then finish his speech? Yeah. I don't know, dog. Like, World War I, Teddy Roosevelt as president could have caused interesting diversion. Hey there, Willy boy. Will you get the British and French... Wait, what? Hey there, Willy boy. We will get the Brits and French pushed back to Versailles. You're talking about... You think he would have joined the other side of the war? Interesting. Oh, I'm so excited for getting laissez-faire here, boys. To be fair, the bullet didn't go through his lung due to well-developed pectoral muscles. I think it did puncture his lung. Yankees fan. I think that one of the reasons years later he died of pneumonia, and one of the reasons why they thought that he wasn't able to survive was because he'd gotten shot and it damaged his lung. So like he eventually died as a result of getting shot in the chest. It's not written that it gives welfare payments, and I'm just wondering if it's my Victoria 3 issue. No, it shows like nothing for us as well. It's just so these give welfare payments and other stuff. And these just... Oh, wait. Do these give bigger welfare payments, then? Yeah, no, it shows like nothing to me as well. Is the paper industry still profitable? That would drop your paper mana by 10%. We slotted out the paper company. That's going to be the next one we slot back in. We slot out the paper company for another Canal company, and then I couldn't resist using Standard Oil. Vroom, 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 vroom. I think that's the first loud card of the stream. Which China's capital, Beijing, now that Beijing's gone? It almost always goes to southern Anhui, and that's where it is. I don't know the heuristic that makes it go there. Exactly. This isn't the most populous state. It might go to the highest GDP state, but I don't even know if this is the highest GDP state. Usually the highest GDP state is Jiangxi. I guess this is higher GDP. Maybe it just goes to highest GDP? Why the hell did they name those bears out of after Roosevelt? Why didn't they name more things after Roosevelt? He's the national parks man? Yeah. Does it actually not give it, or is it invisible? I assume it's just invisible. Happy release day, General. Hey, Gene, welcome to the stream. Discover any new cool features in 1.8? I mean, other than, you mean anything new cool that's hidden? I discovered that this is less, this isn't 1.8, but this is something I was not aware of until I was making some of my videos for 1.8. If you have a rebellious subject, and you can't reduce subject payments on them, right, we can't reduce subject payments because they don't pay us anything, you can bankroll them, and then you can reduce that bankroll. You can reduce subject payments on that bankroll so that you bankroll them less, and you get taking negative liberty desire. It did not penetrate to his pleura and was lodged in his pectoral. Really? Okay. Smithy has made a video claiming 1.8 is bad. Shake my head. Yeah, Smithy's upset. I talked with Smithy. I know Smithy's mad about it. I think it's great. I think it's not as big as 1.7. I think he wanted it to be as big as 1.7. I think that his YouTube kind of popped off in 1.7, if I recall correctly. And so he's just like, from his perspective, it's just been like all downhill from 1.7. And it's like, the way it works is like every patch is just a huge spike and then a huge drop off, spike, drop off, spike, drop off, and your overall trajectory, or at least this is how it's been for me, is like positive. But like every week for 48 weeks out of the year, my YouTube channel's doing worse than the week before. Yeah. 1.8 is horrible. I had a revolution that only had 1.1 million people. It took the entire country. Well, I mean, if all 1.1 of those people go out in the street, I mean, the maths sometimes maths on that. Revolutions are generally conducted by a small percentage of the population. But did they have a large, were they very relevant? I don't know. It's not always like, half the country doesn't have to be insurrectionary or whatever. Afterwards, probes and x-rays showed that the bullet lodged in his chest and didn't penetrate. Okay, interesting. Then I don't know what I was reading about the pneumonia. Would it, even if it didn't penetrate, would it still exacerbate his pneumonia, or was I reading just like stupid? Since doctors concluded it would be less dangerous to leave it in place rather than attempt to remove it, he carried it for the rest of his life, according to Wikipedia. Interesting. Revs take half your country, no matter size, like every single patch this game ever had. No, they sometimes really small now. They made it better. Yeah, now it's worse. You have 4 movements at once, so they don't even want anything. Yeah. Oh my god, all your mana's red. Gives you anxiety. Da-da-da. We don't mind. We're winning this war. Short hair don't care. We're working on it, though. We could kick some more governments to the top of the queue. Government admins. That way we don't finish the ones that are already at the top. To be fair, we should be building those over getting the electricity down. I just kind of want to get the electricity down. One of the problems with talking about the game and like playing the game simultaneously is you generally do both of them more poorly. Looks like, I wish it showed what their activism was trending towards, like when I clicked here. In terms of the UI, I wish it was just like, this was moving over to the left a little and it showed a trending towards figure as well. Did our spaghetti get spagottal? Where are you going? Shake my head, dude. The one front that we need... Election in 35 days. Is Teddy gonna win it? Who knows? Probably. Actually, that means we want to declare our next war before he becomes president because he's not cautious. We just have like infinite conscripts raised. Yeah, I think maybe we want to recover a little bit on the eco front before we just jump in. I don't think we want to let the conscripts ride. It's a lot of conscripts. Thank you for the tip, Gene. If you don't get a cheesesteak for dinner last night, have one tonight. Thank you so very much. Last night we had hot dogs and hamburgers. We did get them. Thank you so very much. Oh, I didn't even notice, player. You got a mod icon too. Gun Obsession would make America way too OP. It would. Gun Obsession's really strong. It would also be like an utter meme, right? Right? Do we think America really has like a very significant gun obsession? I mean, we could run this one and just hit the negative attitude spike anyway. I know, like, yeah, maybe we'll just eat the infamy. We don't need to like do everything completely perfect. But we understand that our president's likely to change away from this cautious guy as a result of our election finishing, and in theory we should, while we have the cautious guy in power, declare war. Unless that guy's locked in. If that guy's locked in, because we don't know how the corporatist thing works right now, to be fair. If he's locked in, then that's insane. So many mass migrations, man. It's really expensive. Are you not concerned about your debt interest? No, we'll be fine. We're not running that big a deficit as it appears, because we're not actually going to have this amount of army raised for very much longer. Is reducing government wages at GameStart really bad? I've never really done it. I think now it's really meta, because you can't decrease taxes very easy. Alright, we get our election. Oh no. What happened here? Teddy got all the clout. No, Teddy! Please don't. Not the abuse. Teddy, no! We already used our one time this stream. No! We're not handsome enough to ask for another one time. Are we? See, now we're only minus 16k. We're fine. And then all of our trade routes are going to increase and we're going to be making money. We're going to be super okay. We fine. A-okay. We do already have a port there, which is nice. The Grain of Power event is back. Did it even leave? It was always in our hearts. How harsh are the famines? The penalties are really bad for if you have food insecurity. We're not like watching it super close, but in theory we should be playing a little bit of whack-a-mole, because getting minus 70% birth rate and plus 60% mortality, that's fucking massive. So, like, in theory what we should be doing is we should be trying to figure out how to make Pennsylvania not starve to death. Which... It's interesting that the places that end up having a lot of starvation are the places that have like really a lot of economic activity, which I think is fascinating. But it's like the food stuff gets too expensive, especially like. So it's like what's driving this is like here we're looking at Pennsylvania and their prices, and what's driving this is these prices being kind of expensive. One thing that's driving these prices up in Penn is the fact that we have a lot of capitalists there, and the capitalists consume a lot, and as they consume a lot, the dirty, like, sea urchins, peasants, these guys start starving to death a lot. So it's a bit interesting, and it makes sense. When a gun obsession unironically make the Civil War harder, it would make it easier to play America in general, because you'd be able to not just massively increase. Look at our balance. This is what I'm talking about. You'd be able to not massively increase your have to massively increase your gun consumption proportional to the market amount, like repeatedly. Famines are irrelevant. Don't know about that. The modifiers are extremely robust. If you're saying, hey, they're only affected 3% of your pops, then that's like a different type of thing. But unless you're intentionally causing them, it should be fine. I mean, the modifier is extremely negative. If you play normal, I'm not sure how often you experience the modifier. I don't know if I'd call them irrelevant. Hey, at least you got Teddy and it's not a Luddite guy. Yeah, basically. No, I'm fine with Teddy. We're down with Teddy. Because Teddy knows how to get down. Because it takes a year before you can resign, so if you're trying to make a non-powerful IG with super high cloud, it'll take a couple years. Or for a year prior, it juices up the dominant IGs. Wait, what? Do you know the best way to make a big Sepoy mutiny? I do not. Probably make a lot of people really upset simultaneously. It's a year before you can retire generals? Oh, is it? That's a good change, too. You can't release countries while at war now? Also, that's a change that's impactful for 3v3. No breaking war goals in that way. Or, breaking, fronts. Do we just go construction 1? Feels like we're restarting a game, man. Yeah, I don't think we're handsome enough to pass laissez-faire here, unfortunately. Capitals closed down the small grocery stores and replaced it with expensive Whole Foods. Victoria 3 copying real life. Basically. If you're a small country, it's a needed thing. "49 states would rev." Ooh, looks a little yucky. Is the meta still max tax as the game start? No. The minimum expected standard of living for lower strata is really bad. Not journalists missing my first message and I have no clue what I was saying. The truth hurts. What was your first message? So general spamming for cloud is still a thing in the patch, but it makes it a lot harder to make weak IG very strong. Got it. I did miss the first message. The truth hurts. Can you starve another country into surrendering war goals? That'd be cool. That would be neat if we could make them starve more. I mean, I think that the game plan now is to take this, this, and this next time we fight them. Because I'm pretty sure their market capital's, like, in here somewhere. Yeah, it's in Hefei. So if we do that, then they'll be really cut off. At this point, go full communist. Not yet. If you were playing with Taiping, would you close the borders to not have a lot of people leaving to America? No, we'd just try and... We'd probably pass multiculturalism. Actually, we tried to pass multiculturalism, we couldn't. I think we still couldn't if we wanted to. I think if we wanted to pass multiculturalism, we'd almost have to like go to national supremacy so we could go back down to multiculturalism. Like with the way our movements are, we would need to like jumble it around. Which, I mean, maybe we're gonna see more of those play patterns where like doing things like passing restricted child labor, then compulsory primary school is gonna maybe be a thing, because if their approval rating is positive, they don't contribute very much to or less negative, they don't contribute anywhere near as much to setback chance. Like, the way setback chance works is like a lot more dynamic. But also, we might see it would be easier for us to pass national supremacy right now. So it might be the case that we go national supremacy, but then, once we're on national supremacy, we'll have way more of a enactment chance on multiculturalism. So kind of a bit of an interesting thing, I would think. Or we just need to bolster maybe the multicultural movements. Because consumption-based taxation, the new meta? I don't think so. The problem is the change in standard of living. You have an important question? Shoot. The minimum expected standard of living is just like a big change. The secret is that consumption-based taxes was always meta, not like this. We gotta maximize extraction from the upper rung population. I really have to use the restroom, so maybe we watch the release video again. What do you guys think, actually? Release video or trains? We're gonna get a bathroom video, but 1.8. And for the Twitch viewers, the will of YouTube will be imposed upon you. I apologize.
Hi.
I already know which video I think I know which video is gonna win, so I already opened it up. Get ready to... Oh, it's even heat. What's this? What is this? What is this? I was not expecting that. I was expecting it to overwhelmingly be one of the options. Just goes to show, sometimes you don't know your own viewers. Bro, everything's red? Nah, we're fine. We're chilling. It's not about the color of your line, it's about the shape. You keep agitators after granting leadership now? What now? They keep agitating? I don't know. I could have sworn I had an agitator not be an agitator anymore. Who are all these people that hate trains, basically? Been playing too much 1.8 to not pick trains? Train voter here? Yeah, I figured the trains would just overwhelmingly win. It looks like they are winning. Chat has decided their fate.
My name is Mike. We're going to talk about trains.
Hey, Mike.
The first train that we really need to talk about with this whole pack is the Planet locomotive, which you're going to find in Great Britain. The Planet is not the first locomotive used in Britain, but it's one of the first that was used in a sort of industrial, quite mass-produced way. But it had a standard design which was actually used and reused. The most famous of the early British locomotives is probably the Rocket, but the Rocket was a one-off. It wasn't replicated again and again. The Planet was. The Planet was a successful design. It was used by multiple railroads. You're going to see it on multiple railroads in Vicky 3, and we're going to see that design appear again and again in other countries because it was so successful. One of the best places to see that Planet design get reused is, in fact, the United States. In the United States, we start off with a locomotive called the John Bull. The John Bull started life as a Planet locomotive. It was exported from Britain to the United States in the 1830s, The Planet design was very successful in the UK, and so it was one of the first things exported. A Planet locomotive was exported to the US in 1834, called the John Bull. It was called that because John Bull is the personification of Britain and all that. And when they used the John Bull in the United States, they discovered it wasn't really fit for conditions in America. American rails were cheaper, they were windier, they didn't have the same support that they did in Britain. So after one season of use, they started to make some small tweaks to the John Bull. Just, maybe a larger light in the front, cover the driver because the weather was worse in the United States. And over time, the John Bull became this sort of ship of Theseus. It was retired in the 1870s after 40 some odd years of use. And by the time it was retired, it looked like an entirely different
I love the
feature.
French train every time as well. It had a different
smokestack. It had extra wheel slapped to the front. It had a pilot or a cow catcher attached to the front as well.
Maybe we skip to the French train.
Enormous cab. It was almost unrecognizable, and yet at its core, it was still the same locomotive, just with every part replaced over time. In the long-lived design of locomotive,
we're skipping to the French
have
one.
the Südbahn Class 23 representing German locomotives. Now, Germany covers a lot of ground with a lot of different requirements for to worry too much about what you have to build to support them. This is in contrast to our final locomotive, French locomotive that required a lot of work, broke down once quite famously. I apologize to our French viewers, but I'm going to butcher the name just a little bit, but it's the Class 170 West. Most famous for its central role in the Montparnasse crash, where it actually had its brakes fail, blasted right through the terminus, crashed through the outer wall of the station, and then tumbled down a floor into the street below. It's not the most reliable of locomotives, but it's very emblematic of French engineering and French design in the later Victorian era. These sorts of
it's not reliable,
they had
but it is emblematic.
Remained in service up through World War I. These are the sorts of things that you would still see hauling troops up to the front in Flanders, might even still be chugging along, wheezing along, really, in the 1920s. We've picked out 10 locomotive designs that cover the whole span of steam railroading history. They'll be with you from the very beginning of the game through...
Alright. It still fucking kills me every time, yeah. It's not very reliable, but it is very emblematic of French engineering at the time. Alright. Oh no, Generalist. Everything's red, Generalist. What will we do, Generalist? Did you know that Chinese train didn't have locomotives but dragons instead? It seems pretty good. We need more trains. Should I have shown the entire train video? The Francophobia with that one is strong. You know what though? Something. So this is something that actually bothers me a little bit. Well, I don't mind the jokes that are, let's say a little bit more nationalistic oriented, but I don't like the inconsistency that Paradox has in that, on a lot of their forums and these types of things, with France specifically, they don't give a shit how racist you are towards French, at all, in terms of what you say. And an example of which is the EU4 community, they call France baguette, right? But you are not allowed to refer to Ottomans as the forbidden fruit, the forbidden food. And I understand that there's more of a history and there's a song and contextually it's more problematic, but also and also on discords and forums and this type of stuff, nobody gives a shit if you problematize the French whatsoever. And I don't really have skin in the game or super care, but like the inconsistency to me is like crazy. I think the French are like, they're doing all right. Like I don't think they're like broken up about it, but maybe they are. But like the fact that like you can make the exact same parallel type of joke about like the French that you can't make about anyone else is like bothers me. But also like super don't care about dying on that hill. They just call them frogs. They're used to it. Yeah. What about people stop being pussies? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, to some extent, that's kind of my attitude. But also, like, they're not without a point. It's like, so there's, like, bad actors initially who use, like, one thing to mean another thing and are actually, like, advocating for something, like, negative that ruined the fun for everyone, and now we can't have fun anymore. And it's like, it's not like there are people who are actually like problematically like super racist, right? But then they ruin fun for all the jokesters. No more jokester fun. I guess in theory, maybe we're supposed to put down decrees where all of our company headquarters are. New York wouldn't be too bad for us. Let's do that. Oh, just kidding. I just no-brained it. What's it like to play without a brain? We can't put in another thing to replace that. It's like, it's weird to talk about it because like, my complaint is like, very oblique, because I'm not complaining about the French jokes, and I'm not like saying I want to make a bunch of other jokes. I'm complaining about the inconsistency in enforcement. I'm more than happy to like not make jokes or be okay making jokes. I want the enforcement to be more consistent. I mentioned to it to Mod, and it seemed like they got offensive. Francophobia isn't real. Fear of the French is very irrational. Yeah, there we go. Like, I don't... yeah. I really feel like making fun of the French is, like, a huge portion of, like, community racial jokes, and no one... the people, like... It doesn't upset moderation team at all. Why are there so many revs? We've caused a little bit of agitation in our day. Labor movement's super uppity, though. The labor movement's uppity because we're trying to pass laissez-faire. So, I mean, we might pass poor laws, but mostly the paradox moderation thing annoys me is that they banned anything related to Pepe. Yeah, or like, the Deus Vault, like, is completely banned, but, like, I don't know enough about the Deus Vault thing to know if I have a problem with that. I think blanket banning Pepe is like it's an obtuse tool where I'd prefer one be more surgical. Like, I'd prefer you ban the people that are like problematic rather than like, I don't know enough about the Pepe thing either, but that's like maybe an example of like kind of what I'm talking about. Like, it's easier for me to be specific about like the asymmetry in that no one cares if you refer to France as baguette, but you can't refer to, like, the Ottomans, you know, as the food that they make. And Paradox really cares about that one. Like, you get auto-modded on the Reddit if you do that. It's mostly because French are fully accepted, full ranks, full rights, yeah, full mocks. Yeah, basically, but like, if you have a system that's gonna like do that, then in some sense, not being mocked is a form of discrimination itself. I don't know. Like, French are actually not fond towards other languages. Yeah, depends on the context. If you tend to be xenophobic to others, okay, I understand. If it's a joke, deal it like a joke. Yeah. So this is the thing. If I actually think that someone's like, the French are the absolute worst, we should get rid of all of them, like, then I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Like, but if someone's making, like, oh, it's the French, like, type of joke, then, like, I don't care. often those jokes are like less interesting and they're kind of like low-hanging fruit and they're not like, there's a little bit of cheap humor, so like from the perspective of like the construction of a joke, they're generally like not like ever as huge, like out of the parkish type of things, because like the essence of a joke is like you have an expectation, the expectation gets subverted, but like if you're on a Paradox forum, someone making fun of the French is the expectation, so there's no subversion that happens. So like an example is like, I was looking for my girlfriend's killer, but no one will do it. Like, obviously, like, you have this moment where you're like, oh, someone killed his girlfriend, and then it's like, oh, nope, he wants someone to kill his girlfriend. Like, so... Like, if you're talking about the French, you're, like, already expecting it, and if you're on, like, a Paradox server. I have a reactionary revolution going with everyone, but the Industrialists, the armed forces in it might be losing this one. Yeah, if the revs get really big, it gets really hairy. In particular, the armed forces joining in seems to have a big effect as well. So we could go out of our way to, you know, try and keep them out of movements by doing this, and also really massaging what their IG leader is going to be. But you have to do that really proactively with the generals. We're not sweating this run super hard, because we're trying to play and talk a lot. It's fashionable to hate on the French, basically. Generals, have you done a Havana playthrough? We have not. You're complaining about the double standards, which is justified since they're known to cause mental problems. Yeah, 100%. I'm not complaining about the jokes. I'm not complaining about the not jokes. I really don't care that much either way. But I'm complaining about there's a set of standards that applies for, like, some groups, but not for, like, French. U.S. government considers Pepe a hate symbol, which might have something to do with it. I don't know. Do they? Is that like a... is there like a national organization that does that? I'm not saying I think you're wrong, I'm saying I have no idea. Back in the mid-2000s when I was a mod for Paradox and modded, the fun forums, it was quite the experience. I was a moderator on the forums. Yeah, I mean, like, it also maybe is just a heuristic that's just way easier for modding, so it's just a practical solution, because generally speaking, when people are making fun of the French, I don't think they're actually being xenophobic, and when people are making fun of other groups, they're way more likely to be being xenophobic, so it might just be, like, a practical, like, this is a heuristic that's less likely to miss, but, like... In which case, I, like, understand it, but it doesn't mean I have to, like, be entirely thrilled with it. I don't know. But, like, we know why you can't call Turkey that, right? I had an ad in the middle. Yeah, I understand that, like, there's, like, a history in a song and, like, this type of thing, and, like, people are being xenophobic towards, like, the Turks and, like, Middle Eastern people in general. And that there's, like, a back thing for it, right? I do understand that, but if you shouldn't allow, like, the exact symmetrical joke for, like, French. I feel like all national language is pointed towards French-British because players want to LARP their game and it's seen as punching up rather than punching down. Yeah, this is another one. But, like, even, like, that framing is, like, problematic, right? Because, like, it's punching down if you talk about the other groups. Like, then you're, like, in some sense, you're putting them in a status that's, like, a lower tier status by the nature of, like, the framing of that conception, right? You're only allowed to make fun of, like, the better nationalities or something like this is, like, weird, dude. Like, I understand what you're saying, but, like, if you follow the logic, like, of that as being the heuristic, then, like, we can probably do these now. Yeah, buddy. Oh. Mechloom's so good, why aren't we using it? It's one of the best PMs. It's because that one is a slur? I mean, like, whether or not... No workers' rights or private health care. We'll tell them to kick rocks. God damn it. I mean, I think we're failing laissez-faire either way, but... like, I think whether or not something's considered a slur is also, like, maybe subjective. I mean, on some element, referring to any person by the food that their country makes is, like, offensive in some way. Like, but there's, like, I understand there's more of a history for the Turkey one than there is for, like, the France one. What's the forbidden fruit? I'm Argentinian. I'm ignorant about Turkish racism. I don't want to say it because Paradox, like, actually, like, really cares about it. So I'm not gonna say it. I apologize. I understand you're just seeking information, but it's a food. All I can find is about some TV show. I'm British, I meant to hate the French, but like in a Fonzie going, "Ay" type of hate. Yeah. No, like, I think that, like, I also think that there's, like, good-natured, like, type of, like, French making fun of the British and British making fun of the French. Just like Americans and Brits make fun of each other, too. But there's, like, a difference between, the, like, the good-natured type of tomfoolery and, like, the xenophobic, like, bigoted type of tomfoolery. And, like, I don't want the latter, but, like... Yeah, I mean, maybe I'm fine with the ruling. Like, it's just, like, it's unfortunate that, like, that's the solution, whereas you have, like, an asymmetric system. I don't know. Meat cubes on a skewer is a great, yeah. A joke needs a little bit of tension to work. I don't know if it needs tension. It can often help. Like, okay, so, like, Stephen Wright has this one joke. It's like, I went into a job interview, asked the interviewer if I turned my headlights on, if I'm in a car traveling the speed of light and I turn my headlights on, do they do anything? Like, there's no tension there. I think there's a lot of jokes that work with subversion of expectation that don't need tension. I think that tension helps with some jokes. In some sense, when a joke is really rude, the subversion of the expectation is the suspension of being polite, right? So, but like the essence of a joke is you're expecting a certain thing and then it goes in a different direction. And sometimes it could just be being rude, but generally those jokes aren't like, in my opinion, it's clever. Like, I generally think like the race-oriented jokes or like the haha, the French jokes, like, aren't as funny, even if they're funny. Marcos still hasn't returned to Discord. Very sad. Aw. The French don't care, minus Parisians. Yeah, that's also kind of been my perception. Is I don't think I've seen a French person like legitimately complaining about it ever. I mean, I've complained about it to a moderator before. Or I guess about the inconsistency. Said he'd come back after next major update. To be fair, you've only given him a few hours, playa. The Immersive Gaming, do you have an updated production sheet? It's not updated. The one that I have, I recently repubbed it. The only thing that I changed was in the section related to labor saving, I entered the new spreadsheet PM. Have a nice day, Lamau got him. What? I'm a bit confused here about this plus activism, attraction activism stuff. So the events make it so people want a law more, but are less active for it. Sounds kind of weird. So, I'm starting to get caught behind in these things. So the way it works is support determines like how big the movement is, and activism is how mad they are. Once they get past, I think it's 25 on the activism, then however much support they have, they will add that to law passing. So you see these guys, they're protesting, so they're very active. Their support is only 6% though, so they'll only give 6% chance towards the things that they want. Hey, coming back, are we mocking the French as we always should be? Basically, it's kind of, yeah. The ADL does read news articles for this week about senators calling Gabe Newell a terrorist for terror symbols and looking at their data. Pepe is in it, and it's seemingly the overwhelming reason why U.S. senators... Wait. The ADL does, and plus read news articles from this week about senators calling out Gabe Newell for terror symbols and looking at their data. Pepe is in it, and seemingly the overwhelming reason why U.S. senators said anything. Okay, that's interesting. I mean, look, if the government identifies them as like a hate symbol, then I'm pretty okay with just banning it. I definitely know people have used Pepe without hate in their hearts. Like it's definitely not been the case that every time Pepe gets used, the people are seething with hatred. But yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I didn't realize it was like a fish haul in that way. I mean, I'm also generally pretty free speechy though. Like the US categorizing it as a hate symbol is not the same as them banning it. Like it's not banned as a speech in the US. It's just categorized in a particular way. But I think as a private company, if you want to ban something that's regarded as hate speech in a country, then like that's super your prerogative and okay. Like on forums, those are like private industries. That's not like the same as a forum for like public forum for free speech. And companies, like it's well within their purview to like ban or allow whatever they want. Which is kind of, yeah. Which is like kind of one of the reasons I don't really care whether they ban stuff or they don't ban stuff. The problem that I have is like the inconsistency of the heuristic, but God, we have such few levels of companies. The attitude of the term changed after the Christchurch massacre that was live streamed. Interesting. I have no problem with the French neighbor. I have a problem with them no winning a war since Napoleon. I mean, I remember people were pretty mad at the French in, supplying weapons to Iraq, like, during early 2000s or something like this. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat and also play reasonably. Racism equals power plus prejudice. I mean, there's multiple definitions that people like to use for racism, but that's one, yeah, where it's not racist unless if there's no power behind it, it's not racist. And there's like the idea is that the French position is a privileged one, so you can't be racist against them. Which, like, is a particular, like, framing or understanding of, like, the term racism. Which I don't think is wrong or necessarily right, but, like, one of the things is, like, when people use the word racism, they can often talk past each other, so you have to be, like, precise with what you're saying. To be honest, I find the whole different races, cultures, dick-waving to be dumb anyways. I do too. Like, I'm a humanist. I'm not very nationalistic at all. And, like, I think, like, I think also people like committing violence on behalf of their sports team is just absolutely insane to me. Like, full stop, like, what the hell? And, like, for me, like, the, like, hyper-nationalism is, like, kind of an extension of that. I don't know. We'll put that in pen. We're gonna work to get down decrees wherever we have companies. But these jokes should lead to whistleblowing and be avoided, in my opinion. I think my position's like kind of one where I don't really, if we want to just avoid the jokes categorically, I'm kind of pretty okay with that, because I think there's decent reasoning. It's just the avoiding them for like everyone. But the framing it as a like the French like have a sort of power such that like it's not equivalent. But then, like, you have this ambiguity thing. Okay, which groups are considered to have powers so that we know who we can make jokes about? It's like, I don't think anyone's explicitly answering that question for anyone. I guess maybe it's just you have to, I don't know, make your joke, shoot your shot, and if you miss, like, calibrate it, then, I don't know. French people experience way less hard racism in Western society, so letting the soft racism go is much easier, because there's much less slippery slope. I mean, I think you're correct. I also can kind of still be annoyed at the asymmetry there. But, like, yeah, no, it definitely makes sense. Is Germany forming more consistently this patch? Sample size too small. Don't forget the power block is still called the CSA. We're calling it the corporate states of America, maybe. We could go external trade too, or we could go mass migrant freedom of movement. Actually, we do kind of want colonial offices, don't we? Shoot. We can't have it all. Let's go for colonial offices first. I have no idea what caused all this French talk. I don't remember either. It might have been me. I don't know if I brought that up. That might have been me. Maybe we're talking about moderation or this type of thing. It's all... also, my position's like one of, like, relative ambivalence, so like maybe it's just like weird for me to bring up entirely. We maybe want to kick those to the front of the queue wherever they are, but we're gonna need more. Mass migration kind of doing the thing. Yeah. If it's what Charmaine says, then it has a famous use in a concert with an actual prosecuted globally recognized war crime. I know less about that background than, yeah, I mean, like, if it's... Like, people don't use baguette as a way to, like, kind of advocate for war crimes against the French when they refer to France as baguette. Feels like a good time to prop fuck Boston. Hell yeah, dog. Neighboring countries making fun of each other. Yeah, maybe that's the thing. You could only make fun of your neighbors, but not people too many countries away. Should that be the heuristic, bro? I think I don't have a problem with that heuristic, except I kind of do. That's the funniest way of doing it. Anyone knows why there's so little? Why you have so little private construction going on? Is your investment pool big? If your investment pool is big, and it's still proportionally small, then you have to make sure you're on a law that can use up more than a certain percent of it. If you're on interventionism, I believe, or sorry, traditionalism, I believe the private queue only gets 25% allocation here, so that could be a thing. They also won't like to build if buildings aren't profitable or you don't have infrastructure, so you can kind of attempt to push it up by building more railroads. Playing against Belgium, is it a bug? If you're Belgium and you only have a couple states, it might be you're running out of infrastructure, and so then they'll build a railroad, but they won't build anything else while that railroad is building. Although the French are innocent here, they call the English les roast beefs, so they give and take. Yeah. Yeah, there's like a back and forth nature to it, like, which, like, yeah. I'm 100%, like, I don't care if people want to joke, just generally speaking. And then, but also, if you joke, you're making a decision to, like, make a joke, and, if the joke's not funny, and it's offensive, then you don't get away with it, and people can dislike you for that joke. I definitely don't think it's a free pass to be offensive. It's just, if you can make the joke, and then you can, so to speak, get away with it, if your joke is clever enough or funny enough, then you can be offensive. And if you can't, then you suffer the consequences of being offensive. And if you don't want to enter in that exchange, then don't make the joke. Do you think Paradox could ever go mainstream? Not this niche history nerds? No. The feedback loop for the grand strategy game is too, requires, it's not that it requires too long an attention span, but, maybe this is the proper way of wording it. Look, when you play an FPS game, you click the button, you get and you get instant feedback, so the feedback loops are much faster, and you don't, it's not complicated to know in a first-person shooter what's going on. It's, really complicated to know what's going on in these games, and a lot of the times the feedback loops are much more extended, such that, it's just never gonna have, a super wide appeal, I don't think. People also have a swastika without hate in their hearts as a religious symbol. Yes, but, I think that proportionally, that's much more likely than Pepe, but I also thought about the swastika when I was mentioning that. The ADL also thinks PewDiePie is an extremist. Yeah, well, PewDiePie's just trying to be edgy and then he's not funny. Right? Or that was there's some times where he's trying to be edgy and then it's also not funny and it's seems like the line is always drawn where the worst bad actors require it. Pepe is also a wildly popular meme and it was a meme for the alt-right back in 2016. Well, it didn't initially start out as an alt-right meme either, and a lot of people used it not as a right-wing thing. The guy who made Pepe initially was does not like it being co-opted. Iraqi war protests in 2003 started calling them freedom fries. Yep, I remember that. When we are selling weapons, okay, but when you are, it's not. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying there's no hypocrisy there. I think we also got shot with a lot of our own weapons. Got military assistance from France, big nice. Yeah, stacking military assistance is going to be an interesting one. We're trying to kind of right the ship on a lot of these things. Do we have military? We could just enforce military access on one of these guys to get to Paraguay. And we have military access on both of them. Cool. We actually probably don't even need to fight that war then. We'll send in the license to ill. I think oppression and racism are distinct concepts. Some people's definition of racism does not make them conceptually as distinct. You obviously can be racist against the French because why wouldn't you? What's your job, Journalist Gaming? This is, I'm trying to make it. which is why I can do 12-hour stream days. Opened up a sick game and my entire population is starving at game start. Is that true for a lot of starts? I don't know. My sample size is relatively small. The countries I've played, I don't have a bunch of pops starving. It might be common with really small starts. I don't really know. Oh, it's the train video that started all this. That's right. That's right, because the developer was making fun of the French. That's right. That's what it was. It was the trains. I remember now. And then I said, you know, like, it kind of bothers me a little bit how making fun of the French is allowed and not making fun of other people is not allowed. The asymmetry is what bothers me. I kind of don't care one way or another. I just like the laws to be consistent. Alright, maybe we pass laissez-faire. Maybe we're handsome enough. The best economy type that other countries prefer you to join your economy sphere? In interventionism? Maybe that's a reason for... Interesting. I think that metagame... I think Sovereign Empire plus this interaction... I'm keen to see how much people abuse it. The request power embassy, but we're going to be able to subjugate a lot of people with it. Especially because we're actually powerful and have a lot of prestige and stuff. Unlike some run I know. How fast is the game speed 5? Yeah, let's take a look. I love baguettes, olive oil, salt, burritos, delicious. Yeah. So, running at a decent clip. Let's run speed 4 though. Same goes for flirting, sexual harassment, what that is inconsistently enforced. That one I think, or that, like, if it's successful, it's okay. If it's not successful, you have to suffer the consequences. I assume that's in response to that. That's kind of how my feeling on that. EU4's buildings take 30 to 150 years to pay off the construction, so yeah, feedback is really delayed. Yeah. I feel like saying Pepe is alt-right is like saying Wojak is alt-right. I don't know, bad faith. Yeah, I'm not in the, like, meme sauce enough to, like, I think really know whether or not I think it is like that. I know it wasn't that initially, but that's different than what it is now. I mean, if people who aren't on the right dislike using Pepe because they feel it has a certain connotation, then that's probably meaningful in some way. But we have to keep an eye on this. It's kind of getting a little bit more radical. Isn't it possible to make a state now focus on weapons export by who can decide wars by trading those wars, but only one side providing military assistance and that side as well? I don't think you can decide wars enough. I don't know what exactly goes into what people accept and what people don't accept, though, on the thing. It might be the case that your military has to be a big size for people to want to accept receiving military assistance. I don't really know how this applies. I think giving it out is really bad if you have any, like, decently sized military. You know what's interesting, though? This is kind of a plus mark for countries that are running national militia because they have a cheaper standing army. So if you aren't full mobilizing, you can give military assistance for cheaper. If you answered and I'm watching, sorry. If you answered and I missed it, I'm sorry, I'm watching Twitch ads. Well, luckily I'm like 5 minutes behind on the Twitch chat, so the ads are probably over. We can all agree ads suck. Kind of. If there are no ads... So the advertisement itself kind of sucks, but the institution of advertisements... If there were no ads, I would probably not be streaming right now. Right, if ads did not exist. If there was not a way for me to generate revenue from playing games. Enact universal suffrage? We have it. The reason your cops were hops were constantly below expected standard of living was because I set the taxes too high. Yep. It's a huge change to the system. The beard isn't thick enough for laissez-faire, the truth hurts. If you played into it, you could already subjugate most of the map with SE. This interaction makes it easier. Sovereign Empire? Yeah. I mean, I think that before I was leaning towards Sovereign Empire being the best. I thought it was kind of close. Now I think it's not close at all, especially because bankrolls were nerfed. Most of the reason that I liked the trade one, right, was because I think external trade, or I thought external trade was really good. I think external trade is so much worse in a world where bankrolls are not OP. Because, like, the entire idea was you were setting yourself up for a really juicy bankroll, and just getting one more made such a huge difference in terms of outcomes, especially if you were already decently sized. And now it being much, much less of a factor, like, external trade might not even be good anymore. Especially if the metagame is no longer play nice with all the GPs, then it's probably just not good anymore. And a big part of what makes particularly central identity pillars good is do they get use out of their primary principles? You have to have more military protection to give it to someone? Okay, that makes sense. Well, that's interesting, because that means you can receive it really easy if you're on... that's probably a pretty good heuristic. You can receive it really easy on National Militia, but it's not going to be a very good free money modifier. I wonder if it goes away if we're mobilized. I guess it doesn't. So then, stacking the modifier, you'd probably have to go like National Militia or something? Interesting. Did India get any resource buffs in 1.8 or no? They got a ton. They have a little bit of iron everywhere, quite a decent chunk of coal. I think they have a little bit more oil. Qing with minus 75% mill goods cost incoming. I mean, very tempted to do it. We would have to somehow find a way to keep our army power projection low. We could probably just use irregulars with all the PMs. Just set it to irregulars. And then use all the mobilization options, like opium, liquor, tobacco, and just use everything. That's super cute. Is there a downside to having the market capital and state capital in different locations? Not as much anymore. The downside used to be that... Well, No, I don't think there's an especially big downside. I mean, you could stack the infrastructure bonus if you want to do this, but you tend to have really expensive transportation in your capital anyways because a lot of ownership pops are there, so that I don't even think that that's necessarily that good. In fact, you probably want them separate, if anything. Did Spain Sovereign Empire run recently where I went external trade and foreign investment? I had everything except Germany, England, and a smaller part of Russia in your block. Yeah. That tracks. So, like, now it's... I mean, in theory, I think we should probably be improving stuff with Brazil a little bit more aggressively. Sovereign Empire, no. They have powerful protectors, no. Who's your powerful protector, my guy? Belgium? Oh, Spain. Do you think the tax bet has changed? 100% has changed, I think. I wish you could let the streamer pick ads to show on stream. I did Paradox, so they just have to have the trade videos and ad for Paradox. That'd be dope. To be fair, YouTube does have tailored ads. I think Twitch does not, which is one of the reasons Twitch pays out less per, like, ad watch, I think. But you had France, Austria, Scotland, Ireland, Ukraine, Siberia, China, and Indiana as subjects, but also Indiana. Oh, India. The real goal with Qing is minus 100 mils goods cost. Yeah, exactly. the way to do that then, if it's based on army power projection, you would just use irregulars. And maybe have, like, one army that can fight in case you, like, need it. Is playing Cuba viable? Yeah, Cuba's super slept on. I just forget about Cuba. But Cuba has pretty good mappy. They have decent resources. I think 100 is impossible right now. No, you could stack it. Bro, if you can go negative and you just get paid, even better. Do you think you could have been a good janissary back in the day? I don't know. If I was back in the day, I'd be different, right? It's like, it's the question, do you think... The question's kind of, do you think you'd make a good soldier? I don't know. If I was raised a janissary, I'd probably be a better janissary than if I was not raised a janissary, so it's like a weird type of question to answer. I mean, when I was younger, I was a bouncer in a nightclub. I've been in, like, well over 100 fights. I don't think that answers your question either, but... Brunei got released. Can't have that. Oh, it's gonna be so much infamy for us to conquer all because of the floor. That's fine. There's a floor but under which stuff does not decrease, but... Or there's an infamy floor, like, multiplier of, like, 1 or whatever. It's, like, all too much to infamy, but we want the nice, clean Borneo. No, you just have no army and use all conscripts or full navy. When you conscript up, does it effectively give you army power projection or no? But yeah, if it doesn't give you army power projection, you would just, We'll have to check next time we're conscripted up. I'm not 100% sure on that, but yeah, that would work as well. How do you plan to test out the corporate state? Well, it seems good. It seems like it's easy to run with clout, but it's presidential. So, or the system's presidential. I think the flexibility of parliamentary might still be better, but I don't really know. I think 100% is impossible. I think in theory if you stack multiple of the edicts, but maybe they make it so you can only get military assistance from one person at a time, and that would ruin the fun. If they wanted to be fun ruiners, they could do that. You actually have to grow grain in countries that are starving at start? Maybe. That's kind of one of the adjustments we've made. Because we've had... Pennsylvania's been starving for a while now, or was. I guess we have mild starvation, almost wild starvation. We have a little bit in New York. But like one of the adjustments we've made has been to add more of this stuff, but also to maintain single crop. And also decrease the price of food industries, because it's based on a combination of food being expensive. So I think maybe in metropolitan areas you just have to start expanding food industries in particular in order to pull the food down, because it's based on like overall like an average or an aggregation of these prices being expensive. And right now it's not like grain and fish are super expensive, and maybe pulling down the price of them doesn't help that much, but if we start producing local groceries, we can really pull down the price. So maybe this actually affects like where you want to put stuff, and you just end up valuing a lot more if you have. So the thing is, these prices are going up really, really harshly because there's no local production, and they're generally kind of shit industries anyways. Well, less so on the fruit, but. So maybe that's just how you have to try and treat it now. No, you have no army and use all conscripts or use full navy. Yeah, navy as well. If it's just army power projection instead of army and navy. No, being a janissary includes wearing dope outfits. Hell yeah, brother. How does YouTube have targeted ads when I always get Uber ads and I never order Uber ever? Well, if you were already a customer, they wouldn't need to acquire you as a customer, would they? YouTube has, YouTube uses Google like Analytics and AdSense to select ads. Twitch just plays the same generic ad for everyone. So if you have something that is turning off data collection that Google would use to personalize ads for you, you won't have personalized ads. But if you don't, you will have personalized ads on YouTube. New Granada might be more fun with the new update. Why New Granada specifically? I think most of the New World countries are going to be interesting with the new migration. It gives projection, but it doesn't cancel your existing military assistance. They really need to make it scale off the size of your military and the other guy's military. Or whoever the recipient is, it should scale with the size of their military. It's like so silly because you could have this country with way smaller military than you that's going to be giving you military assistance because of power projection. It does give you army power projection? Okay. There's a small penalty for asking for military assistance if you already have it. Why aren't you a fan of the food mandate? I think the food mandate's solid. I just think that there are generally better ones. I mean, it also depends on what you're going for. If you're going for an absolute max, like, theoretical GDP, like, full exploit, then the food industry is really good because you can maximize global population by the end date. You know a great way to avoid YouTube ads? Channel membership. That's crazy. I wish the content creator would make a membership thing. Food mandate is busted. If you take it early, you double your pop growth. Pop growth is exponential. I mean, we have to experiment a little bit more with it, but like also most of our pops are coming from migration. Although it does layer. It's just like, look, if I can double my conquests as well, that's like substantive from colonial offices. Food mandate is S tier? I don't know about that. I mean, the tier list now... The tier list now is like... Market unification just has to be so much worse. If we're thinking about just like best 4 as a way of evaluating it, it might include advanced research. External trade might be out now. It probably includes colonial offices. I think you can make an argument for food. I like vassalization a lot more now. And then if you went sovereign empire, right, you have one more. Yeah, I see food being fine there. I think external trade's probably just not a lot. It's gotten so much worse. The thing is, even with Sovereign Empire, though, the extra diplo might be important for subjugating people. Maybe external trade's still good. The problem with food standardization and advanced research, in my opinion, have always been that they kind of compete for something that's like just doing something a little bit more powerful. But that they're just generically extremely strong. Like, for us, I think we'll go freedom of movement, because we have so much migration attraction, increasing the quota is really big. Yeah. Funny thing is, I have YouTube Premium, I just don't enjoy agitating. That makes sense. A better way to avoid YouTube ads is Premium. Then you avoid them for everyone, yeah. Freedom Movement hardcore too, though at 178 million pops is probably not the one. Yeah, so there's also probably a threshold where freedom of movement gets worse than a food mandate. You could have 200 million more pops just by 1880. Did you do two? You have to do two runs though, right? One to give a baseline to the other. Food mandate is also very good for Prussia, so your little statelets don't lose pop and migrate to your states. Yeah, so one thing, if you have a bunch of states that have like 10 or 20 arable land, then the migration kind of sucks. Food mandate would probably give you 400k more pop growth a year. I've been meaning to take a closer look at population growth, and if I did that, then I would be able to comment a little bit more substantively on food. But I look, I definitely think it's like it's up there, food standardization. I just don't know if it I also think it's a must-have for maximizing global GDP by end date. So I guess it also depends what your criteria for good is, right? I think that the like undisputed king, unambiguously, is when you have just the first mandate. Construction one is so insane. And then I think colonial offices is also really ridiculous. So like those ones I think are the most clear cut. Until you go high infamy, and then colonial offices isn't very good anymore, or it's like useless. So would be around 1 million per year for food mandate. So instead of growing 2.2, you think we'd grow 3.2? I mean, what we have, in order to take a closer look at this, we'd also have to look at how much we're getting from migration. I wish there was a thing that told us how much pop we've gotten from migration. And the migration, the migrating pops also grow more at this 2 million rate than the 3.2 million rate. So like when you get migrants, it's not like their migration's over. They also continue to grow. So do pops from the food. Food mandate is also very strong because of your investment for multicultural agriculture, so you really need to get migration from colonies. Well, so I think that this is something that I haven't reflected on too much, but if I'm not mistaken, agriculture throughput applies to subsistence farms. So if you have a ton of subsistence farms, it's going to be really nutter. I'm not 100% sure, but I do believe food standardization just applies to sub farms. So, but here's another thing that's really hard to quantify. The +1 standard of living, in a world where you actually kind of care about standard of living because of this minimum threshold, maybe that also makes food a lot better. I don't know. My usual SE block setup is vassalization, external trade, foreign investment, and colonial offices. Then eventually I slot out for food mandate and colonial for research. Yeah, that sounds pretty much exactly how I would run it. Yeah. In fact, I think the Austria run I have coming up, I'm doing almost that, except I think I have internal trade instead of, or market connection instead of colonial offices. But the Austria run's a weird run. It's not like a normal sovereign empire run. I think all the DLC stuff is India specific. That's my office. Colonial offices, best mandate ever. You think colonial offices 3 for 3 points is better than construction 1 for 1 point? Hot take, I only use construction 1 for your world conquest runs. Is Pelea here? Can you time him out, please? Just kidding, don't time him out. Construction is only good as long as you don't run out of pops. It's hard to run out of pops. It's like, it's tricky these days. You think tax amount has changed? What do you think it is now? No longer high taxes? And well, I think what it is now is you can't run very high taxes, you just have to run high taxes. And if you have to be paying attention to kind of where your SOL's at, and you can't, the minimum expected SOL, like, the minimum expected SOL here is 5, and our lower strat SOL here is 10.7 versus 6.1. If we ran high taxes, our minimum expected would be over what our current rate is, and also our SOL would drop, so we would just cause massive radicalism. So I think you just want to avoid the radicalism. To be fair, we have massive radicalism, but most of that's in China because we just conquered their asses. Let's do this. Please be automatic on sawmills. Let's give them some jobs. To counter turmoil. Yeah. Food standardization applies to some farms, so it's way better for EIC in China. Yeah. I'd make an argument for foreign investment being best. You can approximately see your migration by checking your population of non-Yankee, Dixie, and African Americans. It's an undercount because some of them will assimilate it. Generally, it's better to check your... it can be often better to check your religion. But that's still not counting the migration, because once they arrive, that pop continues to grow. So... I wish you could tell how many people have been born in your country and how many people immigrated to your country over the course of, like, time. And also, how many people were born of people who immigrated to the country rather than natives. Yeah. In your Austria run, did you get a lot of nationalist movements? The Austria run was super anemic, just generally speaking, because of a very key reason that's unique to the Austria run. Last time you timed me out for 4 hours. I mean, saying things as controversial as that, you should get banned for life, basically. I don't know if construction is ever, just to eventually replace it, is worth it, though. If you think it's mathematically, like, if you think that the marginal value that you get off of it is in excess of... not just marginal value that you have on it, but, like, also the snowball-y value is exceeding having the third level of something by more than 33%, then that came out, like, not in a very obtuse way. I think you get what I'm trying to say. Then, like, it's worth it. This may be something you can't math, though. Found a bug update. Construction sectors have subsidize button. Everything has a subsidize button, but clicking it doesn't do anything on a lot of these countries. I don't know what that middle subsidize button is. We can subsidize this company, too. Foreign investment is S tier at expanding your block. Definitely isn't best, though. Playa, bro. Don't worry, if journalist times you out for 4 hours, I'll free you. Oh, no. They've already begun agitating or created monsters. Kingdom of Heaven. Yep. That is a theocratic Italy. God, I have to keep an eye on this, too. Are we not suppressing this? I thought we were suppressing it. We're suppressing a different movement, then? We ain't suppressing shit. Got it. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Boy just keeps the super chat. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Ergun Jaman, thank you for the €5. Food mandate S tier? I think it depends on your criteria. The food mandate is a slow burn type of thing. And I think that I'm actually a huge fan of slotting in some things situationally to slot them out. The thing about the food mandate is it's always good. Something like foreign investment is good for a particular moment. So I think one of the considerations is dynamic reslotting. You can have food in most of the time, slot in foreign investment to get enough to pull a couple people into the block, and then slot food back in. So they're not necessarily the proper play pattern is not necessarily mutually exclusive in that way. Police just sucks though. You can subsidize on LF now? Yeah. Do buildings need nationalized to create a company? Yeah, they do. Unless you are playing a government type that doesn't allow it. Does laissez-faire disable companies? No, you just gotta build 5 and be quick about it. So in underdeveloped countries, say Sokoto, you can't really stomach high SOL threshold. Yeah, so you can't run... as Sokoto or someone who's backward, you might not even be able to run high taxes. You might be stuck on medium. 4-speed? Kind of. There's a lot of chatters. Maybe I should ignore more of them. But then I missed the super chatter and I feel bad. Pro streamer, by the way? Yeah, basically. 3K hours, by the way. Me? Or you? What law was that? Or what? Bueller? What were we researching? Oh, we were researching malaria prevention, right? Trying to lose my voice here. I mean, I guess we can zoom in and look. That looks like we just got malaria prevention. It do be looking like it, though. I mean... let's put all the power plants on auto expand. God, I hate the power plant micro. Just feels so bad, man. And then let's make sure our urban centers are on. That. You just pay money to establish companies on Mela? That works even better then, I suppose. Is there a reason you're now only swatching the LF? We got lost in the sauce of some of our movements. It would have been better to do it earlier. I think if we were playing tight, we definitely could have done it earlier. There we go. Then answered my question, what did we just research? Skill issue, let's call it. The thing about food mandate is that all 3 tiers are good. Yeah, the colonial offices doesn't pay out until the 3rd mandate. So getting colonial offices first kind of feels bad, because you don't immediately reap any rewards, and the first mandate is actually more expensive than subsequent mandates because you are generating more and more speed to get the mandates. So it's not a matter of, it's not even a symmetric thing where it's one mandate cost versus another. The first mandate cost in terms of years is the most expensive mandate by an enormous margin. So even though I think colonial offices is best, I almost never go colonial offices first. So laissez-faire is bad in the... well, colonial offices, you also need to have the rank 5 institution for it to be spectacular. Laissez-faire is bad in the early game as a small nation, since you can't build fast enough to create companies before they're privatized. If I think it was Connors who said it just buys the buildings. If that's how it works, then it just it's completely fine. The only mandate that has something good every tier is research. Yeah. I think if you're uncapped, research is not that great overall, though. And if you have, like, if you could only afford very low level, like, as China, research is not that great. Like, early on. It's eventually really good, but, provides education with 5% tech spread is, like, it's not that valuable. If you can't afford unis, it could kind of be a decent chunk. If you're already on the bleeding edge, it does nothing. The ahead of time penalty reduction is a really big deal, I think. And then the maximum innovation investment is going to be, obviously that only does something if you've already built the uni. So there's like situations where it doesn't do anything. Is there any reason not to go laissez-faire on day one if you aren't a subject? Well, as EIC in China, it would be better to be on agrarianism day one. Don't you want vassalization 3 first for cohesion? Yeah, we're gonna swap over. We were above 90 cohesion last time we spent both of these other ones. We're dropping because the Ottoman Empire is upset with us. We also have no Diplo, so you know what? Let's do some of that. And then I think Venezuela was also disloyal. So Venezuela, here's the cute interaction. Let's just show the chat. This is like hilarious. So Venezuela, it's alphabetized, baby. Venezuela, we cannot decrease subject payments. Alright? Give bankroll. This will cost 8K. We look in additional income. Diplopacks of Venezuela, 8K. Okay? Okay? Come in here. Now we can reduce subject payments. Oh, hell yeah, brother. I wonder how much we're paying to Venezuela now. Pretty sure it decreases it. I actually haven't verified that it decreases. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't decrease it. But in any case, you can still put in the arrangement when they are paying, or you are paying them, and then you just decrease their subject payments. Yeah, okay. Sure. That's not something I verified. But there's a super cute interaction. As a small nation, you could just try queue up 5 buildings, cycling them until they're all in 1 week. Yeah, that is true. What do you think of spamming 200 universities to get tech spread? I think it's good if you're above a certain level of construction. I think if you have really low construction, it's not worth. Like, adding more construction is more valuable if you don't have a lot. Just got a dream of a better and brighter world here. If you're a good player, the only thing that matters in the end are pops, and with food mandate you can start growing for exponential growth. Well, yeah, it depends what you mean by good, though, as well. Like, if I'm not planning to play past 1900 in a run, then I think that makes food mandate worse. Or if I'm not planning on fully min-maxing and world conquesting and this type of stuff, I think it makes it worse. But maybe that just means I'm conducting bad analysis here, right? I mean, I still think you also generate exponential growth by getting the economy ramped up faster. I think Construction 1 also gives that. Although Construction 1, like, eventually I think it's not worth this. Construction is, like, not worth the slot, is the thing. Out of the 4 slots, Construction 1, like, because you only get something from Construction 1, basically, so. Probably should have fought Russia before. Great Britain's antagonistic, yeah. We're also spending a decent chunk of Diplo on these trade agreements, man. And maybe that's just stupid, because the bankroll is dead. The bankroll's dead. I'm telling you, external trade too solves all your Diplo problems. Yeah, dog. How can I protect our Venezuela with the oil without siphoning off their pops and leaving nowhere to extract oil? I mean, you have some tools if you're... So if you're on vassalization, you have a tool in the sense that you can put a decree in your subject. You can also intentionally brick your own migration attraction, but I don't think that's the solution you're looking for. Have you used your stream one time? I have used my stream one time. Otherwise, I would call it here for laissez-faire. We used the stream one time to pass another law that didn't look like it was gonna pass. Using it again would be hubris. We, like, barely passed that law. That wasn't even, like, that was a problem. Literally have 0 hours on 1.8. Been playing too much Cyberpunk. Terrible. It came out less than 12 hours ago and you have 0 hours on it? How dare you? You've also been freaking... I think you've been playing a lot recently of Vic 3. Anyways. Having a lot of pop growth also good for construction because it lowers wages substantially over the long run. I think you mean freezes wages? Wages, like, almost never go down. It's, like, hard to make wages go down. Let's do some of that. Ooh, let's also build unis in there. Let's just build up to level 3 uni. I think I'm comfortable with that. Persia's awesome, you should play it. I like Persia. Fake Victoria 3 fan in chat. Just time him out, Palea, you have the technology. Don't time him out, unless he deserves it. 30k income is still 30k income. Bankroll isn't dead, it's just balanced. No, yeah, I understand, but like the bankroll warping everything you do around the explicit purpose of getting more bankrolls is like dead. That's gone, right? You're not like foaming at the mouth. Every question you ask yourself is, does this get a bankroll in some way? God, we really just got rid of our super good character just to get Teddy Roosevelt. 3% with no step backs, no skill required, it's in the bag. I don't think we're that fucking handsome, man. I don't know. That seems a stretch. Came out 21 hours ago, I have 15 already. Did it really come out 21 ago? What are you talking about? It came out at 1 AM, didn't it? You don't have at least 10 or 20 hours on a 12-year-old patch? Or you're a fake fan, that's true. Oh, the Progressive Party, they team up. Teddy teams up with the enemy. And Otto slots out of government. Making the law impossible to pass without the dreamiest of dreamers. No, it's just impossible to pass because the cloud of the Industrialists decreased. Okay. Okay. Oh, Kurt. I see you. I see you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You guys stop being revolutionary? Thanks. Alright, cool. Shouldn't they all be happy now? No, just nobody's happy. I've never seen this. I don't know if I've ever seen this before. I have no bonuses or penalties in my entire country. What's a puppet these days? A forced reduced autonomy and then accept them hating you? I don't think so. After a certain level, if you don't care about infamy, that's what you do. You've also been working? You mean you didn't call in sick? Those are slow days so I can watch on the phone. I am a fake fan. I feel less bad for reverse swing, can you now? What's the meta for assimilation? Well, you can't assimilate anyone anymore. You can only assimilate, you can only say assimilate pops where you have a cultural heritage in common, which makes the best race in Victoria 3. We might make a short about this because this is such a fucking meme and it only takes 10 seconds to explain. The best race in Victoria 3. Where are they? Where's Harvey Dent? Do they all get assimilated? Not like this. They all got assimilated by the Turks. No! Can I look at all their pops? Is there a way for me to look at all the pops inside their country? Well, there's a pop group, Sephardim, that is both Middle Eastern and European. So you can assimilate pops. You can bridge the gap between Middle Easterners and Europeans by assimilating up to them and then up to your desired group. There we go. Sephardim. So these are European heritage and Middle Eastern heritage. Resign with Teddy? Teddy's going fucking nowhere. We're taking Teddy with us. If we have to get 1,000 infamy. But so what will happen is if you have Middle Easterners and you're European, they'll assimilate into this because they assimilate to the group that has the highest acceptance that shares a heritage trait. So if you have Middle Easterners that are not accepted, but you accept Sephardim because you're European, the Middle Easterners will assimilate to Sephardim, and then the Sephardim, because they share a heritage trait with the European heritage, will assimilate up as well. So, this is a cute little interaction. This is the only it's the only race like it. Best race. Can you even resign on a corporate state? You made a third party to run, god damn it. Teddy runs from nothing. Our industrialists got marginalized, Jesus. I'm sorry, Bull Moose. Mr. Bull Moose. I should have never doubted you. Reminds me of when you switch sides on the Civil War and all IG bonuses are disabled. Yeah. Legit, like, never seen that before. As far as I can remember. Ulysses S. Grant, but not the Ulysses Grant we know. Some rando Ulysses Grant. He's not the historical character. It's actually pretty good. Is the UK country with the most flavor now, being the great game content and all the new India content? Maybe? Isn't the best race French for Turtle Island? Might be. Census data? I can look at it. I mean, I found what I was looking for, but... Do I just not have eyes? No tengo los ojos? Yeah, I just don't have eyes. What don't you accept other than East Asian and African cultures? Or rather, not accept, but allowed to assimilate? Well, you can only assimilate if you share a heritage trait. So, if you... Yeah, Sephardim are the Jews that were kicked out of Spain and settled in the Ottoman Empire. Middle Eastern pops would assimilate to Jewish? Yeah. That's right, that's how assimilation works, baby. They would assimilate to Muslim Sephardim. National debt's over 50% and AXO old age pension? Basically. Look, the first 99% is free. I don't know what you're concerned about. What you're worried about. What you're fretting over. We are A-okay. We're actually super okay, because the amount of money we are actually pulling in is this number plus this number, because the investment pool is buying stuff from us, so we're actually running a positive balance, so we should actually probably spend more. We should actually probably be spending more, to be honest. We're not spending enough, if anything. That's not the one I wanted. Actually, could use a power block statue now. And then... some of that, maybe. I believe you can configure what food you're able to give them in each culture to customize more. I believe I saw it in the dev diary. Really? Control what food we give people? I don't know about that. That's crazy. Can you assimilate culture without it being a homeland? Yeah, but they need to be in the same state. So you need to figure out some way to get Sephardim to like go other places. We're seeing a second Turkish uprising. Yeah, in theory, we might be getting close to a turn and burn sort of spot. I don't think I want to play a high infamy, but we're kind of close to that. Feels like. Yeah, we actually probably passed it a long time ago. Americans have the best name in the game. Wait, now when you click privatization, is it me or does it just stay on? Does it just stay on? I think you might be right. I think we just clicked it once and it stays on. I didn't even realize that, but yeah, I think you're right, because we've been building more buildings. That is such a nice UI change. That's really good. That's a toggle. God, I hate those events, man. New neighbors, new grudges. Really not sure what's best to click on that event. Tax made me think, are cars still Garbo? Good PM myth. No, cars are excellent because they buffed them like super a lot. Or I don't know if I'd call them excellent. I still need to evaluate. We still need to plug it into the PM. I mean, we can do that now. Because it's pretty simple. It's, it consumes half the oil and it produces 5 more cars. Alright, avert your eyes if you're a child. In fact, you shouldn't even be watching to begin with. Let's put this back over here. Oh, let's fix the cars, PM. Imagine people tuning in for the first time, like right now. They're just like, what the fuck? Okay, motor industries. I think this is the only... Alright, we have 2 sections with automobiles. So, let's make the automobiles output 30 of each of these. And then they also have to take in 10 less oil. Which fortunately, oil's the only thing that gets used. So the automobiles PM itself, marginally, efficiency per worker is 66.67 or 66.7, which is much better than electric engines. And we take a look here. This is on Ellie and Rotary. It's way more efficient per construction. Similar efficiency per worker. But it's like you're getting more of a building. You still don't like that it decreases engine output, because it's not like this is spectacular and it's increasing the amount of engines you need. But there's also things that require cars that you can now turn on that have their own value, like public motor carriages. Which allows your urban centers to be more efficient per worker. Debt is free money. If you're not using those cash reserves from buildings, you're losing it. Exactly. It's stimulus, baby. I have a general named Obadiah Jackson and Ezekiel Cummins made the world quake in fear, basically. My actually favorite name is a Russian one, though. Ivan Minin. Let's go. Let's freaking go, baby. Easiest old age pension of my life. Let's just expand more of this. To be fair, maybe we should just 51 Beijing. Or are you doing a 24-hour stream? No, we stopped before. We're doing 2 12-hour streams 2 days in a row. Gonna reroll 500 times the Ottoman run until I have suffered in cultural communities everywhere. Godspeed. I'm throbbing with this privatization toggle. It is very nice. I agree. Like... I was talking about it yesterday, how I thought this was my favorite flavor pack patch. Between this 1.5 and 1.3. And, like, I feel bad because a lot of the content creators were, like, shitting on this patch, and, like... Although that's, like, not the main reason. I think that this is actually interesting and cool. Let's actually maybe stop suppressing here. Let's encourage manufacturing in Virginia and New York now, too. So these include all the places we have companies now. You joke about spreadsheets, but the next tier of strategy games are really spreadsheet games like CMNANO. Is that the Cold War one? Cold War resource one? It's an incredible buff cars received. Yeah. Worst case, you have a few motor factories only produce motors to keep the price closer to equilibrium. Yeah, so, like, it's also going to... If you flood the market... If cars price somehow collapses, which it generally doesn't, usually it's... I was gonna say usually it's more expensive than engines, but here it's very expensive. But if the price crashes of cars, then it could be better. It could be more profitable to be on just engines. But you also kind of like the adding of machinists and these guys as well. I came back and get a spreadsheet. My kid was watching. I'm so sorry. He's not a child anymore. His innocence has been ruined forever. The cars also... Look, oil's an insane industry. Or oil's very efficient. So you do like the buy orders from oil before you have some of the other one. Glassworks also got changed too, though. I haven't taken a closer look at that. You don't get why they hate it as much. It's very good IMO. I don't know how many players it's brought in. Yeah, so this is another thing. It's like nothing is flashy from this. This is just like solid. But you know what was flashy? 1.5. You know what rollout sucked? 1.5. Do you remember the construction queue bug? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I remember the construction queue bug. I fucking like that made me so frustrated for so long. I didn't encounter like anything game breaking when I was playing on the patch earlier. CMANO is an accurate militarism used for, in military academies. Like if you want to fully simulate the air naval operations of the Gulf War, including fuel efficiency of F-16s and stuff like that, that's dope as hell. Some people just don't want the real simulation, man. Alright, we can now bankroll these guys instead. Or we can not have enough Diplo and not realize it and just end the thing when we shouldn't. We could do that too. Could rival the Germans. I kind of want to go after either the Great Britain or the other one. We don't have ticking positive. Well, actually. Let's bankroll so we can reduce subject payments on them. That's not the Ottoman Empire. Bro, AI almost never goes after Switzerland. Just look at the Steam charts and it looks like it's barely above last weekend on a weekday. It's not too amazing, not terrible. So you'd say it'd be like a 3.6 out of 5? Not great, not terrible. If you stop construction and queue and it says like 2040, something like that, do those 20 construction points not get used or they get used in the background? Is there a way for private to take over? You can come here and you can see how much they're using up. You can hover the UI because sometimes it's a little inconsistent with what this says. But if it says that the private construction queue is using 100%, then it's using it. I've never seen Austria go for anyone except Prussia, maybe Krakow. I don't usually see people go for Switzerland, so this is an interesting one. Oh, UK is not supporting anyone yet. So we could do this to get on the other side of a play, but... The Liberty Desire is so low, what the hell? So much for maybe being able to do this stuff. 1.8 is the best Victoria 3 patch ever. Well, I don't know if it's better than 1.7, but 1.7 and 1.6 was better in terms of features. What do you mean? 1.6 was a bridge patch. 1.6 did nothing. I think you mean 1.5. 1.6 like fixed the bug. Does the bankroll reduced payments actually reduce liberty desire? I thought it reduced it by 0. No, it actually reduces liberty desire. Unless I'm just like brainless on this. And it's just a UI like idiot thing where it like lets you reduce subject payments. Thank you. This time we actually do have a burger for America. We did it for America. We thought we couldn't, but we did it. It's a very American looking burger too. Some In-N-Out. Wait, the Ottoman Empire supports its own independence? Is this... I think the 0.5 is from the additional agreements, right? Let's take a look at a different country. So Chile... Argentina, okay. Minus 0.01. Oh, it's minus 33%. Is there a percentage modifier somewhere? I mean, there should be for them. Am I missing something? I don't see this in the AI. Reduce subject payments only reduces the speed it goes up. No, someone is supporting independence. Yeah, I see that. I mean, we could cancel the reduced subject payments by stopping bankrolling them. Yeah. That's a lot of burger. I know chat likes to see. Reduce subject payments only affects things if they are currently going up in liberty desire. Really? Has it always been like that? Okay. Hey, Maximus, thank you for the $5. I'd give $20 for a Liberia stream. We don't let people buy the stream choices because we like to vote on them. But I do appreciate the $5. Yeah, you could talk to Nike's fan in chat about that. He's donated probably over $100 for Ethiopia. Although we do put Ethiopia in the votes, so that's kind of like, it's pay to vote, I guess. I just like click the button and know that it feels like I have less liberty desire. Is exempt from service a flat difference, though? Okay, exempt from service just gives reduction. How much money would it cost to subvert democracy? The amount of money it would take for me to not want to do my democracy thing is the amount of money I would feel uncomfortable taking from someone. Is the problem. Like, I would feel really weird and bad about telling someone that this is my number. Right? Because it's in my mind, it's not a fair exchange. Like, and I don't want to rip someone off for anything, so... It's not for sale. There's effectively a number where I would do it. But, like... I don't... I can't fathom, like, asking someone for that amount of money. It's not, like, infinite money, but it's, like, just, like, an unreasonable amount of money for, like, playing a video game in front of some people. Chat, this is a lot of burger. I do think it gives you the minus liberty desire increase, though, or it should. Sorry, Nike, or sorry, Yankees fan. It's literally spelled like Nike's fan. I apologize. It's under $1 million, yeah. I can't even buy him saying my name right. Not like this. I am very sorry. I got distracted by the burger, okay? That's a lot of burger. How much do you have to play to... Do I have to pay you for playing Imperial Rome and play Rome to destroy Carthage? I'll give you that number. Because I wouldn't feel bad taking that money from you. Actually, what would that number be? I don't have a problem giving you that number, because I wouldn't have a problem... Someone's trying to... What would the number be? Okay, I know I would do it for, like, 5,000, but I'm entirely positive I would do it for less. I'm just trying to think of what's the smallest amount of money. I would do it for 1,000. I would swap right now to Imperator and crush Carthage. It's really easy to evaluate, like, the major breakpoints. I think I would do it for 500. But then there'd be a VOD and I'd have to live with the shame forever. Adding this to the Ethiopia fund. Adding this to the Ethiopia fund. Thank you guys for the $5 donuts. We did play a little Ethiopia. At least he doesn't call you a Red Sox fan. Hey, let's go. I thought I was Nike's fan too. Thank you. I know it's Yankees fan, but like, it reads Nike's fan. 500 is the highest you can super chat, by the way. Is it really? How much to destroy Carthage? God. I'm just thinking, like, bro, how many people would harass me, sending me, like, videos of me destroying Carthage? Be like, is this what you want? Is this what you want? I don't know. I think that would haunt me. So I could buy a new headset? So I could hear better? That's cheaper than I thought. If I had more money, things would be more expensive. Cows Nick, thank you for the follow. Big nice. Toxo Nick, thank you for the follow. He has to keep his call center headphones. Not like this. 500 seems roughly correct. If you played Ethiopia for like 45 minutes and called it a run. What are you talking about? I did 2 episodes of that. I also played Ethiopia on stream at least once. Okay, I have like 2 30-minute videos. And then my save file bricked, is what happened. Meanwhile, Krakow gets a run every patch or something. I've only done Krakow twice. And there's actual Krakow flavor. Instead of, what is it, Tewodros being the only thing, and then he's like 30 years older than he actually should be. 25k subs and we get to destroy Carthage run? No, that's definitely gonna happen. We set this man into a crisis, kind of. Am I willing to sell out Carthage so cheaply? For a few more coins, would we sell out Carthage? We're just like the senators of Carthage who refused to support Hannibal. In-N-Out's so good, man. Pretty sure I had the same headphones in school and they always came in 2 pieces. Are those the ones with the patch plastic pieces that you can replace with a different color? No, these are like actual like $10 headphones. Don't say it. Don't speak those words. Big Daddy Tewodros deserves another chance to shine. They need to make him younger. He dies too early. Maybe is that what happened to the run? Tewodros died and we couldn't fix it? We couldn't bring it back? I feel like we're losing more money all of a sudden. Did we lose profitability on... Oh, let's do that. Did we lose profitability on our companies? That would explain it. No. The one we can't buy is a Jewish Japan. I wanted to do I was gonna do Jewish Japan, but the new states in India break the Jewish Japan mod I have. Tewodros is love, Tewodros is life. He's like Hannibal Barca, but good. Excuse me. Let's do a bit of that. Someone's, yeah. Tewodros died, is that what happened? Green Grease? Yeah. Greens. Been banned. For life. Skyscraper survey is going to be great. I'm getting timed out by everyone. Basically. Got timed out about 50 times in one stream for praising Rome. As well you should be. I think that was when we were playing Imperator. If I'm not mistaken. Where we... I think we wanted to fight the UK. So much better. And we're gonna need extra LE. The other stuff. Where we have kind of at least a little bit more stuff going on. Did I just build railways? No, okay. Generalist hates it when I speak the truth. Dumb question, do you know why we can't build ports and other, like, we can build railways? Is it because it's government building? Yes, it's because of government building with no private ownership, exactly. Technically, you could just build a level, like 100 railway in the AI and, like, make them default because they'll subsidize it. Yeah, but it's really annoying when the AI doesn't build a port, so they have no access to your market, and they just cry all the time. A little food security here. Is that per level? It is per level. Oh, that's fascinating. So now it gives you something... It gives you something positive even if you have no unemployment. He's an enemy of free speech. You shut your mouth. It's really annoying not being able to pump goods into others forcefully. I understand you. All timeouts lead to Rome. Don't you mean all roads lead to Carthage? A little weird. Man, we're just getting so much migration. Feels like all we're building is government administrations. I think we have too much institutions. He says as he just added another institution. I think we don't have enough construction relative to our institutions at this point. Because we have so many peasants. Okay, maybe not. Because we're not counting these peasants. But that's only about 10 million. Because, like, we could have construction instead of the bureaucracy. You know? So at a certain point... At a certain point... It's not worth it. Like, China, it's not worth it to add a bunch of institutions. Maybe we're just actually not supposed to increase the education at this point. Let's do that. They're being really sticky with the radicals here. I think you're used to having bankrolls? Maybe. That actually makes sense. That was such a weird, like... It's such a weird position where bankrolls are just so insane. It feels like going on high taxes is insanely fucked now. Yeah, it is. Extremely high taxes is like, way stronger. Broken bankrolls fixed now. Generalist is noob, can't eco. Shake my head, not like this. Immediately shamed by my chat. Is this really that bad relative to what other people are getting? I mean, I understand, like, the stream is super scuffed. Kind of want to wash my hands. That was a lot of burger. You're also on interventionism? Oh my god, you're right. We are. He was always a new who can Nico. Couldn't even do a Greece world conquest. Jesus. I'm getting bullied by my fucking viewers. The truth hurts. Something went seriously wrong politically with this run. I think it was universal suffrage. I think that's where the mistake was made. Yeah. 170 million in 1890 isn't that good. Yeah, I know it's not that good. I know it's not that good by 1.7 standards. I think I was able to get close to this in the 1860s with... No, not with USA. I think Germany had like 189 or something in 1860. To be fair, not getting the construction bonus is absolutely, like, extremely rough. Did you read my message about the food security buff on old age pensions? I did. You had 30% cloud trade unionists in 41. They got strong too early. Yeah, we're trying to go back. Not even LF, point left. Truth hurts. Truth hurts so bad. But yeah, the not getting the construction bonus is also pretty significant relative to 1.7. Carthage hate. Germany did not have 189. I'm pretty sure it was like 100. Okay. I remember doing math on it. Doesn't matter too much. I remember doing... I did the math on the Canal of 189 was the break point. Maybe that's what I'm thinking. Am I the only person who keeps getting strong trade unions in the early game? Nope. Suez Canal is crazy. What the fuck? I just realized it's real good this patch. I mean, it was really good last patch if you have under like 200 million GDP. But like, companies are freaking useless. So now you just care about having good prosperity bonuses and a little bit hard to beat 50k free income. You could beat 50k free income if you have enough buildings, if you get things that have throughput, but this change the company feels like it should have been held off to 1.9. That's the feedback I gave. I said, I pointed out problems and I said I'd prefer 1.7. Like, they lost to Rome twice. Isn't that enough already? He says, moments before calamity. It's good that you have under 200 million GDP, like right now. Yeah, well now it's just going to be good for a much longer period of time. It's going to be good until like 500 or 600 million. Who was under 200 million? Jesus. Chat, please. I have a family. Oh, another thing of the food PM you don't unlock until that tech, I think. I guess that's like kind of a non-factor. Maybe we shouldn't be using labor-saving PMs. We were running out of labor in some key areas. I guess maybe now that's not happening. You know what? I think we should actually just start spamming some agriculture. In the places that are really high unused arable land. I forget the number. There's a number past which the extra unused arable land doesn't give you more migration attraction. But we'll lose some of this. Where are the other GPs or GDP the other great powers at? No, their GDPs are way lower as well. I mean, I'm joking when I think that we could have done like a lot better, but like I also don't think that the number is like insane right now. Alright, we're gonna reload. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Mainly because I want to wash my hands after that burger. That burger was delicious. Shout out to In-N-Out. Then we'll look at, the thing. Did Germany run, just got today and got 450? Don't know if that's good. Only took Bohemia. Maybe we did scuff it then. I mean, we have a lot of unannexed powers. We haven't taken a lot of land. You know what? It actually... No. This run's really bad. This run just has to be super bad, right? Because we had, for a really long time, we had like a 50% construction balance because we had too much, like, turmoil or whatever. The ledger is so good. Yeah, basically. My favorite ever. We're going to try and reload to get the ledger back, so we can compare. I mean, we're really far. I remember us being very far ahead of everyone else. I think the next biggest was 60 million. But be right back. High taxes are mostly fine. Very high taxes are terrible. Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing. He's gone to try about Carthage losing to Rome. This guy. What about the food security? We have no starvation anymore after passing that, though, which is pretty nice. We're also doing a couple other little things. Let's try and do that with the wheat as well. Like, looking for something that's quite a bit over 200, basically. Especially because they're pretty efficient per worker. Or they're much more efficient per worker now that we got the tractors and stuff. A little bit of a turn and burn situation. We also didn't have police. Yeah, a pretty significant construction penalty is going to really set you back. Have you had a secession movement spam on and off at all? I've had that before, yeah. But I had that on a different build. The build that went live was different than the early access build at this point. Nicaragua Protectorate. This might be just what we're looking for here. Transfer Mexico. That's our war goal here. The problem is we would want the war to be our own. Not his. In case he doesn't put a war goal on us. Transfer Mexico is freaking expensive, though. Go for Liberty Mexico. Seems silly to get involved in a long, drawn-out war, though, here. Wait, I can deck on India? Technically, I could take my sword. It's considered connected. It also connects to the coast, it looks like. If I was allied to Great Britain, they wouldn't be able to join. Too bad we made them upset. Now they hate us. What power block got buffed? I don't know if one got buffed. To be honest, we actually have to take a closer look at the religious one. I actually kind of want to take a closer look at that. One thing I have noticed about your play is it feels like you usually reverse sway into wars against GPs other than declare them yourself. Yeah, there's a bit of a leak. There's definitely situations where I should declare the war myself rather than reverse sway. Especially because it generally gives you situations where you can be decayed below 0. Which I get, but it also means there's less prep work going into war, army, navy buildup, yeah. No, and generally the war enforcement war goals are less beneficial. I'm just trying to think. I want to take a look at something, actually. So, I wanted to... I was meaning to take a look at this. Maybe you can do it on a freedom conscious? These guys have state religion, so we can definitely check. Good to know that with even under $700,000 in the game, you get confused as which bottom button is which. Oof. Yeah. Let's, leave. So almost everything they changed, well, I guess it's not in this portion. They changed, rather than getting, radicals and loyalists from standard of living, it's like a political movement in a lot of spots now. And I wanted to see what it was for these guys. Plus wages for state religion pops instead. I think that's bad. I don't know how I feel about this modifier that's now everywhere, which is being able to increase and decrease wages. It's good for SOL. I mean, to be fair, if the SOL is higher, then you can tax higher. And maybe this is actually like the new sort of metagame. If you can push SOL in ways other than tax, it like opens you up to be above a minimum expected, so you could run high or very high tax. And that trying to push this. So if we increase wages for state religion pops, then wages are going to be real high, but this benefits the lower rung SOL more. They're the ones that are sticky on the new high taxes thing. Basically, I think you take your foot off the gas too much when it comes to military. I 100% do. I definitely think this is like in the USA game right now. We could turn and burn if we wanted to. If we just delete down half of our construction and add a bunch of military, we could go high infamy. Like, it's not even like remotely close, right? And like, if we're trying to maximize GDP, like uber maxing, like that's actually what we should do. We also have to sweat a lot harder if we want to do high infamy and start fighting everyone at once. And I can't read chat as much, but that would actually like 100% like oh, we reloaded so we could check this, huh? Yeah. So Great Britain, to be honest, Great Britain's a lot scarier than their GDP suggests. But like, especially as USA, we can fight everyone right now. We would need a little bit of prep, but like, not that much prep. Are you playing on 1.8.1? Yeah. Foot on the gas doesn't make for good content. I mean, like, to some extent, it'll make all the content self-samey. After a certain point, you just go the high infamy thing. I mean, for context, I would rather just play the eco game entirely and have getting infamy be a lot worse. And be about, like, if there was less military management and more eco, I would be happy with this. The way I play EU4, or played EU4, was just to, like, form Netherlands and then just vibe. Like, and, like, for example, on Civ 6, I didn't get the achievement for declaring war on an enemy until I played the game with a friend, like multiplayer, after I had a couple hundred hours. I'd gotten the achievement for World Conquest from having the AI deck on me before I declared a war myself. I don't think you need to delete half your construction. I think you just chose to build Army Navy rather than construction forbid. We might even be able to do it now because we have a high enough conscript army, but it would be faster to delete stuff and build into like a way bigger military. I overall agree with your evaluation. I'm also not necessarily like trying to play. I'm trying to play tight within certain constraints, and like one of those is like I really don't feel like going high infamy. Generally, I wish the game punished you more for going high infamy than it does currently. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't declare war on Russia ourselves unless we had more Diplo. Or we need to be able to damage relations. For that, we need to be able to get more Diplo. So, just wondering, how much would your balance go up right now from conquering the home counties right now? Well, the home counties, the big value of the home counties is less the GDP itself. And more, oh, you said balance, not GDP. Yeah, it'd go up a shitload. Look at 300 manor houses. And we're on, we're on the graduated, or whichever taxation's the most aggressive. But relative to the size of our economy, probably a similar number. Or we probably have like 400, no, we have 1,000 financial districts. It'd still go up a lot. I actually hate conquering in Civ 6. I just like vibing, man. I just like going above 25 infamy too long in any area games. Yeah, but that would be a decent war goal. Just peeling capital state off of Great Britain for 35 infamy. In terms of a war goal that doesn't give us over 100 oh my god, real? In terms of a war goal that doesn't get us over 100 infamy, but it would absolutely cripple Great Britain, that'd be a pretty good one. That plus release. But you were talking about transferring Mexico? Yeah, but then I saw how much infamy it was, and I was like, imagine passing graduated taxation. Pretty cringe, TBH. I do think we were a little bit early on graduated taxation as well, in terms of this run not being like as explosive as possible. That's okay. Okay. I don't know if this requires we occupy Russia, but this war I think is like objectively bad, but I kind of just want to mix it up with one of the two of them. Well, maybe we use the Chinese army instead. And we use License to Ill to defend Nicaragua. And then we use the Shadow Realm army to take out Buganda. Something like this. And doing things like Lib Occitania, you can transfer EIC for 97 infamy and then just chill for a decade. It's a vibe. I don't know if it's a good vibe, but it's a vibe. Yeah, I mean, I agree with your evaluation of like what's meta, but like also like at a certain point, the conversation breaks down a little, you know. In that like doing anything but Turtle Island at a certain point is like just bad, right? Why are trade unions in charge of the capitalist states of America? This is the question we ask ourselves too, which is why we're trying to pass wealth voting. I love the transfer EIC vibe. Yeah, it depends what you're going for. Like, ultimately, like, the AI is really bad at this game, and, like, you're gonna win, so it's a question of margins, and then, like, and how you want to acquire those margins. Like, I think I have more fun with, like, systems than I do, like, execution of things. Like, understanding systems, so... How's China still unconquered? Yeah, it's getting there. Kind of. Going for Buganda right now, which is not that good. Help, my company won't invest in new building. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Might be a problem that's a little bit longer to diagnose. Ruh-roh. $1,000K conscript army. I'm not sure. So something that I've found frustrating is it's not always clear what exactly you need to do to liberate like war goals. Because sometimes they require you to hold the capital for liberation, and sometimes they don't. And this is actually something in one of my runs that's come up that's super frustrating, where, like, literally I have a war that has 3 liberations, and one of them requires that I capture the capital state, and the other 2 don't, and I don't know what the distinction is. You just draw a line at not releasing and playing as any country, and then Turtle Island is not possible. Except as, like, Paraguay, right? God, I hate the freaking... like, building up thing. Maybe they don't land us, and this licensed ill army should be doing something else somewhere else. I mean, maybe better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. Hey, let's go. These guys should be able to win this, and then... Uganda too strong. Whatever will we do? I mean, I don't see any naval landings coming in on these guys on Nicaragua. But I do see us losing this front, so... And I think we lose this front too. Poorly managed. Who managed this war? There we go. 15 is fine. Possible as Mosquito Kingdom too? Yeah. I'm not sure if Puppet Ching is good. I think you get more mass migration from HK than you do by having them in your market. That makes sense. Like, transfer EIC isn't a thing you do every run, but where you are now, it's probably good. It also means you don't need to start a war for the next 15 years. Big for being able to just vibe. Also, to be honest, like, people are like, wow, you have the EIC? I guess we'd rather have the minus enactment chance. Oh, that just crushed them. Wait, what the hell? Wait, what? Did that change the agitator? Did I just not read that right? Was the agitator changing either way, or the leader? Maybe I read that wrong. I kind of skimmed through it. I wanted to keep going. Yikes. And the Enlightened Royalist doesn't support. Wealth voting over is the problem. So we need someone who... Wait, who supported wealth voting before then? Was it a specific ideology that I had on the previous leader? We could replace this guy. We need someone who wants wealth voting over universal. Was it? Oh, it must have been like an authoritarian, huh? Yeah, wealth voting over universal suffrage. The literary aesthetic bandit. Honestly, he's probably fun to hang out with. God. The literary aesthetic bandit. Is there someone who's actually like more of a vibe for descending this like people's utopia into a capitalist hellscape? Probably not. What's the best way to play Cuba, Mr. Journalist? Do I try and take over Spain, or do I build loads of bananas and tobacco and stay landowner forever? You don't do the second one. I don't know if you try and take Spain, but I think you could technically form Iberia, so maybe that'd be a neat little goal. But you get help from other people to get requires to be free. I just assume Lube requires capital, and I'm happily surprised when it isn't necessary. Yeah, but I want to understand the underlying mechanic, and like I literally can't tell what it is. So I keep getting it wrong, and then I'm like, wait, what? It's Jover. I think technically the majority of core states and the capital are releasable, or just the enemy capital. He killed the guy. Yeah. Alright, we're getting this aesthetic bandit boy. Sorry, Marks. God damn it. We're gonna put this guy on the front. He hasn't mobilized most of his guys, but some of them, because other armies with dudes have mobilized, he also mobilizes. Which is like a special bit of silliness, but I think we could just front brick here. We'd rather control the war and have been able to put that in, but only time I really use the liberating is against Russia to get recognition. Well, I mean, I think it's good versus like France for Occitania and this type of stuff. It's nice that it doesn't require infamy. I doubt they'll have anyone defending this HQ, so this should get in real quick. I think we'll reland behind here as well. Now we're pushing. Also losing a decent chunk of money. Just double checking these guys have transportation. Truck transport's faster, so let's do that. With the new update, does 25 infamy matter as much? No, it doesn't. The playing entirely around getting bankrolls is no longer seems to be the thing. Stylistically, I like it better. Professionally, I'm sure. Thank you for the follow, big nice. But no, it's not as good. Alright. Ain't an easy. Buying cheesy. Looks like they're still not landing Nicaragua. I wish we got a notification pop up when they did, because I think they will eventually, and then we'll just be sad. They enforced on Nicaragua. 100 is the far more important breakpoint. Yeah. I mean, definitely. You don't want to get... The cut down to size play is pretty obnoxious. I think that... So if the metagame is either full or partial, more reps juggling with GPs... If you have multiple GPs humiliated, like, you can go really high infamy really quick. So I imagine the period in time which you go high infamy is sooner. Not that we need it for the cohesion, but I think this just kind of locks us in. Because before we weren't getting the cohesion, so... What war goals do you have on Russia? Just transfer, or just release Mexico. Releasing Siberia right now would be big nice. As Russia, to just prevent us from doing anything against them. Excuse me. Wow, they're really gonna single file us with multiple navies? God. The Navy single file is so real here. Oh, also these guys don't have max org. Alright, fair. Fair enough. It's nice that they have a war goal on us, though, because this means we can't get just enforceable 0. We'll do here instead with our landing. We're pushing pretty comfortably up here. No, using the release Siberia war goal on Russia. It's late enough in the game that they should have the tech. You can land 1 stack babies, navies. I think I'd rather land some babies. Torpedo boats. Let's go. Is that Russia that was in default? I didn't catch it. Alright, now let's land here. War's getting a little expensive. Did we finish surveying the skyscraper site? We did not. I wonder if we can export automobiles. Cats, if you will. I don't think we have demand for them yet, so... Just upgrade that guy. So we're enforcing the war reps, but not liberate Mexico. A moment of truth here regarding what's required. We don't actually want to land them. We want to land up here. And cola. Speaking of cola, we already drank it all. First dive into pivot was Kafiristan, and wow, was that a mistake? Playing really small countries is like, really kind of sucks in... It's like, much more entertaining in EU4 than it is in Vicky 3. Hey, the Nike's upper strata. Nike's upper strata pops become more loyalist. Interesting. You know, need Mexico capital? Well, so that's the thing, is sometimes it's Mexico capital. Sometimes in Mexico capital no work. I mean, let's see how it works this time. Let's not land Ingria. Sometimes you need Mexico capital. Sometimes Mexico capital no work. You have a destined war against Kunz with Kyrgyzstan, but the border's bugged. You can't get to the front. You can't. Oh, geez, that sucks. What is the future? It always works. It does not always work. I could load a save where it's not working. Liberating sometimes requires that you occupy their capital. I think they nerfed professional armies by limiting conscripts to 50 and peasant levies to 25. Was it 100? No, it's always 50. It always works, it does not always work. Oh fuck, I don't want to spoil the run though. I can't spoil the run. I have a save file. I just don't want to spoil the run. Otherwise, I would just show you guys. What is this? Didn't we subjugate these guys long ago? I guess not. A different run, a different time. Freaking UK is going hard in the paint, though. I mean, we'll see if it counts here. I think it usually counts. I literally have a war on this other save where I have the capitals of 3 subjects I'm trying to liberate, fully occupied, and I can tick them down on 2, but not the final one. You'll see it eventually. And I pointed out in the thing, and I'm like 100% just so pressed. I actually, I actually have that run saved at that point in time because I'm either going to like swap sides and capitulate or use the console, I think. But it's not the first time it's happened where like occupying the subject is not, it's not enough. I think that the confound might be that they're colonizing. That's the only thing I can think of. The one country is colonizing. And the other 2 are not. And it's a colonial released country. That's gonna cause some shortages. Let's go, baby. We're gonna freaking ignore them. We're currently importing plastic, so. Jonas, can you think of a situation where you would ever have another country's leader become your country's leader? What do you mean? If they got off of Monarchy or something, and then they exiled them or something? It says in patch notes, if you ever have some other country's ruler inherit your ruler in your country, you get instant personal union. Wait, what? But when would that ever happen? I don't know. Anyone here watching the stream is going to end up watching the video? Was it in East Africa? Yes. Is there a bug specifically to East Africa? I was trying to release British East Africa, and it wouldn't work. I can't load it because it ruins it. I can't hide what the run is doing if I load it. But yeah, British East Africa was not releasable. Wait, what the frick is this? Ah! Not a general strike. Oh, our eco's going to shit. East Africa has the habit of putting their capital in the Indian Ocean territory. The fuck? That's it then. That's so fucking stupid. What the hell? Is it because of the first one? Is this the mysterious run you've been hinting at for months now? Yeah, that's why I can't fucking load it. The gimmick is revealed if I load it. I can't load it and show you and have it not be revealed. I will not entertain further questions about it. Other than you can infer that the country I started on was Austria, because I mentioned that Austria was one of the countries I played or started on. What would have happened if chainsaws didn't get fixed? Basically. That's at Martis, which is the first British colony in the Zanj region. It's because it's the first one, yeah. This is why Zanj mainland and Indian Ocean should be separate strategic regions. Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know, that definitely explains it. Hopefully, where I'm at in that save, the war is still winnable. If not, I don't feel bad, like, consoling it, but... I'd feel bad consoling it if that's not supposed to be, like, the victory condition. Fascist movement. Wait, hey, ho ho ho. Is it time, buddies? We finally get a new movement, friends. You also lied to me when I guessed? No. Initially it was supposed to start on France. I tried to do it on France, it didn't work. I don't know what your guess was initially, but the run, what it was, evolved. Only Austria unique thing I can think of is dual monarchy, so maybe he has some culture shenanigans. Yeah, not gonna comment on what it is. I thought it would work better on France, it didn't. To be fair, they nerfed what I was trying to do in this patch, which explains a lot of why I struggle with it. Wait, we would accept this. Why is this could just capitulate? Why can't we... Alright, whatever. Your guess was colonial administration. We weren't playing... Well, I can't comment on what we weren't doing, because then it will become obvious if you guess what we actually were doing. So I just have to not comment. But that's the first run I played on this patch. Which, to be fair, my experience on this patch is kind of like under maybe what it should be. In some sense. Cordial. But belligerent, but cordial. The Mexican market, we will aid you with our goods. Not our bads, but our goods. See? Mucho gusto. We don't want to encourage that. Holy shit. They have an unbalanced as hell market. It's gonna make it way easier to like pull them into our block. Shout out to the, like, I think it's one state that can build opium in Mexico. Let's actually check. Yep. How come you didn't get laissez-faire? Because we're bad at the game. We tried passing it multiple times. We get gummed up by some of the laws we were trying to pass. By the new political movements. Looks like we could go ethno-state pretty easy here. I think we maybe wait for the fascist movement to get stronger, though. We are bolstering it. Oh, if only the fascist movement actually helped us to pass wealth voting. That's what we want to get, is we want to get wealth voting so we can get the industrialists back in. My kingdom for some industrialists. I guess we want women's suffrage. We have a ton of peasants, so maybe it's not good right now, but... Oh, we had meant for one guy to zig, and instead he zagged. The guy who we had on our war over here, we had meant for him to handle a different thing. And he never did. Terrible. Alright, we'll just clean this up and take Caragua. Don't we... something like this. Let's get the Navy over there in case things get real weird. You mean your first raid on 1.8.1? Because of your India run, you said you were the first one you were recording. No, I said that was the first one I was publishing. I recorded this other one first. Like 3 episodes worth. Didn't quite finish it, so I'm gonna go back to recording it. So I'm running 2 runs right now, or 3 including this. Your GDP makes me sad because I know you're better at ecoing than me. It makes me sad too. And the fact that you're sad instead of like making fun of me makes me even sadder. Because that means it's real bad. if you're like giving me a hard time, you're like, hey, look at that GDP, it sucks. Like, that's one level of you're not doing so good. But if it's like, Jesus, dude, I heard what happened to your wife. Like, that is like, oh Jesus. Terrible way. I heard what happened to your economy. Terrible way to go. Life's not fair sometimes, man, you know? But you just gotta keep on keeping on, right? You know? Economies are hard. It's like, oh shit. Did they fix Alaska colonization? Hell yeah, brother. Look at this. It like colonizes instantly instead. Just ended a USA run with 29 SOL, so close to 30 it hurts. Oof. I'm not angry, I'm just disappointed. Yeah, exactly. You're better than this generalist. I'm not angry. You're a towel. Pretty sure we're supposed to collect more subjects. More subjects. Make vassalization better, although we're power blocking up fast enough as it is. We could have swayed in. Maybe. Probably not for anything good. Oil is in fact the future. You thought it was the children? It's the children of the oil. Which one's the Rev? That one. Her. Oh, we have a thing brewing, so we can't start a war. It's not bad for starting as in Ethiopia, basically. It is what it is, generalist, yeah. You know, sometimes bad economies happen to good people. You have 1 GDP per capita. Are you researching anything at all? There's always next campaign, not like this. There's always the next... There's always next time, Slugger. You get him, champ. You can't win them all. Oh, this is cool. Good timing for us. We have a truce? Yeah, we do. Ah! Is that the belligerent attitude? Why we can't side with them? Interesting. I have a good tutorial series you should watch, not like this. Children will be oil eventually, that's true. We all become oil as the corn. I've been trying to say capitalist has been scuffed co-op for like 20 years. Sadly, he insists on digging his grave. Not generally, just this run. Capitalist has been scuffed? Capitalists are great. What was the war we wanted to declare? Holy snaps. What was it? We had a plan. We were the man with a plan. And now it's all gone away. Surely it wasn't these. God, we should not have gotten rid of our cautious dude. Just for the meme of Teddy Roosevelt. Oh, we almost have enough influence on Denmark. A man with a plan and 2 canals. I got 2 canals. One for each of ya. Oh, we should be, like, kind of a little bit more precise about lowering autonomy on guys. Yeah. Oh, we have to start a war. What is it that we state religion? Did we not have a 13? What are you doing? Oh, you're just stationed. Got it. That's cool too. I'm just like super blanking out on. I mean, was it that we wanted to check to see how much Japan cost for Protectorate? It's not too bad. It would give us negative relations with. Yeah, okay. We were supposed to do it while they were revving. Oh, they still are revving. Right? No? No, they're not revving. Alright, well. Konnichiwa. Ohio. Texas pipeline. We'll pay for that. It's pretty cheap. Russia set up a colonial administration in Alaska in your game. They can do that? They can do a Pacific colonial administration? They need to use their real game time engine to do a simulation of the GNC and Greco-Persian Wars and Peloponnesian Wars. I don't think they're going that direction, given the flop of Imperator. I don't think they're going more to antiquity. I think they're saying, you know what? You know what? Okay. You know what? Alright. Yeah. Oh, we can, I forgot, we can make this guy, we can grant him leadership eventually. Unfortunately, the cooldown doesn't tell you, like, they break the cooldown, like, it telling you how long it is, till you can do it again. Which is kind of annoying. We have to do decrease radicals of those groups. Somehow. Excuse me? Okay. They're gonna have very narrow combat width, but I'm pretty sure we'll have better PMs, so I think we'll be in fine shape here. This will also give us a little bit of amount of time to decay down. Do you see that sick army now gives multiculturalism? I did it. That's crazy. I like how far this run's gone off the rails of the original intent. We're trying to return. Well, us not getting an African American primary was a very significant. Was a very significant downside, but I don't think there's a way for us to return to slavery, but we have our path forward. Once we can put this guy in power, we can go wealth voting, we can go laissez-faire, then we can go ethno-state. I don't know if we'll go ethno-state or back to national supremacy, but yeah, the dream of African-American national supremacy is that's dead, that's gone. Oh, we sided. Could we have sided with No, we couldn't side with Mexico categorically. We would have to reset attitude would have been nice. Looks like those guys are going the right direction. We maybe could have gotten in on that. Women's workforce ratio. You can go back to consumption taxes. We could start all over again. Wait, can we do... Collectivized agriculture requires... Yeah, it requires cooperative ownership. You can't enable a collectivize without cooperative. I wish you could, or if you could, we would implement it. God, I wish it showed you the cooldown now. Lies are bad, though. I think Imperator could have done better after CK3 instead of before, instead of trying to sell it as a way to convert saves, even if it's a lie. I don't know. If people feel deceived that, like, for I think long-term consequences for being deceptive for a company are more long-term, but they're like pretty substantive. It's good to see how calm you are about your debt. We're super chilling. So like this number is really this number plus this number, so we're at minus 70k effectively, because our private queue is, we're building buildings actively. Our private queue is using investment pool to buy it, so we're really just at minus 70k, and we're like mobilized for war. And we could delete down construction, increase taxes, do a whole bunch of stuff to like acquire more funds if we needed to. So we're pretty chill about it, yeah. It really is just spam wood time. That's my secret cap. That's what I do every run. Have we really not pushed this out yet? What's going on? Okay. We're gonna land the other side of the island as well. Once this... Oh, they're in default now? Yeah, get wrecked, idiots. We got this. How can you rename cities? We haven't actually taken a close look at that. It looks like you do it like that. Where's that 35 stack, man? Remember when USA started on consumption taxes? I don't remember that. Holy shit. Was that like before 1.3? I didn't mean to lie, as in a bad safe conversion like they have for every other game that ended up doing. Have a bad save conversion. Yeah, I think that they've like decided that that's like the save conversion stuff is just like too much effort because you have to maintain it, right? And that's the difficult thing. Like, when you patch the game, you have to also patch the converter. And it's like, it's too much. Hell yeah, brother. #1 prestige, let's go. Are we pulling ahead of the other powers? We would like to know, but the game doesn't want to tell us. We don't want to open the ledger. They made bankrolls harder to get when you have more than one, so I'm sad. Oh, is there another modifier on top of that? USA is a colonial administration gone wrong? What do you mean? What are you talking about, Nike's fan? Or Yankees fan? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Oh, maybe that was even in the leak when the trade route sizes were manual. Jesus. Yeah, the trade route size has never been manual, so maybe that was during the leak. Pneumatic tools is one that we could probably swap everything onto hardwood production if we get. Because it gives hardwood output, just like straight up. Or actually it's like the electric saws. Maybe let's go electric railways. I think let's do this and then let's do this. And our trade routes will provide. The trade routes will provide. Don't think for a second that they won't. That. I think we're close to colonizing every region. Is Canada's name bigger because their GDP is higher? Not like this. Not like this. I do want to pull in these guys. Let's go. Power Block Embassy, there we go. Oh, we really should have gotten Colonial Offices 3 before subjugating Japan, shouldn't we? Shit. That's bad. Oh, look at how much of the stuff it saved us. So now we can do this and this. And maybe up the health system too. Do we really have enough to afford all that? I can't imagine we do. Oh, maybe we do. No, we don't. We definitely don't. But it wasn't letting us bring up multiple at the same time before. Now it is. Weird. Raphael, this guy. I think we won't have the Luddite. Minus 300 authority. I don't even know why we're minus 300 authority. What penalty we're getting. Or lack of a bonus, but I don't know which one. I guess we just keep checking over and over. Karl Marx died. Tragic. What's your convoy size? Looks like we're getting 1,400-ish convoys, and 5k of that is trade routes. Spending a lot on port connections. It would be less if we had a land connection to this, and then a land connection to this, and then a land connection down here. That would make such a huge difference is like kind of silly, but... do some of that. Alright, we're trying to resuscitate our economy. It's too little, it's too late, but... God, this has just been so sticky, too. Actually, well, they have other problems. Is this another using way more infrastructure problem? No, you just have like infinite devastation. You give us no choice. Looks like the SOL's coming up there. Guess we're not really having turmoil in the places that matter. Just a lot of these coastal places. It's just because Mappy's bad for them and they can't provide their own stuff, maybe? I mean, I guess we've mostly gotten rid of the turmoil on the mainland. Everyone knows you can transfer many goods through the Darien Gap thing. That's this little, like, pathway over here, right? Or wait, or is that this? What we were talking about earlier. Because it's, if the amount of C node connections you have to make here right now is 1, 2, like 3, 4, 5, 6 to get to Beijing, and if we had a connection all the way through, it would be just 1. So it would like cut the convoy usage by like 80% or whatever. The path from Panama to Colombia. Talking about the canal? It looks so pretty. I missed what happened to poor Virginia. They had an infrastructure problem. Very significant infrastructure problem. They probably like death spiraled there. It might have been because we encouraged migration there early. I don't know exactly how they managed to do that. Or we might have just put too many like mines there at some point. They're recovering pretty effectively now, but we also can't delete down enough buildings. Because we can only delete the buildings that the government owns. I mean, I guess we could add this. And then this is no longer running a shortage. So the lack of infrastructure was making it so this ran a shortage, contributing significantly to the problem. The very east part of Panama is basically uninhabited. Oop, that's not the button. This over here. Eastern half of Panama. Got it. Nicaragua having some problems. I think we'll solve them for them. In exchange for like Costa Rica and Guatemala here. So weird how Panama's basically horizontal. Yeah, it is a little weird. Central America in general is not... Like, in my head, Mexico extends all the way to, you know, down to Panama, basically. And these countries, like, these countries are, like, less prominent. Like, mentally. I think we guarantee independence. If we can. Alright, these guys are already got a good attitude with us now. Let's guarantee independence of Mexico. We cannot. Oh, we don't have enough Diplo. Womp womp. We're gonna try and Diplo subjugate them. I think Spain's gonna be the next kind of biggest one we can Diplo subjugate, so we'll improve relations with Spain here. And then we'll just kind of get ready to rumble with Russia a lot more. Looks like we're kind of fixing up West Virginia. Yeah, look at the turmoil just shoot down, basically. The country is healing. That's like kind of one of the things that's getting rid of our turmoil is the raising SOL. Rising, rather. Making too much money here. Where are you guys from? Yeah. Alright, so this is Pacific Coast HQ. And then... something like that, giving us a little more flexibility. Fixing West Virginia, politicians have been trying to do that for the past 50 years. Yeah, the West Virginia always gets screwed up because they don't have a lot of infrastructure or they don't have a lot of arable land, so like they always get weird. I don't know, deleting a bunch of buildings helps. I guess we clicked on them when we just added like 10 of something at some point in time, so then they got all funky. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a couple sodas because I'm getting a little sleepy. Alright, I'm back in the room. You guys want some ASMR? Chair stream, basically. It's not too bad. Hell yeah, brother. We're in a block. 1901, we can subjugate them. Gotta wait 5 years. Are you a GP? No, you're not. Let's guarantee your independence as well. Should add a 5-hour energy drink to your soda? I don't want to go that hard. Don't want to quite go that hard. Migration's leveling out some. How long on our incorporation on Beijing? 3 years? Wow. Okay, time flies. I guess we're kind of cruising now. Chat slowed down a bit. Oh yeah, there's about 100 of you guys here. Maybe when we drop under 100 viewers, we might call it. I did say we were gonna go. Well, we'll see. I gotta get better at keeping up with chat when there's a lot of people. I'd have Canal when I got home from work, off work tomorrow so I could stay up later than usual. Makes sense. We kind of like went late last night to get a video out and then be ready to start this morning. Most of our radicals are over here now at this point. Rice is nice. We're just gonna put these all on auto expand, I think. Just try and give these people some jobs. It always sounds mildly condescending when I talk about giving people jobs in the context of colonizing them and then exploiting their labor for gain. It's like, we're giving them some jobs. Look at us. Wow. I think our next war is going to be against Qing. We got quite a bit of time, though. Do we have a power block mandate? No. Kind of comfortably above this mandate level, although it's easier. The more we have, the easier it is to sovereign empire people, so we have to make a decision. Susan B. Anthony gets literary, maybe. The best event ever. You're under taxing like mad. Fix it now and do auto upgrade. I'm not certain that we want to go higher taxes. We are definitely under constructing though. Kind of just built into this point though. Probably too many construction sectors by a little bit. Get to 1K here. I wonder at what point it starts becoming better for us to do something that gives us throughput. Maduro Mills is a company we had considered. What does Kaiping Mining Company give us again? I don't think it's good anymore. Yeah, just tech spread. General Electric. GE might be okay. TBH. I guess Ford would be better for the motor industry's throughput. Probably just bad. I mean, we would want something that gives... Yeah, this would be better. Tax waste and unincorporated? Generally, I mean, I haven't looked at math closely on this in a while, but my understanding is it's generally not efficient to build up the bureaucracy over, like, the amount you want. Like, the cost of building the bureaucracy so that you have no tax waste there isn't worth it, because the tax waste isn't a negative money modifier. So you're just like kind of pouring money out of the treasury to pour more money in the treasury, and it doesn't like shape up to be worth it. Another Turkish uprising. They've had so many, holy shit. Down to 2 parties. Oh, it's like like a presidential system, so we'd want to give him power now. That way we don't have to wait till next election cycle. I really wish it told us how long we had. I guess that was the perfect amount of construction. Actually, we probably need a little bit more. No, maybe it was good. In American states, the whole list was on minus 200. Yeah, I mean, it's still not... The thing is, on these buildings, we get more... We want to create employees so that we decrease turmoil, and we get more per level. The more levels they have, more administration. But we still do need more anyways here. Let's just review all of our PMs here. Those are split for a reason, to help maintain profitability. We had some places that were not built for that. Electric trains is kind of frustrating sometimes because, like, it really overdoes the infrastructure in some places, but, like, the PM's also better. We're not firing you, Ulysses Grant. Tariq looks at my laptop with construction queue with 10 government buildings waiting to build. It's worth it to build only enough to solve so you don't have negative bureaucracy. But beyond that, it's not worth building. This is a negative money modifier. The tax waste is a negative money modifier. The tax, like, the insufficient taxation capacity here is not a negative money modifier. So the way this works is the pops don't get the money taken from them. But here, the pops get the money taken from that, and it just disappears. Is the line erect? We were ashamed for our line earlier. Now we're feeling mildly insecure, to be honest. The chat shamed us, and then I made a joke about chat shaming us, and then chat shamed us some more, and then I made a joke, but like... Here, wait. One sec. Here, let's, I'm looking for it.
Walk out the door, you see someone that you know and they ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand. Walk out the door. Basically.
Minus tax collection modifier is negative money modifier. Can't believe Generous is a liar. Wait, what? Pretty sure it's not. Pretty sure that it's only tax waste. I don't know. How do I verify this? I think you already got the whole tax thing wrong. It's only consumption taxes that work that way, right? I know either way, it's not worth it to build government administrations to try and solve all the problems. But I believe that this doesn't delete money. And this does. I know this deletes money. Pretty sure they just take less money from them. I'm playing as Russia and I had a famine. I just imported a ton of grain at a loss and my SOL skyrocketed. Cost me 500 total to import. That's USA after Elon optimizes the government, optimizes. I don't know how I verify that in game. Without adding up all the tax revenue and looking at every single building. No, that wouldn't work either. I have to. Because the tax revenue is going to go up if I solve it, even if it's not a negative money modifier. It's worth building government administrations to solve it at around 2 GDP per capita. I mean, I'd want to see where it's a money deletion modifier, because I'm pretty sure it's not. Problem with government administrations to fix the problems, it creates new problems with cost of paper and government wages. I messed up a few runs like that. Yeah, I mean, I know that you just, like, you don't want to try and just spam the government and administrations. But whether or not it's a free money modifier is, like, a different question. Or negative money modifier. And like I would want to see in game where I could verify it without needing to do a bunch of math. Check pop in the Shangzi and see how much income is being taken, or if it's higher. Or if it's incorporated, check your highest tax collection state. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'm just going to compare it to incorporated places. So Beijing's incorporated. It's got minus 300. Pennsylvania, though, looks like it's probably the biggest deficit per capita. Income taxes 15%. Okay. Fucking District of Columbia. You're right. Let's double check that that's 15%. It's not 15%. It's 13.8%. But they're the ones who have all their stuff together. And this is 15%, or it's 14.7%. I assume it's just rounding. Tax basis collection is just wasted. I mean, it's been forever since I've looked at tax shit. God, I used to know so much of this. Like, there's like so much stuff that I've like unlearned, I guess. thought it was just this one. I know this one deletes money, but okay. Just build one in every state and set it to auto-expand. Then they build over it too much. I've definitely seen the AI like overbuild the government administration relative to like what we want. But yeah, at a certain GDP per capita or a certain efficiency per laborer, those are the same thing. But does food matter? Well, at a certain point, you'll be making enough that resolving it's worth it. But does food matter now? Yes. If your pops get food insecure, then they will start running really negative modifiers, like mild starvation, minus 70% birth rate, and super increased mortality. Journalists, the way you know that it's actually like this, and this is the stupidest way it could be, and also make it tooltip a liar, which is what John Paradox always does. Well, this is the stupidest tooltip that's been in game for forever. Unless they changed it this patch. Yeah, this is fucking deceiving as hell. This capped thing, because it's not capped. It's like a soft cap because it overflows into text spread. Is a communist still in power? Yeah. Auto-expand rule makes it just enough tax collection or if there's a global shortage, which you won't have. Yeah. I just tuning in. I need an updated. What is the plan now? Right now, we're trying to go back to fascism eventually. And to that end, we swapped around. We got this guy. And he's going to help us go wealth voting, and we're going to finally get laissez-faire, like, freaking 50 years into the game. Looks like we got a corporatist agitator. Do we finally have a corporatist movement? We have an anarchist movement. Shout out to these guys. Which, to be fair, does support or multiculturalism. Which is, like, kind of the opposite of what we want, but what we really want is to get off our trade unionists that we've had for forever. And get on to laissez-faire at some point. So we can actually factually pop off. So, we're also gonna go to war with China soon. I think it's gonna be like one of the more efficient wars we can do. Suppose we could check our subjects and see if we could reduce autonomy on some people. And for it to if it makes sense. Are you growing? Oh, I forgot I hate this part, the annexing these guys. Because if they accept, it's like completely fine, and if they say no, then you have like this apocalyptically bad modifier for the rest of your subjects for a long time. Looks like they changed it, so it's really low chance though. No, so this is what I'm talking about, this 75% chance. The way we were playing it is if it's 75%, we would save scum it last time we were in this scenario. Which I think we'll keep doing, but which maybe we just want to annex those guys then. But not save scum for like 15%. Because what it does is, like, if they say no, it just gives a super negative modifier to everyone's liberty of desire. Oh, wait, what? Why did they go from 75 to 22? Did we just click on... Maybe we just clicked on Chile each time. The first time. I thought we clicked on Arge. Corporatist law had an effect in IG clout. So corporatist law seems really good, except it's presidential. So it seems much better than presidential republic. Because I think it gives you a lot more legitimacy, but I think the best still might be a parliamentary council, just because it gives you the parliamentary system. Do you think fascism and corporate state is going to become the new meta, or is communism still cool? Communism's not cool. Because they made it so you lose all your subjects' buildings, and the reason to go communist in the first place was this reinvestment, or this modifier here. All investments are multiplied by 1. It used to decay down as your GDP approached 2 billion to 0.3. And then it would be deleting a ton of money, so you would want to go communism for that. But since that's out of the game, like, it's like laissez-faire is just going to be better. It's different if you do it from the subject panel compared to the standard way. For the reducing autonomy, I don't think annex subject is in the subject panel, unless I just don't have eyes. No tengo los ojos. I don't see annex in here. We could take a state. Except I think it's just a lot of infamy for what you're getting. If I recall correctly. Generating a ton of loyalists now. Kind of increasing that so well. So if that's the case, then it's probably better to solve the problem in, like, Pennsylvania first, or wherever our GDP per capita is higher. $10 might be overkill. You left-click the round thing on the side of the Liberty Desire bar. It looks like it's the same. I kind of want to get Ottoman Liberty Desire a bit lower, though. Africa's nearly been scrambled for. These guys are agitating for multiculturalism. Oh yeah, brother. Just had a super hard war with the UK to finally kick the British out of India, and my hands just stand around. Nice. Nice. It was interesting, a lot of content creators were talking about not wanting to do India because they thought that everyone would do India, and then, like, nobody did India. Is this Mexico? Well, we can reset the belligerency thing. I wish they could refuse support. Now they're genial, so let's get a trade agreement now before they become belligerent again. I think we're gonna get the separatist thing where they just keep respawning the separatists over and over. What is this? There's just that France is supporting them. The UK is almost certainly going to support the Dominion of India, right? 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 Bueller? If I'm not mistaken, if they don't support... We've been on this song for forever. This is kind of an obnoxious bug, because you keep having the... Or not bug, whatever this is. Transvaal run managed to go total separation nearly instantly thanks to a movement, and discrimination wasn't a problem anyway. Maybe the idea for a run. I definitely think it's an easy way to get approval on like everyone. UK isn't allowed to support India because he can't join against the subject of a subject. That's right. So now India's gonna implode because the UK can't defend them. Right? At the end of however this war resolves. Or maybe they don't implode now. They'll become Raj maybe? I don't know. It depends if they have pan-nationalism or not. We could pass multiculturalism just to get rid of that. Well, it didn't break them free. Maybe because they're Dominion? Smell you later, Social Democrat. I feel like it was longer than 4 years ago that we did this. I really hate that we can't see the timer. I was trying to make a cooperativist state. Who supports it? You need like a movement, or you need someone who... so I was able to get it by going on to Monarchy first. Because there were people who disliked corporate state less than they disliked monarchy. And so for them it's an improvement, which might be the way you're supposed to or have to do it. Is the new immersion pack worth the price, or should I wait for a sale? It's probably worth it if you want to play India, probably not if you don't. But if you want to support development of the game, you can always consider buying it. The way that the design philosophy, Paradox... Although I've mentioned this a few times now. The design philosophy is Paradox is... Yeah, hell yeah. Market liberal, bro. Hell yeah. Just checking to see. We can't give him. Please start a market liberal movement of some kind. Jesus. But if you're... Like, if you want to support... The most of the features, as far as I can tell... are in the free version, and so just the free patch, and for the most part it seems to be the case that the thing is India flavor, but at the same time, Paradox is pretty intentional about putting basically all the useful stuff in the free patch. That way the continued development of the game makes it so that you don't have to get all the flavor packs and all the DLC always and forever in order to be able to play the game. And so, like, it's going to make it harder in the short term for them to generate revenue. You can see the timer. The problem is that the IG isn't pressured. You're right, Connor. I don't have eyes. They changed the requirements. But they support the reactionary movement. So maybe if we bolster the reactionary movement. %, pressure, so none of these are fully pressured. You are right, the best damager. I'm so used to just clicking and not reading. It's also been... I'm also really tired. Sure. I mean, we're probably going to be fighting them soon. Maybe we don't need to. I don't know. Whoa. Undecided includes... Oh, Great Britain's already on enemy side. I was like, chicken, what? Yeah, they're locked in on the trading agreement. Is there an easy option to force colonial subjects to adopt the colonial exploitation law? I think you have to get them to the second level of whatever it is, and then their loyalty has to be... They have to be relatively loyal, and then you get 10% enactment chance. I don't know of an easier way to do it. There might be an easier way. But you can see here we have a 10% chance. To be fair, it would be a little bit easier if you used stuff like creative legislature, or if you were an ideological union, and you forced them to have a government that is going to be look a particular way for you to pass the law easier. So, yeah. Why is bankruptcy no longer a big deal? Well, looks like our game might be frozen, but bankruptcy has been kind of not as big a deal for a while now, since they took out the construction nerf. And I actually think it might be relatively meta, but if it is meta, it's kind of an insipid meta, and I wouldn't want to do it very often. I was going to intentionally do it a lot in the Jewish Japan run, but then the EIC run, I was finding myself pretty insolvent, and so the next episode I'm going to declare bankruptcy. and I'm going to describe what happens. I suppose I shouldn't spoil the video, but, like, the short version is... The short version is that, the penalty to offense and defense, as far as I can tell, I'm not 100% sure, they seem to stack additively with other modifiers for plus offense and defense. And if that is the case, they are not anywhere near as bad as they otherwise might look. Here, I'll let you guys look at the spreadsheet while we reload. And so... Spreadsheet. If that's the case... Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to do two things at once. Oh, it's patching. Hot. Okay, then, like, instead of... If you have, like, plus 50%, and then you eat a 75% penalty, that doesn't represent a decrease in fighting power by 75%. It represents a 50% decrease in fighting power that decays over time. You know, if you stack several positive modifiers anyways, and it's pretty easy to stack positive modifiers. The AI is pretty bad about doing it. It's one of the reasons why if you have an even army with the AI, you generally win. So, like, the army being bad is, like, a bit of a negative. And so is the standard of living decreases. That's a little bit of a negative, too. But what you can do is you can just intentionally tank your bankruptcy a little bit, or tank your SOL a little bit before you declare bankruptcy, and we weren't able to execute this as well as I would have liked on the EIC run. But if you tank your SOL a little bit and then set yourself up so that you're slowly increasing SOL, the increased radicalism for standard living decreases doesn't really hit you that hard. And so overall, going bankrupt isn't like that big a deal. It just means you, for the first 3 to 5 years, or for the first like 1 to 5 years, roughly, or I guess 3 to 5 is kind of the range we're thinking about where it might end. You really don't want to tangle with anyone very big. But if you have someone who's really safe, and the reason why Japan was a good option is Japan's on an island, and so it will be really hard for people to enforce on you as long as you're just defending your island. And so you leave yourself vulnerable for the first 3 to 5 years, but it's really not that big a deal. And then it creates radicalism amongst your ownership pops, because they start having to refill the lines of credit, all of the reserves of the buildings, and so that generally tanks their SOL, but it doesn't tank it that much. And so what it represents for you, like, as a player in terms of the positives, is that you get to, like, wealth transfer money from the upper class, which is generally the money you want to extract money from, the place where you want to extract money from, and a little bit of free money, because there is a line of credit that exists that is not part of reserves. You get to extract both kind of for free by intentionally bankrupting. But the main penalty that was present before was the construction penalty, which that was, like, absolutely backbreaking. So, that one you didn't want to run. When you create a colonial administration, you get to choose from the pack of starting laws from it. I think one of those sets has the colonization laws. Oh, that's interesting. If they've set it up like that. Your kids died, thanks, journalists. I'm sorry. They exploded. True. True if big. Jewish Japan run. Yeah, we were gonna do that as, like, our first run as this patch. And then, the changes to the states and the in India killed the mod. Think of the children. Sorry, here. Let's do this. The game is loading. We'll think of the children. Journalist, the AI is scripted to leave you alone as Japan. Yeah. I just downloaded Pivot of Empire expansion pack, and now I'm missing 4 states in Southeast Asia, East Bengal, and Mandalay. They all appear blank spots on this map. Did you, like, verify your game files or whatever, Gene? Jewish India run generalist? God, there'd be so much pop growth. No, I've already said I was gonna do Jewish Japan in a bunch of spots. Plus, I'd rather do Jewish Japan. They did kind of change some of the things I wanted to explore, though. So it begins / continues. I just downloaded the new extension. Not sure what I did wrong. Maybe I'll reinstall. That sounds like probably a good strategy. Verify integrity of the files is faster though. I would try that first. Minus 45% mortality would be really funny. Yeah, I was thinking the pop would grow out of control, but I think it's going to grow out of control with Japan as well. People kind of wanted us to play around with food standardization here. What's our current pop growth at? I think it was at 2.2 million last we checked. 1.39 million. That's not that much. So we could go food. I mean, I kind of think we're at a phase in the game where actually research is really good, but... advanced research is probably better. How do I verify? You right-click on the game, you go Properties, I think. Let's see. Then you go to Installed Files, and then you click Verify Integrity of Game Files. So you go to the game in Steam, you right-click, you go Properties, you go to Installed Files, and you go Verify Integrity of Game Files. That's how you do it. Because we already have a ton of pops. I mean, we could... for pushing the meme, we could go freedom of movement. The thing is, we're about to take a bunch of Chinese states. It's probably gratuitous. Let's check the tech situation. Maybe it just actually is food standardization here, and I'm just a hater. Yeah, we are not spreading very much. Well, the first level, sure as shit, isn't going to give us very much because it's tech spread, so we actually just could wait and put it off, the decision, until next one. Because we're not going to benefit much in terms of research. If we think it's research, but it's maybe not research, then holding on to it makes sense, because if we get to 2 points and we decide we want food standardization 2 instead of this... oh, we would get minus bureaucracy cost immediately. So we would have an immediate improvement. Haters gonna hate, true. You'll be at the modern US population number by, like, 1908. Yeah. But that includes, like, 30 million that are overseas in China, or, like, 50 million overseas in China. The goal is modern Indian population. It's definitely achievable. Yankees fan. But yeah, I mean, it might be food standardization here. I probably just don't play with food standardization enough, so I should just give it a swing. To be fair, we also have a lot of peasants. So for those peasants, them increasing their throughput is, like, actually... well, kind of irrelevant. It'll increase the manor house's profitability by a lot. by the ones that are, you know, using the arable land. Whoa, holy shit. I was not expecting to see Tennessee have full employment in the sub-farms. What else is giving throughput? What the hell? Yeoman farmers. Good old Teddy Roosevelt. This guy's inept and ruthless. A terrible combination, actually. TBH. Take good note of how many peasant unemployed you currently have. So 20 million versus 44 million. $1.4 million growth. We'll also do 4.5 unemployed. And 153 dependents. Have you noticed any changes to AI this patch? Like North German Fed forming, more heavenly kingdom winning, etc.? The sample size I have is too small. I mean, Germany's formed in half of the, or maybe 100% of the runs actually I've done where I have not played as starting as a German. Guess I do need to do a reinstall of Vic3. Yeah, that is a bummer. When did UA go to the UK? A while ago. We could have contested it, but we didn't. I think we go for Hainan. Jiangxi. Southern Anhui and Hainan. Oh yeah, freedom of thought. What do we need for that? We actually do want to finish that. We haven't done the first Continental Railway? What the hell? Nebraska. Thought we added a railway there. Sleep at the wheel here. We need multiculturalism? We should just go multiculturalism and then into fascism. There's so much stall chance from our movements, man. These guys are like a brick wall. Oh, we could have afforded to have negative authority. We just need to figure out a way for these guys, this guy to specifically start pressuring the thing. So we can get him in charge. I think we're rolling more events when we're bolstering here, actually. Just taking a look at it. Play Germany, and I look over at Asia 1860 and see Qing and India all blown up. Dutch East Indies gone. Yeah, when India blows up now, it's way more consequential, though. Because how they changed migration. Let's like actually try and play a little bit. Be a little bit of a gamer. How much are we ticking up? I imagine when it resets attitude once we hit plus 50 on Mexico. Maybe we need a return of the church to help us return to something else. I actually, like... I apologize, guys, for this, secession. We're keeping on refiring and refiring. We could go multiculturalism just to get rid of it. We could release the country just to get rid of it. Ayo, let's go. 7.5 infamy, so we're gonna cost 22.5 infamy total. And total. The Tamil people. This is another way to go corporatist, corporate state. Hey, is the movement gone? Okay, just kidding. What the hell? Russian market, are you okay? Ching AI seems to be doing what they always do, which is to spam government administrations until they collapse. Doing what they do best. I think this might be the first weeboo of the stream. I think our auto expands on grain aren't particularly kind of shoving down the price. We're gonna deck on Qing soon, so maybe we shouldn't start a bunch of trade routes with them. Oh, we get to keep our trade routes because we have a treaty port, even when we go to war. Shout out to us. We could export weapons to them. Hey yo. We want to pull Ecuador into our... Or I think they're already in our block, so maybe that's a waste of stuff. Not profitable at this immediate moment, but I think we get a trade agreement with Austria here. Montana's a good state. California's quite a bit better. Armies are up to 150. There's our Mappy. Trench works. No need to get trench works before radio, is there? Right? Or does trench works not require? I think it doesn't require, actually. I'm mixing it up on the line. Yeah. Is GDP harder to grow this patch? Yeah, because companies are anemic. I feel like I've seen you hit 1 bill by 1900 before. We're also not doing very good this run. This run's also going really bad. 1890, not even 1900. Yeah. This run's also not it. We spiked way too much radicalism really early on. And struggle bust. Although now we might be at the point where we can increase taxes if our SOL's coming up by the numbers it kind of looks like it is. How much money are we making? Like 20k? Yeah. It's come along quite a lot in the past, like, half hour though. They get obsessed with spawn more often. They are. It was in the changelog. Although a lot more often when the bar is incredibly low is like, I don't know how substantive that is, you know what I mean? I forgot what food that we put in. That's, yeah, okay. Increasing agricultural output. Replace Chinese with warlords and you can release China. Yeah, we could subjugate China if we get them things going well enough. We probably shouldn't have given up our cautious guy. Well, we're also not trying to push the run super hard. Why is global red or global SOL red on map? Someone's got it's probably Landfang. It usually was often Landfang. Oh, it's these guys. What happens is they get caught in like a government like debt spiral. They're paying out like too much gov wages, but it's spiraling up because they can't deploy up because they don't have enough people. So they just pay the people like infinite wages. What you should really do here is Generalists out tab and find the file for the little revolution sound effect and delete it. You know, maybe you're right. Have you experienced the famines, droughts, etc. in the game you played so far? Would be cool to get. I haven't experienced any unique ones. Some are really painful. In particular, the flood is really painful. That's kind of like the only one that's like seemed that cataclysmic. It feels a little whack-a-mole, to be honest. Or you just kind of ignore it. But the flood is the really nasty one. Looty strat seemed like Connor's strat, yeah. I mean, the correct way to do something is going to be the correct way to do it. do that. Anything that taught you anything? It's that living even just 190 years ago sucked, and you're most likely dead or miserable. I don't know. Have you seen Living Today? My sore, what happened? Why are you white? I think we're expanding in all the colonies that are remaining. That there. See that there. Let's get this army in position. Let's mobilize the 2 defensive armies. Is this just a 40 stack we made? Hell yeah. I think this is enough. They're fearful. Kind of makes me not want to go for additional stuff unless we're just liberating and making primary. Lib Hunan, I think, gets us one step closer to cutting him in half. No, it doesn't. You have 9 more states of India to conquer before I can form India, but I need to go to bed soon. It's over, bro. Truth hurts. I think India should be a major unification. Could live in Manchuria and gobble that up. In theory, I think we're not supposed to liberate stuff that's not incorporated, though. Because their subjugation cost is proportion of incorporated states. I guess Mongolia is what's subjugated, what's incorporated. Manchuria is not. We might be able to peel one more state. They're fearful, though. It's just minus 55. Maybe that's not too big a deal. I think the game should have a bunch more major unifications. Yeah, like Neo-Carthage. I agree. I'm glad you brought that up. Neo-Carthage should be a unification. The fact that it's not is a travesty. I just want to say. I think we really started popping off super hard once we... Guess I can't really see that point in the line. Once we like got rid of the construction, the turmoil causing construction analysis. I think we're pretty close to the SOL level where we can increase tax level by 1. And we can afford to kind of eat the 2.5 standard living penalty. And not have it cause more turmoil. And then we get to pop off really hard. Oh my god, I freaking blanked. I wanted to add more war goals. Maybe this is okay. Whatever. This is close enough. Or I forgot to occupy up there. I hope that's not a war goal. It is a freaking war goal, god damn it. Without Bengal's professional army, USA back to being the best. Maybe. I think early on, it's maybe better to have the conscript army, and then once you're at war 100% of the time, regulars might be better, yeah. We're maybe at a point where regulars would be better. Too bad our people disagree with us. Could go back to monarchy, put Teddy Roosevelt on the throne. Oh, we can grant this guy leadership finally. Okay. So let's look at it in terms of the thing. Which he won't be, well, bandit's real bad. But if we look at this, movements exerting pressure includes the reactionary movement now. So I guess if it gets above... Here, we'll see. Effects. Pressured interest groups. Now they're all pressured. I wonder if it has to get above 10% support and then it pressures the interest groups. We can stop bolstering now, though. We could put him in. Or. Imposing's not good either. We could put this guy in and, like, guarantee us being able to pass a good economy. I think that us going to wealth voting is going to be good enough to, like, move things around. Yeah. High stall chance. But the mid-national movement blocks all the negative things that could happen to us. Big nice. I'm gonna reland this. And look to push Formosa out. Let's get an opiumatic pillager. Shout out to you. You're uniting Borneo for Landfang, and those bastards don't produce hardwood even with that big rainforest? Just started a USA game on the new patch. Literally 0 hours on this patch. GDP is 325 mil. Not like this. Dang, his GDP went up. Yeah. It did. Literary bandit. Sometimes it be like that. He robs libraries? Hell yeah. I mean, if we really wanted to ramp it up, we could turn and burn. Just start taking a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah. We started to put on our like performance pants a little bit. Investment pool super cranking up. God, we've been going almost another 12 hours. I don't think this is gonna kick them into a reactionary state. No, it's not. I guess we keep it like that. Maybe we're not supposed to eat the stall there. I'm not sure. Something like that. Something like that. Is it EOS pushing time? Pushing EOS is like worst on... Oh, it's only fucking profitable there because the company's there, but that's just gonna dilute the company. It's gonna make the company portion less profitable. I forgot we renamed New York to worse Boston. Cops hate him, he knows his rights. TU is effectively voting themselves out of power. It do be like that sometimes, you know? Why are the Intelligentsia and Devout both part of the property rights and abolitionist movements at the same time? Well, if you've ever read, if you follow intellectuals of the period, some of them were eugenicists, and some of them were, yeah. You did what? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. Nothing's been done over here. Just a normal looking time in the USA. Wait, cars were buffed? Hell yeah, they were. Now worth using, I think. I haven't looked at the math on it. No, wait, we did look at the math. It looks really good. The only consideration is that by consuming engines, it's like, the Cars PM effectively has a bad input good, which is that, engines are like one of the worst input goods to have on anything. Because engines aren't very efficient, and steel isn't very efficient, the thing that leads into engines. So it creates like a production goods chain that in general is not very efficient, but it creates a lot of buy orders though. So it's actually a little bit hard to evaluate. Because we do like the creation of buy orders. I'm really not sure which one of those options is best. I'll have to take a closer look at it. The shade, whatever, my GDP is higher. What year are you in? You said your GDP was exactly what my GDP was. I don't know if your GDP is higher. If it's the same. Yeah, that's not that's what I thought. No iron. I can't believe I didn't. Well, that's not a free money or a money deletion. I didn't know that that was a money deletion modifier, or I'd forgotten. Long ago it was written. So it was written, so it shall be. Why power block embassy? I guess that's okay. The most populous state in the game. Actually, they might have changed that. What? It depends how much East and West Bengal start out pop-wise. Take whatever your GDP is and add, say, 10%. It's so hard to get a 10 standard of living in the EIC. So I think what you do in order to like hit the 10 standard of living is encourage agricultural industry because it applies to subsistence farms. And at the same time, it produces a bunch of extra consumer goods. So it's like it's hitting the twofer. Got everything working, Gene? Very nice. Changes are so brutal for Japan, can't get the run off the ground at all. Yeah, so this high super increased wages is gonna be like, is gonna be bad early on. Also makes Pops like happy, I don't know. The wage change seems really substantive. Because the problem with Japan is like looking at their buildings, the proportion, look, they have more wages than they do payouts, than they do dividends. Significantly more wages than dividends. Which is bad for capitalist accumulation. What are we even accumulating here? Why should we even bother providing jobs for you guys? We're the ones taking all the risk. Okay. Let's reevaluate. Yeah, we're just making gobs of money. Maybe we should... Well, switching pro-army might take a while. What can we peel off of Russia? I guess the one thing we kind of wanted Mexico. Go for a gold state, but... We really want to poke the bear over that. I think we just, annex one of these guys, and as we mentioned, 75%, we are just gonna save scum it. If it's 74%, we don't save scum it. Just, that's the absolute ceiling. And I think the event is silly, but... Cool. Wait, excuse me? Okay. I thought I saw a whole bunch of levels. Let's see here. Starting to get into the later game, and performance seems to be holding. Did we lose a war here? What happened? No progress? Oh, I hate this. This is a Victoria. This is a tweaks thing that we're not used to. So if you don't have a port there, it won't expand. It'll expand all along the coastline, and after you can't expand coastline anymore. Although we can, yeah, well. Is that a tweaks change? I feel like that's a tweaks change. Maybe it's not. The change seems fine. We're just not used to it, actually. Can make this guy captain of the trade unions. I don't think so. He can say what he wants. You can take the kids, but you will leave me my monkey. Try releasing Siberia if they have pan-nationalism. You gotta increase your APM. Damn it. Thought we were APMing a lot harder than we normally do the past, like, 20 minutes. We finally got a little bit of caffeine, a little bit of a pick-me-up. We got the second soda in the chamber. Is Far East, is there a Siberia tag, or are you referring to the Far East tag? Oh, we forgot to crack it closer to the mic. Oh, weird. Shanxi's not yet incorporated. Or particularly close. There's a Siberia tag. Russian needs pen that. Also releases West Siberia interest. You forgot to slip closer to the mic. Oh, sorry. Alright, there we go. Big nice. Up to 2K construction. Oh, we're making way too much money now. God damn it. We're not even on laissez-faire, boys. Airship mooring post time. Does anyone else have Zeppelins? No. We do get an election though. Which is maybe bad for us, because this is the first election with the authoritarian in. Looks like it's gone fine. We didn't want the authoritarian to win the election, we just want him to carry passing wealth voting. Unfortunate that we won't have the effects from wealth voting until next election. Yeah, we're making too much money. Shoot. Is oil even expensive, even though we're using... I know they decreased the oil inputs for a lot of things. It's not even expensive, bros. It's not even expensive. Okay, this is the event we did before. That we got something we didn't like. Yeah, just auto-resigned a guy because we couldn't read. Damn, reading's hard. This game's hard. So let's see who's gonna take charge after this guy. So we're seeing who's popular. They have to have been in power for over... or general for over a year now, though, is a new requirement. The corporatists. But if we fire him... now it will be an authoritarian. So we'll let this guy resign. Wait, what? That's not what we agreed to. I guess it said the Democratic representative. I mean, I guess this would be how we pass multiculturalism, except we want to go fascism for the memes. Can't go fascism, won't go fascism. Terrible. Can't help a guy like Generous. True. True if big. We haven't united India. Getting the revolt bug? Yeah, I kind of hate this one. Game performance from 1900 is still fast. Devs must find further optimizations. Yeah, it seems faster. Targets help him. GG has no idea what he's doing. Not like this. The shade is immense. My suffering is unreal. This is a mappy state with iron in it. Tennessee's pretty good, huh? We haven't built much here. We really haven't built much here. We gotta build more construction sectors in worse Boston. Tarkus, if you had to describe a New York City that was like a worse version of Boston, what would you describe that? I don't know. Playing the game pretty smoothly in 1900 feels much faster, yeah. Supposedly the speed is much more at the end side. Do you guys remember when Worse Boston got the electrified Metropolitan Railway? That's Philly. True. True. Vince wants to know how he could bring Philly into this. That's the city of brotherly love. I don't know. Because I know it'll evoke reactions. I feel like people from Philly are just generally more angry and insulting than people from, well, maybe people from New York, but maybe not people from Boston. Or angry is not the right word, but insulting, yeah. There's like a quadrant map of the U.S. Where it's like divides it into 4, and like the South is like acts nice is nice. The like Northeast is like acts mean is nice, and then, or no wait, no. Is the Northeast acts mean is mean? I know that the Southwest is acts nice is mean. And then the Northwest must be acts mean is nice. Or is it acts mean is mean? I can't remember which one's which. Irish and Italian blood, my friend. Boom. This is why you don't get cheesesteaks up in the frozen tundra. They just eat poutine instead. Boston not insulting? Well, they don't call massholes for nothing. Midwest acts nice is nice. That tracks. I feel like the South also, like, acts nice is nice. Well, with some asterisks. If you're like the in-group for them, it's acts nice is nice. Right, is that going to recalculate cloud? It doesn't before the election, right? Yeah, we need to wait for an election to happen. We now have 22% enactment chance on multiculturalism. We could pass multiculturalism, or pass multiculturalism just so that event stops popping up, because that would make the guys who were trying to rev go away. I don't think it gets through 77% dislike, though. I guess I should probably just wait for the next election. Are we losing money? A little bit. This is what happens when you play Vic 3 for 9 hours straight. Yeah, I mean, like, the last 36 hours I've been playing over 20 hours. I'm going through it, to be honest, a little bit. After playing a whole bunch to try and record videos, you know what I mean? So it's not like I went into this like not having played at all or whatever. Infinite Turkish uprisings do be like that. And now that we built the port, it's finally colonizing. That's one thing that actually is kind of annoying. We, like, lost a couple colonial wars because we just didn't build a port. Gotta encourage greener grass to, West Virginia, otherwise it'll be screwed forever. Yeah, weekly migration's negative, boys. Are you enjoying corporate state, by the way? I think it's super good. I think it's super good, but I don't like that it's a presidency. But I think you lost some of the agitator tools you used to have that would make you really want it to be a parliamentary republic anyways. And maybe the new systems under political movements is such that presidencies aren't as bad. But it is the presidency sort of situation. South acts nice and talks shit behind your back. That's definitely, like, Southern California. That couldn't be, like, more Southern California. Could we all just come together and agree that New Jersey's the worst? I think that's something everyone could get behind. The Northeast all looking down on New Jersey is a bit of a vibe. New Jersey also gave us The Sopranos. Yeah, that's why the rest of the country doesn't like the Northeast looking down on New Jersey, but the Northeast is gonna do it. You think they're not gonna look down on New Jersey? Forget about it. I did Great Britain bankroll 6 months into your game. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, like, in theory, right? Being super aggressively about save scumming to, like, get, like... I'm not saying that's what you did, but I'm saying that if you're really aggressive about save scumming to get, like, a really optimized start, getting the ball rolling in, like, a really big way, but with something like an early bankroll, like, it snowballs. Like, Victoria 3 has a really hard snowball effect. To be fair, I feel like we've kind of popped off the last however long. Although maybe we're just playing faster now. We got some food, we got some caffeine, and now we're just kind of a little bit more in the zone. Well, this will get them up to plus 80, but they're going to plus 80 either way. I haven't seen this happen very often where, like, Great Qing goes for, like, Siam or something. I don't think we're going to be able to side in on that play. I'm going to encourage greener grass Tua. I think he confirmed he's on the podcast soon, guys. Thank you, New Jersey. Top 3 artists of all time are Bon Jovi and Billy Joel. And there's a joke in there somewhere, right? Because is one of them counting as 2 artists? Countries now do more diplomacy and conquering? Yeah. Spelled Bruce Springsteen rock. I think we're cozying up to Spain. It's kind of an expensive bankroll. Kind of not that expensive though. Let's just do it. They're them and these guys are like the last big independent like kind of GPs. Maybe we could stop bankrolling here. Or not GPs. I don't think they're GPs. Okay, Italy is. What are you gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing. I'm walking here. Journalist only pretends to live in California. I know the sound of the Daytona Indiana Raceway. Shh. Shh. God, we gotta keep the construction queue rolling. Alright, it's time, boys. We finally ascended. We're finally gamers. It's time to push throughput. We're pushing things to US, baby. It has begun. We've reached that phase of the game. So it begins. You're gonna need some electricity too, brother. We're losing some money. Maybe that's a little bit too much money to be losing. This chat is about to see a Jersey fight. Let's show them how we do it. You gabbage. I'm actually from Chicago. Now everyone turns on Nike's, or a Yankees fan, rather. You're basically Canadian, bro. Ooh, this is good for us. Talk about reset attitude. We're genial. Now we get a trade agreement. The trade agreement's locked in because it has a cooldown. Because it has a cooldown. When it has a cooldown, it gets locked in. Locked in. Locked in. Telephone switchboards, hey. This is crazy. Banana Company when? When we turn the corner. I don't know if we turn the corner and go high infamy though. I really hate going high infamy. People mocked our GDP though. We could just go high infamy just to have a high GDP. We've been insulted. We still have the mantra that we're gonna save scum the 75% annexation chance, but that's the only type we're gonna save scum. Just look at this Borgor, it's so disgusting. Is that even connected to the British market? Oh, it is. They accept 10% chance? Jesus, what the frick? Great Britain going through it, huh? Let's get our defensive structure kind of actually figured out. It's not the battalion type we wanted. South China. We'll just merge these guys with the China army. Cannot reach them? Come on, brother. These guys are in the Midwest. Cool. We're gonna give these guys a defensive kind of stack kind of look. Not gonna give them the extra supplies. I think that's kind of the way to go. Alright, they'll get up to 150k. Let's mobilize. We could transfer UA instead. Yeah, like, well, UA is closer to annexation. Usually protect our Mexico's USA and then annex them, manifest destiny, return states better infamy-wise. The best thing to do infamy-wise is to subjugate them, feed all their states to the Indian territories, and then annex the Indian territories for 5 infamy. So, that's the best way to do it. You close your eyes to sleep one day, journalists, and your ears will continue to ring with the sound of the revolution beginning. Mid-national movement will flash before your eyes. Not like this. Not the Italians we wanted. Isn't that what Carthage said? Basically. That's actually exactly what Carthage said. Word for word. Dollar for dollar. Exactly what Carthage said. Exile the protectionist industrialists only for another one to take his place. That's like kind of how it works. They're like a Hydra. That's how it works with the new patch a lot. Is because a lot of the thing that's going to force you to roll the thing is forcing you to roll the other thing. Midwestern soldiers trying to breach enemy lines. Mind if I scoot past you there? Says the Canadian. There's some content creators who are really hating 1.8. Pivot will kill Victoria 3 as one video title. Yeah, I think they're fucking wrong. Most content creators I've seen are super bearish on it, and it's just like I think the update's good. The more I thought about it, the better I feel about it. I think that this is good. I think if you're comparing it to 1.3 and 1.5, it's way better. 1.5 had such like significant rollout problems. 1.3 had problems as well. I guess I mean, do you mean in some sort of vacuum, or do you mean compared to other Vicky 3 updates? I don't know. It's a bit of a hot take. You can annex Indian territory for free when you pass multiculturalism. Oh, really? So you can just annex Mexico for free, basically? Don't worry, my objectively correct Pivot of Empire review is coming out tomorrow. You won't need any opinions after that. You were even bearish on it, were you not? Or am I just misremembering? Almost every content creator I talk to, like, doesn't like it. Was my feeling. Maybe I'm, like, misremembering. Or maybe Smithy just went so hard that, like, that's just, like, all I'm remembering. I think I bounced off Pivot of Empire hard at first, but after mulling over, it gets better and better, to be honest. I think that the parts about it that are good are, like, I need a bigger sample size to really know whether or not this is dynamic and, like, feels different every game. And if it feels different every game, it's insane. But it's, like, it's so much better than the, like, We no longer have agitators just super over-informing stuff, and they got rid of so much agitator shenanigans, like with this, and then an entire different way of like playing the game is opened up by the non-binary discrimination. And the patch seems fucking clean. Like, I haven't identified anything that just seems insanely wrong with the patch that like makes it unfun. Like 1.5, the construction queue bug was so annoying. Still waiting DLC to do rework in Navy, which is major important things in there, like it should be. Yeah, I'm hoping 1.9 ends up being trade in Navy. Because those kind of go hand in hand. The fact that you have the strongest navy in the world should really amplify your ability to trade better. Do you have one of the paradox store links for a DLC I could use to give you a cut? I do not. I was bearish, but I'm getting more bullish over time. Okay, so I don't remember incorrectly. Because I think I talked to you, you more than anyone else, Targus. I also think we were both kind of upset about the companies sucking balls, which, to be fair, I think they, like, really, like... I would rather it just be 1.7 companies, and them just shelf like this. I'd, like, literally just roll back, but, like, other than... But I've actually found this refreshing because it's novel, not because it's a better gameplay pattern, because this makes it so that you, like... now we just have to play the entire game of completely reevaluating every company just solely based on the prosperity bonus. Let's actually check how many levels our HQ has. To be fair, it's kind of coming up. What percentage of levels is 66? Last we checked, it was 34% of all levels were that. Oh, I don't know if we have enough oil for modern port. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. So now it's up to half market share. It's about to not be half because we're building a whole ton, but it's going to buy some of those. Tarkus, I think that he patched it. I think Lino made it so that they just buy way bigger market share. Because the build we played on initially, like, it was basically 0. Right? Great Britain accepting a reverse sway to granting you investment rights. Do you take it? You investment rights unilaterally? Yeah, because then you get to invest in India, dude. The per construction basis building opium in India is pretty good. Journalists swearing on the family stream? Shit. Yeah, I do remember in my review how the changes from early access to the release patch made a big difference. That explains some of why I'm more bearish. Hey, JV, thank you for the 250 PHP. What currency is that? Hi, I watched your India episode. Dictatorial succession, like the EIC, favors the absolute highest clout in legislature, not just the government. Dictatorial succession, like in the EIC, favors the absolute highest clout in the legislature, not just the government. Okay. And how economy starts to be connected to each other because of the industrialization, the need for resources, and having no navy is a crime to your own country. Yeah, the navy is like... It should be better. They want transfer state? No way, dog. These guys can't sway. Shoot, I was hoping we'd be able to sway too. Belgium wants a piece. This is where we just take London and and tell them to shove it. What do they want? I'm pretty sure it's just the state they have a claim on. Yeah, which has a bunch of gold, which we don't want to give up. What do you mean I can't relocate you? Oh, because I'm already... We can't set the home HQ now. Alright. I don't think they'll land Pacific Coast, because the AI never does, but let's just move that over there just in case, and we can move them if need be. Do we have a front anywhere? Substantive? Oh, we do. There we go. The Florida Men Army. Let's actually make this a little bit bigger. And then I think we have a navy that we're going to make a 40 stack instead. Peasants, sort by. Instant 40 stack, no problem. This 50 stack should be able to crush out any navy that the UK has. Do we need a bigger stack? We might. Let's add a little bit in, not in West Boston, but Virginia. Might need to use 2 guys there. Did they fix chainsaws? They fixed chainsaws, which makes it a 10 out of 10. They also fixed cars. I really don't understand why it's allowed to move a navy without it being intercepted. Yeah, that's like another thing that's like strange. You can't just like park a navy here and control the Mediterranean. You can't force India to go free by attacking a princely state while allied to Britain War, so that's one. No, you still can, Tarkus. You just have to do it in a more precise way. I'm getting a bug where reloading company resets revolution progress. Reloading completely? Interesting. Yeah. I showed it on the first stream. You can't unpause is the thing. If you do it without unpausing, you can do it, but you can't. You just have to not unpause. Like, you offer the... because, one is a demand, so the demand, they can say no, so it has to wait a single tick for them to say no to the demand, so it's not, like... You, like, send the war demand, and then you're not in a play against them yet, because they have to say yes or no to the demand, and then you join Great Britain in a war. And then you're in the war with them, and then they say no to the demand, and so the play starts. I thought they fixed it too. I thought they fixed it too. Ethno-nationalist? Hell yeah, brother. Welcome aboard. Do you hate to see it, or do you see to hate it? To be honest. think lead is such that we'll just put like 10 stacks in kind of the major places where we have throughput. God, we're finally pushing EOS. This run actually is just hyper anemic. Holy shit. It's not 51 we have to push, but... Actually, where do we have unemployed pops as well? Alright. Let's do some of that. Migration's just uber popping off and we're like not actually handling it appropriately. Just to like throw infinite jobs at unemployment. Good to know India can still be free. Yeah, I mean I'm not using that cheese for runs. I think it's like a little insipid. Probably should have added more war goals, but this is also probably fine. I don't know, we've been trying to play faster more than like playing tight. Is the other army not there yet? Where is it? Well, this one's unfortunately all on defense. So that works. Honduras wants a defense pact, hell nah. We should have taken Bombay, actually. Oh well, we'll see if they implode once they're Dominion of India, because this is an entirely new situation. We don't know what happens there. Oh, we have a significant problem. There we go. That should be okay. We will support their independence for freedom. Where's... I assume Bengal is going to be the capital here, but... Which Bengal? Oh, I'm still west. Tried to proc Civil War, I loaded back to an autosave to reverse sway I mentioned, and slavery rev went from 60 to 0. Yeah, that is a bug. Multiculturalism is probably meta, but it's less meta than before. No, I think multiculturalism's meta for Europeans. I think it's not meta for... If you're China or Japan or maybe, like, India, like, once you form India, I think that, like, okay, so, the proportion of your pops, as the proportion of your pops in full acceptance increases, ethno state gets better. Unless you're trying to depress wages. It's actually an interesting thing. It might be the case that early game, you try and depress wages as much as possible. Late game, you want to increase wages. And ethno state gives the most wages to full acceptance, right? And then... I actually super don't know how it goes, but I think it might be more complicated. Well, okay, multiculturalism might still be best, but, like, it might be the case that you are trying to, in the early game, you want multiculturalism to depress wages for your, like, so if you're China, you want multiculturalism early to depress wages, and then in the late game when you want to increase wages, you want to go, like, ethno-state. But I think that in particular, this plays with, like, the tax system, because, and you want it inverted if you have a bunch of pops you discriminate against, then ethno-state will allow you to depress wages the most. But I think that this has an interesting relationship specifically with the tax system, because if you can increase SOL, then you can run a higher band of tax without it causing a bunch of radicalism, which is what we, like, eventually we got to, like, 12.5 instead of being middling around 10, and then we increased the tax system. So I think that, yeah, I mean, if the increased wages allows you to increase SOL enough that you can increase the tax thing, then, like, maybe the negative money modifier created by not filtering more economic activity through, bonuses like the laissez-faire, like the like the laissez-faire contribution efficiency, maybe that's gonna be the thing. I had the same flickering thing in Belgium as soon as I took Gaza in the region of South Africa. Is that a bug? Oh, I'm not sure. Probably. So you want to go multiculturalism and then ethno-state? Maybe. I wonder what's causing the TUs to get demarginalized so early. I think that's an intentional change. But also the Labour Party, maybe? I don't know how movements influence political power, but I think that some of the movements push up in political power, and this is part of it. Can you empower the PB enough for ethno-state if you go multiculturalism? If you go multiculturalism, a lot of people will support anything not multicultural. If you're already multicultural, a lot of them just hate it. Why is every patch a buff Dickens patch? Because it's Dickens, bro. Cause Dickens, bro. Looks like they're all landing up there, so we'll just move our stack up there. None are landing this coast, so we'll mobilize and move the stack. Over here. Regime change in Switzerland, it do be like that sometimes. Looks like one of our landings is gonna fail, the other's gonna succeed. So with 80% of your pop's acceptance, you think it's better to go national supremacy? I think if you are trying to increase wages, national supremacy is also probably better than ethno-state because of being able to employ up buildings. But if you're trying to increase wages, yeah, I think you want national supremacy. If you're trying to depress wages, you want multiculturalism. Specifically, the thing that kind of warps this in regards to wanting acceptance is like buildings like Beijing. Because they're government buildings, they don't employ up very well. Yeah, so maybe it's just multiculturalism so you can do stuff like employ up the Forbidden City. But if you have the Forbidden City because you're playing China, so it might just be China wants to go ethno-state. I'm talking about the secession thing you're having where it just keeps triggering over and over again. Yeah, we've seen this before. I don't know how to get rid of it. Can you suppress or bolster the national movement? I think we're suppressing it. Oh no. It's super marginal, super active. We could try. I don't think we can make it go away, though. I haven't really seen movements go away very effectively, so... we could try, though. Every time I see worse Boston, I have a little bit of cognitive whiplash. Because I'm, like, so confused what that is. I don't know actually what triggers a movement to end. It feels like they stick around forever. That's kind of my feeling as well. The support has always been really low for the mid-nationalist movement. Oh, maybe it's trying to disappear and rev at the same time, and that's what causes that. Maybe we go back to Monarchy as well. It's also it's been really interesting to like play through like this run because the trade unions has been so much different, but like also if that just happens every game, then like that's a different vibe. Here, we'll just help these guys out. Make sure they don't get wrecked, kind of with an army we had in reserve-ish. Oh, looks like we're losing now. Not like this. 175 stacks gonna be a little bit of a bother to get through. I mean, we're pushing over here. The thing is British war reps we will not be able to enforce. Oh, do they have Hero Land? They do have Hero Land. Shoot, shoot, shoot. We're not defending the actual war goal. Maybe let's enforce Belgium out here. And then we will have a place with which to land from in a really short period of time. And if we get that, things should be in good shape. Looks like we're repelling just fine over here. I pop Civil War and immediately I get a mass emigration of African American pops leaving to go to Virginia. Wrecked. You guys are going the wrong way. I think we actually want to land our Hero Land first, to be honest. That way it stops ticking. And then we're gonna move the Chinese army to this front and then have them defend. Or the front back here, yeah. What? Bro, they just seesawed all back the other way? What's this? Yeah, let's make sure we have all the mobilization options on. Yeah. We want to power block embassy, but I don't know how this front is traveling so freaking slow. Oh, because we're not actually winning fights? That's crazy, dude. With our 900 stack, we're losing fights. That's wild, man. The long game plan. These guys have a friggin' general die on them or something? Dude. Pussies. You have no one defending this HQ, unless it's just visually bugged. Actually, no one's defending this HQ either. No one's defending the home counties. What the hell? Is the AI... sometimes I feel like I forget how easy the AI is to exploit. Combat width, I guess? Yeah. We should still churn through there, guys, I feel like, but... Oh, this is what hell is. I don't have enough organization because my general died. Bro, that's so stupid. The general dies and then suddenly you just get, like, wrecked. No, we don't want the mid-national movement getting any more power. Yeah, I guess we're pushing now, huh? Are we just gonna lose this war, my friends? My friends, we just lose this war. Je suis un chat. Now there's a 4-stack defending of Belgians. Unless it's visually... Nope, that is actually what's defending. Now it's a 32 stack. To be fair, they're getting more and more guys there. Yeah, too many guys are going to be here in time. All because... Oh wow, we actually had a general lose. That's kind of sucks. Kind of implies you should get fired. That way we can fight full force. Alright, now no one's defending this northern HQ, so we should just get in instantly. Yep. Now, let's go beat up them. Stop that naval invasion, because we moved a couple guys off of there. Super unpopular land reformer. Let's actually push and win that for them. I thought they were already pushing, but they weren't. Losing generals and mobilized armies should automatically hire a new general if it's causing your army to go over the cap. Yeah. It just creates frustrating situations. Like someone should just get promoted and they should have like an issue that doesn't stop them from maneuvering entirely. Or maybe that's like kind of okay, but I don't know. One day this movement will end. We brought the 10 stack up here because I think once we get to one of the more southern states, it like splits. We'll have a split front. Let's go back over here. Kind of getting ready to move the Florida army. Well, the China army is maybe the army we want to do a landing with, actually. I don't know why these irregulars haven't upgraded yet. But they haven't. I guess that actually explains a bit, huh? What is this? Do they enforce a front with these guys? No. Should they have? Oh, they're getting involved in that. That's what that is. Belgium's out. No war goes on Belgium. Definitely want this guy on this front. And this guy's supposed to be on the other front. I hate how this creates 3 fronts, this like one individual spot. It's actually like pretty cringe. We're like economics. Let's build a bunch of level 1 of these electrical. And then put them on auto expand. Just looking to keep the queue going. If we lose this front, if this front gets spaghettied, we'll be very sad here. Fill it with a temporary general. I think a temp general would also be perfect, especially like just toward to the end of the war. If you want to play the Mughals, drop in as Hindustan, which is tiny princely states Delhi, just center Delhi. There are events that help to escape British rule, but it falls a bit RNG, whether it's high stability or not. Interesting. There's our 100 stack getting ready to land. Hopefully this 10 stack doesn't get pushed out. Are we pushing over here yet? No, but they're giving up this. They're giving it up. Which actually makes a lot of sense. Trying to think where we could do the most destruction with our 6 stack. Okay. Naval convoys is a bit uncomfortable. We're stalling out here. We could move these guys over here. That'll give them a chance for their morale to come up. They also have to go around. And we get to go through. I don't think they have anyone defending this HQ up here. But we don't have the organization. No? Why no? Why no land? No. We should have deleted construction way earlier. Shoot. Oh, we can't because of the rev. We gotta time it going away. Actually, we just passed multiculturalism. And then, what the fuck do you want? I forgot we have that other, like, 40 stack up there. No, it's all falling apart. The morale penalty from the convoys. No, no. What a world, what a world. We're melting. How much of the private queues getting used? 100%, or 133, so basically nothing. Still very significant. We could also just disband this. Or we could do this now that we're not revving. These guys were not very useful in that massive stack anyways. How long have we been like this? Where's our default thing? Current is 11. Let's let them buy our buildings. They're buying them. Our credit line's going down. Bye, 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 boys. Send us your money, Ecuador. You're our only hope. Oh, I'm sweating. Bankrupt gamer, basically. Gonna head out. Have a good night, Gene. Just trying. The problem is the feedback loop. You have to like hit it really aggressive initially. Something like this. Maybe? Might be a little bit too slow. We just need to pip it for a second, as always. Trade centers, I gotta double check. They got in! No! Not our gun drop buttons. Might be Jover boys. Why is it two fronts? Alright. I was trying to remember if trade route levels were maybe going to give us some of what we needed. If they will increase the debt limit, I think they do. Because the buildings have a credit limit, if I recall correctly. If I just paid attention and just deleted construction earlier, this is all so much straightforward as well. I'm just trying to jam. I would like to apologize to the audience, and most of all my family, for bringing dishonor upon them. We're arbitraging a lot of things here as well. We're buying and selling from different people. Wait, why the fuck are we exporting that? It's just the initial bump we're looking for here. Definitely want cheaper with all the military goods. So like, if we look at New York, We're gonna have a trade center, right? This trade center has a line of credit. It has cash reserves. If we increase those cash reserves, we increase our line of credit. We can't add buildings because we can't add construction, but we can try and increase the line of credit. Also delete all of our British trade routes too. Because that's going to refund bureaucracy. In case this goes super long. Just need our line of credit to increase by our trade routes, causing these buildings to be more profitable. We need the cash reserves to go up. They get negative throughput though, don't they? Oh, we could load to 5 months ago. I think we could do it if we did it 5 months ago. Tax waste is just a number. Yeah. Hindustan have meat taboo? How big is this? We could load and try all these changes like 5 months ago. Could completely like downsize this. We just need the offense-defense modifier negative to go away. Everything to turn back on. Hopefully the credit line's not escaping us faster than this 215k. It is escaping us faster. Alright, we're getting closer. We're getting closer. That's not quite it. We get kicked out, which is maybe a good thing. Oh no. No, 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 Coral. Can we get investment rights with anyone else? They already have investment rights in our country. There, we did it. It went away. Democracy is saved. Our bonuses is back. Skill game. Let's try and fix this. Someone turned the lights back on. Look at us starting to have an advantage here. Good job, bro. Thank you. That was a little bit of a sweat. I didn't want to delete down that much army. We can reconscript up though. I guess we're not out of the woods yet. Get mobilization option on first. We don't actually want to pass this law. We just need it so we can delete stuff. Although, we would have kept the ability to delete stuff. Where are these guys at? Is this front resolving? It is. Why aren't you landing, my friends? Stupid ass org penalties. It looks like we're about to push them out of there. They can't possibly be that far from bankruptcy themselves. We pump fake them. We're just trying to shuffle around their landing squads or their defensive squads while we recover morale. Or yeah, the juicy juice. Or we could just put these guys on the front and land with someone with more org. I don't know why we lost org. Maybe that's the play. How are we doing over here? Kind of okay. Well, we should have just given a minus enactment chance. That would have been better, actually. There we go. Now we land. And there's no defense here. Not to mention they're getting pushed here anyways. God, this war was way harder than it had to be. This 2-stack can leave. Or not. What about this 4-stack? Are you in a battle? Yeah, you are. We know you lose this one, pal. Fargo, Gaza. Interesting. Told him it was possible. They told him to reload, but he believed it wasn't yet Jover. It's never Jover till you say it's Jover. We also have to rake back taxes here. She lied, he believes. Should have gone for Persian roll reps too. I mean, we could go for multiculturalism for an easier ethno-state. Alright, we see East India. Do we see an implosion? Oh, they're at war currently. Against some scary looking stuff. We are still mobilized for what? I think we can demobilize a lot of this. And our institutions, downgrading our institutions and levels actually proved useful. Let's cancel that ish. This actually got downgraded in level. Hot damn. After the great war video, there's no doubt in my mind he got this. We drinking tea tonight, basically. The one with Germany, that was insane. We just got pocketed super hard by just luck, basically. Whoa, someone died. Someone died and a humanitarian took over. Now we're passing multiculturalism, I guess. We also have wealth voting. Right on time is the landing. Landing squad. Alright. Right on time is the landing squad. Gotta rebuild our economy though. That war was poorly fought at the beginning. Definitely could have done that a little bit tighter. What time is it? How loyal is Brazil? Or as I like to say, Brazil. It's kind of loyal. Our economy is healing. I wonder how this shakes out if they implode after the end of this war, because they don't implode until the war's over. But it looks like, actually, they just lose versus France here. Because France is in on that. Minnesota, I think, has iron and yeah. Minnesota's got some good things going on. Let's throw a bone their way. And then explosives and tools and steel. Well, they already have a bunch. They have a lot of steel. There we go. Autocuba should just put one there and now it's just like popping off. What is our peasant figure? We actually wrote them down a while ago. We had, a while back, so we had 20 million unemployed, now we have 30 million. We had 44 million peasants, now we have 53 million peasants. We had 4.5 million unemployed, now we have 10. We had 153 million dependents, now we have 183. I think again we just kind of play whack-a-mole with the peasants. Not like that, I didn't mean it like that. I didn't mean it like that. I mean it like that. Came back from midterm, boys still grinding. Yeah, we're almost done. Just pop it in. Have we automated trade routes yet? Not yet. How's the food date mandate working for you? Do you just come back, Yankees fan? We just had a bit of a rough war, and we went back over the numbers. I don't know what date we checked in at, but in terms of talking about gainfully employed versus peasants, unemployed, depeasanted, from 20 million employed to 30 million, from 44 million peasants to 53.6 million, 4.5 million unemployed to 10 million unemployed, dependents up around 30 million. To be fair, some of the dependents, that's because of the war. That is because of the war. Although we fired a lot of people too that had jobs and then they lost their jobs. Yeah. Excited to see what happens here if they implode or they form India. I've been here just playing your own game. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. How did you somehow quell the infinite? We decided to pass the law they wanted. We decided to pass the law they wanted. Is what happened. We gave up. We gave in. You know, they told us we couldn't give in, but we gave in. We're also on wealth voting, so the next vote that we get through, like, the Industrialists should be super powerful. But now. Passing national supremacy, not too bad, except if we didn't have the 2 humanitarians, right, who are giving the entirety of the cloud here. So if we exiled one and promoted the government over another one, we would just be able to get rid of them entirely. And we would be able to go ethno-state. So once you're multiculturalism, it's really easy to go ethno-state. Yeah. Are qualifications harder to get early game? I think they are. I think they are especially when you have discrimination. We get new Colossus, though. Come one, come all. Come one, come all, everyone. Come one, come all. So that, you know, nothing insidious here. Come one, come all, you know. Fucking free speech. Damn it. Come one, come all. Our plan. I mean, maybe we could still pass this right now. Come one, come all. Come to this great country of ours. So that... Should we give Pops a chance to be accepted for a little while first, though? Should we give him a taste? A taste of what it's like to live the good life, to get the American dream, and then ethno-state time. They're fast. Also, I love that we got the journal for the migration right before we're gonna go ethno-state. Is there a journal for fascism? Oh, we need mass propaganda for it. Yeah, we could do that next. It's no good, but we can do that next, I guess. Industrialists nearly marginalized, not like this. Thought they made hamburgers and taste America only to rip it from their hands. Exactly. Then we say, this is America. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Not like this. Not my America. Truth hurts. I wonder how close they are to capitulating that war. How much money are we making? It's this plus 100k. We're getting so many mass migrations from the extra migration attraction. Migration is just super... We could have played this a lot differently as well. I think we just like weren't pushing wood anywhere near enough. Mutual investment? Sure. You made your own league? You. You, brother, what is that? Perfect. How we get the fascism with the kill. Let's get the mutual one so we can build in them. We don't Monarchy building in them a little bit. And then also I think that one generates us more influence stuff, whatever. We have 2 available mandate. Let's get food 3. Vassalization 3. Should be easier to get embassy now. And then wait, we're running, yeah, we're running high taxes, which is what I think we want. Efficient canning practices, hell yeah, brother. Make all these on auto expand. I think we won't necessarily try and push. Or I think it's, is it time to fight China again? Bro, we actually just like, our truce with China's up. And it's time to fight China again. I want to see what happens, how this shakes out actually before we declare another war. We gave the people rights, so they immediately seized power. Food industry, burgers for everyone in New York. In New York? Where's New York? What do you mean? New York? There's New York. There's no New York. What are you talking about? I want to see if they implode, but this war goal's not gonna make it so they don't implode. Brazil's almost loyal enough to reduce autonomy on. How are they trending? Real fast down. Hell yeah. Oh no, but the Mappy modus on the Delta. I know. No more Mappy. They do get the additional 5%. I don't know if they had the 5%. So yeah, the no Mappy on the North Bengal portion. Yeah, Great Britain falls. Wow, the GDP line doesn't even look that bad. Maybe they were never in trouble. Hey, look. It's time. It's time to get Bombay. We're super okay if they back down to this. Because their other state is incorporated. Yeah, super okay just nabbing this. Please back down. You don't want to fight. Alright, fair. Fair, fair, fair. Fair is fair. You got us. Caught us with a hand in the cookie jar. Move license still over there. What do you mean you can't reach Madras? That's ours. Alright, well, we'll park there, I guess. Don't make us fight it, bro. I guess we'll see what happens in terms of other people joining. UK might want some of this heat. Well, might want some of this ish. Worst. Every time an event fires for worst Boston, I just like. Were all the princely states freed when India was released? Yes. Or I don't think new ones were freed, but they distributed the stuff. League of India, Bengal making moves. Wait, what? Oh, hell yeah, brother. Not sure it's gonna work out for him. I think we're gonna raise these conscripts, and I think we're gonna be in kind of goodish shape. Where are people starving here? Where they be starving, yar. Worst Boston, yeah. Truth hurts. Looks like no one's gonna side with them, so. Time to eat all these guys for 2 infamy a pop. And end the run with 1 billion GDP. Or 1 billion pops, rather. 1 billion GDP is pretty manageable here. Sacre bleu. America eating up princely states like popcorn chicken. Oh god, popcorn chicken's so good. They used to be my favorite thing when I was a kid. I still like it, but like when I was a kid, like my birthday, we get to choose where to eat. Fucking KFC, popcorn chicken. I was a popcorn menace. And then now it's time to take more stuff. What do you mean it's not incorporated? I don't know if we forced the diplo play so we can go for the double not incorporated things. I guess we do. I guess actually we may be full annex here actually. To prevent them from backing down, yeah. Yeah. Wait, did they rev right as we... Did they splinter? I thought they had this. Okay, well, whatever. The corporatist. A ruthless, inept corporatist. Yeah, let's exile him. What do you mean there's a coup coming? What do you mean? This is the way democracy ends. What do you mean? I think we have construction queues in our queue, so... What do you mean France is siding with us? Wait, this is France? No, wait, that's not France. That's France. Now that's a knife. We're not gonna put any war goals on France. We're just gonna fight it without war goaling France. They're in Dixie. Put these guys in up there. Actually, Dixie's the like, or North is like the one to defend here. Put them both at the New England HQ. That seems to be where the AI likes landing against us. We maybe should have gone for Nagpur as well. We should have at least seen how much it was. Popcorn chicken's still my favorite thing. Bruh, he's losing my chat. He's losing his mind chat. Mine's already gone. 24 hours in the last 36 hours of streaming. This is nothing. It's. But this is how democracy ends. He thought the sovereign state of Karnak was the territory of the Prince of Patna. What a ridiculous assessment of Indian history and politics. I'm sorry. Y'all ready for this? You ready for a little coup? Good old authoritarian takes over. So we can enable oligarchy here. We already have autocracy. Oh, so we can choose oligarchy instead? Let's choose oligarchy. The corporate oligarchy. It is done. The work will never be undone. Is there any reason to stop an assassination attempt? Seems to always work out in the end. Most peaceful transition of power. The deed has been done. The corporate oligarchic America. Time to pass laissez-faire. Nothing will stop the power of the market. Also, with different guys in government, we could probably with the regressive guys in government that suits us for this. Actually, maybe not all these guys. Mexico, though. Okay. Human hereditary bureaucrats? It's fine. The flag is sick? The flag is kind of sick. The United States of corporate America. Leading the capitalist states of America. The seat representing the Sanders line shall be filled by Bernie Sanders' son. Should he fail to produce an heir, a new lineage will be established, basically. We rule with the iron fist. National discontent, what do you mean? You're telling me that people are not absolutely tremendously happy with what we have done with this country? What are you trying to say? Time to have zero chill in the rest of the world. Why did we lose bureaucracy? What the hell? Oh, we also have the telephone switchboard thing. I'm stupid. General Zero Chill is going to 10 infamy. Yeah, zero chill, bro. That's what I'm saying. Chill quantity equals 0. I mean, we're about to annex all of India. I think it's a pretty unchill thing to do. Kansas. God, it's been a while since I played this late into the game. Dude, no, they didn't side for anything, so this is just a one and done, right? I don't think we need to force out France once because we have no war goals on them. I can't remember. We should have just full annex Nagpur, though. The mistakes were made. A disease outbreak in New Mexico? Surely this isn't a sign of the mandate of the industrialists having not supporting our divine industrial right to join liberal movement. What do you mean? Where's the capitalist movement? Probably can reduce autonomy on... Or did we already reduce autonomy on Brazil? We might have already reduced autonomy on Brazil. No, we didn't. Brazil. Is it ever actually really worth it to swap power block like military, since it takes ages to reset mandates? I mean, if you have a lot of subjects, it doesn't take that long. I think it like warps you to play the game in a particular way, so you like maximize subjects. If you think that that's something you might do. That's a decent chunk of infamy, and it's always going to be a decent chunk. Oh, they've all incorporated the states. Damn it. I think they're like the rest of them. Yeah, it's mostly incorporated states, unless Hindustan. Oh no, Hindustan. We can go for the full annex. We're obviously not adjacent to them yet, but we can get there. Because they're gonna put in war goal of they have to put in. They're gonna put war reps war goal on us, and then we can just full annex them. It'll be fine. It'll be juicy. We don't need to full annex them immediately, but we're locking in the infamy discount effectively. Oh, we don't even have the max reduction on infamy. Terrible. What are we doing with ourselves? Absolute. Should I keep consumer goods cheap instead of exporting surplus under free trade? Well, generally it's really good to export the luxuries. Specifically. That could be really effective. Oh, these guys back down. These worms. No. We still have to work our way over there. We didn't have the interest in there, so unfortunate. We have the interest to set all the war goals, and they backed down before we got the interest. Or we weren't paying close enough attention because there was another thing up here. That's why we put the interest down. We'll still get up there. We'll figure it out. We'll still annex, like, basically all of India for free. Oh, it's... maybe let's nationalize some buildings. Yeah, I think since we recently took them, we can do it cheaper, right? Slotting and clothing company to help with radicals. The company is going crazy. Yeah, I think in 1.8.1 they changed it because you know what, we were noticing it. We started to actually get construction from our. This is actually expanded. Before it was like losing market share over the course of time, and now they're gaining market share. So already like kind of the thing that I was like really annoyed about, they've like fixed. So it has over 50% of the market share of steel. I don't know exactly what they did to change it, but this means that actually these companies for Panama and Suez are probably no good for us anymore. But certainly not both, because they're competing with each other, and we hate competition. Forced nationalization is still infamy scaled by pop. I think it might just be a base cost of 5 now. Or it's flat 5 plus something to do with how many levels. So let's actually disband the Panama Canal Company, which doesn't make any sense to disband that one. And establish Carnegie. And see if that can actually get something done. Russia sides with Austria is going to be a party. Gonna be a party. What do you mean we can't pass laissez-faire? What do you mean these guys are insurrectionary when we're passing laissez-faire? Bro. You morons. What the hell is wrong with you? I want to give the pops a chance to like start to move up towards these two things. Look, there's so many more under full acceptance now. Because they're in their homelands. I think homeland's like +5, and then they have 15 from total separation. I mean, let's look at Han. These guys are at open prejudice and they're getting kicked up. We have not yet made the capitalist hellscape. Oh, my bad. We're supposed to keep declaring wars. Oh no, wait, we got one brewing. We got one brewing. Code is next. Okay. Have 10 primary cultures present in your country. Cosmopolitan achievement. Okay, so I think we stay on construction 1, but we perhaps want to think about what it is we want next. I think the research is not going to be working for us at this juncture. Just carving up India. Are you supposed to get Afro-American as primary? Do I need to rush multiculturalism? You have to pass multiculturalism. I think in order to do that, you want to delay the Civil War. I know you already did the Civil War, but if that was your goal, if you delay the Civil War, you have more time to get the law to be able to pass, and also get human rights and feminism and stuff, so you can spawn the movements so you can promote them, so you can try and get human rights. You can take a bunch of Chinese states and try and promote their guys or something like this. Of course, people move from the Kingdom of Heaven to the United States. The properly corporatist oligarchy United States. This isn't cope. This isn't the way of, not a coping mechanism. The truth hurts. Oh, Bombay. I forgot. Have to build. We really haven't invented pneumatic tools yet. Okay, we now have the bonus from Carnegie. So we just created Carnegie, right? Like, not even a very short while ago did we create Carnegie. Looks like it appeared in West Boston. It's already got 2 more levels of stuff. Huh. Well, that was a quick turnaround on fixing up the thing. I think your NPC EIC is failing unstable Raj in the Hindustan game. They got 20 years, 5 months, and all 3 presidencies are critical. Yep, that'll do it. Which set of laws allows to easily rigged a cautious leader to rule? Well, getting the cautious leader is easiest if you have parliamentary republic, and then locking him in is easiest if you have like some sort of monarchy or something like that. So the 2 endeavors are a little bit different from one another. Don't mind us. They're gonna construct so fucking slow. That's just not good. Cause all the turmoil. We can't try and make adjustments to them yet. That stuff's too much construction. Something. Although to be fair, I don't think their pups are that discriminated against. Oh, so many of them are just full acceptance. Yeah, so multiculturalism, they get 75 acceptance and then +5 from homeland. They get 60 from multiculturalism, +15 from total separation, and then +5, so they're just fully accepted, bro. If this is their homeland. Multiculturalism gives a bigger pool of leaders to pick from? Yeah. I think the pool might be pretty big if you have open borders, though. I'm not sure, actually. I think it might be open borders is the more critical one. But if you have, like, migration controls and multiculturalism, then I think it opens it up. Wait, so how much turmoil is there? Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Well, I think we might call it, gentlemen. Because I am tired. And I want to get something to eat. But let's find someone to raid. Hopefully the Victoria 3 category is really saturated on Twitch. And it's not. Goofball multiplayer Austria? Sure. will raid this gentleman. We could also just raid bigger streamers doing other stuff. I think we will raid this gentleman, though. It has been fun, but it has been long. There's a lot of things that are long and fun. This was one of them. But now, we must go. Godspeed. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, feel free to like, comment, and etc. Mostly etc. And other than that, have a good one. Bye-bye now.